Chapter 1742. The Great Commander left in satisfaction. Fellow cultivator Luoxian, you're here too. After leaving the Invincible Palace, the commander ran into heaven deity Luoxian of the righteous sect. Empyrean god Luoxian was very surprised to see the Grand Commander of the Chaos Heaven Kingdom. He thought to himself, can it be that he's here to make a deal with Dition in private? Looking at how happy he is, he might have really come to an agreement with Dition. That's right, you look like you're in a good mood. Heavenly god Luoxian chuckled. The senior commander was indeed in a very good mood. After concluding a major matter, it was inevitable that he would be in a happy mood when he came out. Who would have thought that Empyrean deity Luoxian would see him? You're looking for Taoist Dition, right? He's inside. I still have things to do, so I'll be leaving first. The commander said casually and left. Empyrean god Luoxian frowned slightly. This first commander and Dition must have come to an agreement. If I had known, I would have come earlier. Empyrean god Luoxian mused to himself. He stared at the invincible palace in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. If that sect leader had killed Dition, none of this would have happened. But now, once the auction ended, Empyrean god Luoxian knew that Dition was no longer someone he could underestimate. The sect also sent news that they were not to offend Dition for now. They were to try their best to obtain the ruler weapon and ruler battle armor from Dition. Even if it was impossible, there was no need to offend him. Fellow Taoist of the Zhengyi sect, you also want to visit Dition. Outside the Invincible Palace, another group of people arrived. When the leader of the group saw Luoxian, he smiled and greeted him. Heavenly god Luoxian turned around, and upon seeing the person walking toward him, a smile appeared on his face. Greetings, President Tianyang. How could Empyrean deity Luoxian not recognize the president of the Windstorm Trade Association, Tianyang? He was one of the major characters of the Windstorm Trade Association, and no one dared to offend him. Tianyang was also a veteran Empyrean deity. Tianyang had rushed over to visit Dition as soon as possible. News of the auction had already spread throughout the weave. At this moment Dition was like a piece of fatty meat. Everyone wanted to take a bite out of him. However, Dition's strength was extraordinary and unfathomable. Without at least 7 or 8 heavenly deities, it was impossible to deal with him. Tianyang's purpose in coming here this time was to cooperate. In the eyes of the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce, everything was divided into 2 types. One type could be cooperated with and the other type couldn't. Dition was someone they could work with. It had great potential. At least for now, the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce would not use violence against Dition. President Tian is also here to visit Dition, right? Why don't we go together? Empyrean god Luoxian had originally thought that it would be easier for him to discuss matters with his own family. Now that Empyrean god Tianyang from the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce had appeared, some things were difficult to say. However, he was unable to refuse, so he could only invite Empyrean god Luoxian along. Sure. Heavenly god Tianyang smiled. President Tian, you're really cunning. You didn't even call me when you visited Dition. The two of them had only taken a few steps when another voice came from behind. Empyrean god Arkawa walked over with a smile. In less than a moment, he was in front of Dition. He thought to himself, fortunately I came today. Otherwise old Tian would have beaten me to it. The Zhengyi sect is here too. There are so many people who want to work with Dition. Whether it was the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce or the Heaven Hell Chamber of Commerce, from the end of the first auction, they knew that the rise of the Tianyun Tower was unstoppable. Even they were envious. Weapons of the same grade were all auctioned off at an astonishing price. Although the 2 chambers of commerce could do it, it was not as easy as the Tianyun Tower. That day, the 2 chambers of commerce went to visit the person in charge of the Tianyun Tower. They did not obtain anything useful from the person in charge, but they were not disappointed. The little girl was not bad. Even though they did not obtain anything, they managed to negotiate some cooperation. The rise of the Tianyun Tower was inevitable. The 2 chambers of commerce did not mind doing a favor. As long as Dition was around, the Tianyun Tower was bound to grow stronger. No one could refuse unless someone could refine better weapons and battle suits. They completely defeated Dition's weapons and battle suits. Therefore they all came, but they did not expect to bump into each other. They were glad that they came early. Those who knew about the Tianyun Tower would need a long time to rush over. Emperor God Tianyong cursed in his heart. He smiled and said, You really can't blame me for this. I sent someone to inform you before, but it seems like you were not here. I can't do anything about it. Emperor God Arakawa complained. Looks like my subordinates did not take this seriously. I must discipline them when I get back. Otherwise, I will really miss an opportunity. If you want to come, just say it. Emperor God Tianyong thought. The Righteous Sect, the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce, and the Hell Heaven Chamber of Commerce want to visit me? Yes, this is their visit card. They are outside. The subordinate replied. Hearing this, Lin Fei was stunned at first. Then he smiled and flipped open the visit card. He put it down in a very formal manner. Businessmen are businessmen. They are all shameless. Go and invite them to sit in the hall. Don't be rude. The subordinate retreated. Lin Fei took out a bottle of celestial wine and poured himself a cup. I didn't expect that such a large faction would visit me one day. Cabbage ruler weapons and battlesuits are going to be sold for a good price this time. Lin Fei raised his cup and drank it in one gulp. Meet them? Lin Fei was not in a hurry. Now they were the ones begging him. Lin Fei poured himself another cup. He was thinking about how to make a killing off them. It would be even better if he could get godheads. He was short of godheads now. Of the 18 clones, 6 were heavenly gods. He was still short of 12 clones. As long as all 18 clones became heavenly gods, with his own strength, it would be impossible to defeat him without more than 20 heavenly gods. Everyone drink your tea. My master will be here soon. Deal with something. Tianyong and Arakawa understood what was going on when they heard this. The other party was putting on airs. However, they could not say anything. In the past, if anyone dared to put on airs in front of them, they only needed to say a word, and the other party would be out of luck. Now they could only drink tea. Emperor God Luoxian felt very complicated. The guy who was weaker than him in the past was now a god-slaying killer. Several of the 10 great heavenly gods had died in his hands. For example, the demon mystic sect had lost 2 heavenly gods. If the righteous sect had wanted to take revenge on Tian, they might have lost 2 heavenly gods. They still had 4 heavenly gods under house arrest in the Invincible Palace. Heavenly God Luoxian did not want to come here, but he had no choice. Their sect wanted to get all the things that Tian had in his hands to improve their strength. If other sects had weapons and battlesuits but their righteous sect did not, it would have a great impact on their battle. I'm sorry, I just took care of something. I've kept everyone waiting. Chapter 1743. On the way to Great Metropolis. People would appear from time to time. Everyone seemed to be in a hurry, as if they were hurrying somewhere. Faster, we have to go faster. A black warship was traveling at breakneck speed. The atmosphere within the warship was rather tense. It was a warship belonging to a major sect, one of the 8 major sects, the Bliss Palace. The person in charge was a silver-haired old man. He had a deathly aura around him, and his eyes were half closed. No one in the warship dared to look at the old man directly. Elder, we're already going as fast as we can. We can't go any faster. The warship won't be able to take it. The old man reported with his head lowered. The old man's eyelids twitched. He suddenly took out a jade talisman and set up a formation. The people outside did not know what was going on. They only saw the elder's expression change very quickly. It did not last long, and the old man removed the formation. How could this be? The old man mumbled to himself. A gust of divine power wrapped around the warship, and it turned into a beam of light. Its speed suddenly increased. The people in the warship did not understand why the elder would personally drive the warship. Did something big happen? Elder, what happened? A confidant asked softly. He was very curious as well. They were going to bring Empyrean God Scarlet Flame out. As such, the sect had arranged for a veteran Empyrean God Yuanhong. That inconspicuous Tian is very capable. He did something big and made a name for himself. The sect's elder told us to buy a ruler's weapon from Tian at all costs. We can't fall behind the other sects. Empyrean God Yuanhong did not hide anything from his confidant. Are the items in the auction really that good? This confidant was also a ruler, and one of the 9 stars. He was in charge of daily affairs, and he had heard about auctions in faraway places. Empyrean god Yuanhong could not figure it out himself. According to the news from the sect, the auction that Ditian supported had all perfect quality items. They were known to be undefeatable weapons of the same grade, suppressing the weapons and armors of the crafting sect. The 8 major sects were getting restless. They had secretly contacted Ditian, trying to buy a ruler's weapon. The Bliss Palace had lost an Empyrean god, and it was one of the 10 Empyrean gods at that. As such, they held quite a grudge against Ditian. As such, they sent out Empyrean god Elder Yuanhong with the intention of teaming up with the other 3 Empyrean gods to bring the Empyrean god out at the lowest cost. Now that the news about the auction had spread, the Bliss Palace immediately took it seriously. Heavenly god Yuanhong had no choice but to use his divine power to propel the warship to the great metropolis realm as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the other 3 factions had also received the news, and they were all astonished. Ditian's influence expanded so quickly? They quickly understood that if the weapons and armor were really so good that they could suppress the weapon refining sect, then from now on, who would dare to look down on Ditian? They would want nothing more than to curry favor with him. This was not a good thing for them. No wonder the sect had told him to hurry to the great metropolis heaven. After cursing and swearing for a while, they each took action. They didn't want to be left behind, so they had to get him out no matter what. In another place, in a place where there were gusts of cold wind, the group of people moved quickly. Their faces were filled with exhaustion as they searched the surroundings from time to time. Bastard! Why are there so many ferocious beasts in this place? The 3rd young Master Feng found a place and breathed a sigh of relief. He resented Ditian even more when he thought about what happened. He looked at his tattered armor and wanted to cry, but no tears came out. When I get out, I'll destroy your great metropolis realm. The 3rd young Master Feng ran into a lot of trouble ever since he came to this place. He was hunted down by ferocious beasts, and most of his subordinates were killed. There were only 5 people left with him at the moment, and all of them were injured. They finally arrived at a safe place after much difficulty. The 3rd young Master Feng took out a jade talisman right away, getting ready to inform the Chamber of Commerce to deal with that brat Ditian and vent his anger. 3rd young Master, where are you? The jade talisman sent him a message before he could contact them. The 3rd young Master Feng had been busy killing ferocious beasts for the past few days, so he had no time at all. They didn't know what happened, but there were countless ferocious beasts around, and killing them gave them a headache. I was put in a dangerous situation by that damn Ditian. The 3rd young Master Feng wanted to tell his father about his suffering, but a familiar roar came from the other side of the phone. Look at what you've done. I didn't ask you to go to the auction. Where did you go? You still have the cheek to say this. The 3rd young Master Feng couldn't help but be afraid of his father. He wasn't afraid of others, but he was afraid of his father. Father, that Ditian doesn't know what's good for him. Immediately send people to destroy the great metropolis realm. It's best if you capture Ditian alive. The 3rd young Master Feng said with a murderous look. I want to deal with that brat personally. Bastard, who asked you to deal with Ditian? If not for you, our World Commerce Chamber wouldn't have become a joke. I'll deal with you when you come back. The jade talisman cut off the connection. The 3rd young Master Feng was scolded badly, and he was at a loss at the same time. What the hell? What happened? The 3rd young Master Feng would never have thought that his stubbornness would cause him to lose an opportunity. Thinking of his furious father, he pondered how to explain when he returned. In the hall of the Invincible Palace, they had always been suspicious of Ditian's words. Through private information they knew that Ditian was fine. But since he said so, they couldn't ask him what he was busy with. Lin Fei knew from the information he had gathered that the people in charge of the Wind and Cloud Commerce Chamber and Hell and Heaven were in charge. Both Tianyang and Huang Chuan were wily old foxes. It's fine. We just arrived. Tianyang and Huang Chuan said at the same time. As businessmen, they wouldn't get angry over this. They were particular about making money with harmony. Seeing Ditian's young appearance, the 2 of them were shocked. This person was really too young. But this young man had personally killed several heavenly gods. You can't judge a book by its cover. No one would believe that such a person was walking around if they didn't see it with their own eyes. Even heavenly gods were easily killed by him. Heavenly god Luoxian felt uncomfortable seeing Ditian again. But he still had to smile. It was very uncomfortable. Ditian, we meet again. Lin Fei smiled. I didn't expect you to come. I'm really surprised. If it wasn't for the ruler weapon and battle suit, do you think I would come? Heavenly god Luoxian cursed in his heart. Ditian hadn't reached the heavenly god realm yet, but his combat strength was already several levels higher than him. Vent my anger? How? Why did the sect give me such a mission? Are they torturing me? Daoist Ditian, you're a famous person now. I knew that someone like you would definitely soar to the sky. Heavenly god Luoxian said seriously. Chapter 1744. P.S. Sorry, I was dragged out by someone to force me to drink last night. I'm so drunk that I can't even write. Thank you everyone for your monthly votes. Xiaoku will cover her face and run away. Lin Fei felt great. Of course, no one would take Empyrean deity Luoxian's words seriously. Whoever believed him would be the greatest fool in the world. Lin Fei knew better than anyone that such a person would definitely kill him if he had the chance. The more displeased the other party was, the happier Lin Fei was. So what if you're unhappy? You still have to endure it. You're flattering me. I'm just lucky. I'm not that great. Lin Fei said modestly. Heavenly god Luoxian felt even more uncomfortable, and he cursed Ditian several dozen times in his heart. He wanted nothing more than to leave this place right away, but he had no choice but to endure it for now when he thought of the mission he had to complete. At the very least, this was not a good time to offend Ditian. Didn't they see that the representatives of the Wind and Cloud Merchant Associations and the Heaven and Hell Merchant Associations wanted to pay a visit to Ditian? What an honor this was. Even their righteous sect might not be able to put on such airs to make two peak-tier merchant associations take the initiative to pay a visit. He could only endure it for now. Heavenly deity Tianyang interjected. Fellow Taoist Ditian, you are too humble. Right now, in the entire territory, who doesn't know of your capabilities? You killed 6 heavenly deities in succession. The title of number 1 among the younger generation is definitely yours. These words infuriated Luoxian. Empyrean god Luoxian had always viewed himself as the number 1 expert of the younger generation. Later on, a character like Ditian appeared and did something earth-shattering. Ditian surpassed him, and the gap between them grew wider and wider. Slaying a god? Empyrean god Luoxian could do it, but he couldn't do it as cleanly as Ditian. This was the difference between them. Empyrean god Arakawa laughed as well. Amongst the younger generation, you are the most qualified, fellow Taoist. If a disciple of my conglomerate was even half as strong as you, I would be overjoyed. This is pushing me to the heart of the struggle. Lin Fei did not take these false reputations seriously. No matter how great a false reputation was, if he did not have the ability, he was just a paper tiger. People could easily defeat him. Since they said so, Lin Fei would not refuse. Number 1 among the younger generation? He was indeed qualified to be one. The two of you think too highly of me. Lin Fei said unhurriedly. However, because of your words, I will use tea in place of wine to toast everyone. Tianyang and Arakawa nodded to themselves. This Ditian was indeed courageous. The top ranker of the younger generation. This position wasn't something anyone would dare to sit on. If one didn't have the courage and spirit, they wouldn't even dare to accept it. Although Ditian didn't say anything, how could the two of them not understand the tone of his voice? Their understanding of Ditian was limited to the information they had gathered from their investigations. Now that they personally saw Ditian, the two of them could tell how extraordinary he was. At the very least, he was someone with great resolution. No wonder he dared to kill a heavenly deity and was even a heavenly deity from a major sect. Empyrean god Luoxian was extremely jealous. Even he didn't dare to admit that he was the number 1 of the younger generation. The territory was so big, and there were countless experts of the younger generation. This position was like being the number 1 in the world. Whoever did it would be unlucky. Ditian is really shameless. He even dares to wear such a hat. As long as I spread the news, although no one will come looking for trouble with you now, When those fellows come out, let's see how you're going to become the number one of the younger generation. Empyrean god Luoxian didn't dare to fight Ditian recklessly. The 6 heavenly deities had been slaughtered. They weren't immortal sovereigns, immortal kings, or rulers. They were all genuine heavenly deities. They couldn't do anything to Ditian, but Empyrean god Luoxian could at least discuss Ditian a little. Aren't you arrogant? Let's see how long you can be arrogant for. Empyrean god Luoxian's mood inexplicably improved when he thought of this. I'm afraid the 3 of you didn't come to visit just to have some tea. If you have anything to say, just say it. I'm the most straightforward person. Lin Fei put down his cup and said this. Tianyang and Arakawa didn't plan on getting to the main topic so quickly. This Ditian was too straightforward. They were caught off guard. But then again, they liked to discuss things with people who were straightforward. Our wind and cloud commerce would like to make a deal with you. Tianyang was the first to speak. It's about the weapons and battle robes that you handed over to the Heavenly Fate Tower for auction. When Lin Fei provided the weapons and battle robes to the Heavenly Fate Tower, he didn't ask them to keep it a secret at all. The same goes for the Heavenly Fate Tower. As long as you're willing, the price is not a problem. The wind and cloud commerce can afford it. Empyrean god Arakawa added. The 2 of them were determined to get it. Lin Fei frowned and put on a troubled expression. You two, you're a step too late. Tianyang and Arakawa's hearts thumped. Did someone beat them to it? This wasn't what they wanted to see. Is there nothing else? The 2 of them asked anxiously. The 2 of them knew very well what a sovereign weapon that surpassed the weapon refining sect would mean in the future. Invincible weapons would become the mainstream in the future territories. In the future, everyone would be proud to own an invincible weapon or battle robe. And those who didn't would do everything in their power to get their hands on one, unwilling to fall behind others. Lin Fei said with a troubled expression, The 2 of you came to visit me with great sincerity, but these weapons and battle robes aren't as easy to obtain as cabbages. They require time to refine, so I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I can only apologize. If I have something good, I'll definitely contact you too. The 2 of them really did want to obtain a large number of weapons and battle robes from Ditian. After listening to Lin Fei's words, the 2 of them understood that these things weren't that easy to obtain. These perfect quality weapons would definitely require time to refine. It was no wonder that Ditian would say such a thing. Ditian was a pretty good person. The 2 of them had a much better impression of Ditian. Not only was this guy straightforward, but he was also very honest. If they knew that Ditian had a large number of weapons and battle robes, they probably wouldn't have thought this way. That's a pity. Empyrean god Tianyang shook his head. I wanted to buy a few for my clansmen. Empyrean god Arakawa had a similar expression. He didn't doubt Ditian's words at all. Good things weren't as easy to obtain as cabbages. The 2 of them realized one thing from Lin Fei's words. Ditian had an expert backing him. These sovereign weapons and battle robes hadn't been refined by Ditian, but by the person behind him. To be able to refine weapons and battle robes of such quality meant that the person behind him was definitely not weak. On the contrary, he was extremely powerful. They had never heard of such a person before. It was as if he had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and trampled over the weapon refining sect. As long as Ditian was around, the weapon refining sect would never be able to rise again. Chapter 1745. Tianyang and Huang Chuan sat in the Invincible Palace for a while before leaving. God Luoxian did the same, but he didn't get anything. He had always been arrogant and was always embarrassed to be defeated by Ditian. This time he only listened and rarely spoke. After coming out, Heavenly God Luoxian bade farewell to the 2 of them and left. Tianyang and Huang Chuan didn't think much of it. They thought that God Luoxian was embarrassed. What happened on the sacred mountain seemed secretive, but it wasn't. It wasn't difficult to find out. The 2 didn't care too much. After they came out, the 2 of them also left to digest the information they had received so that they could judge Ditian better. For the time being, Ditian was still very useful to their merchant associations. Once they returned to their respective senfu, they set up an array and sent the news back to ask for the merchant association's opinion. This wasn't a small matter. Come. After they left, Lin Fei summoned someone. In an hour, go find Tianyang of the Wind and Cloud Trade Association. Tell him I want to see him. Invite him over. Oh right, don't let anyone find out. It's best to find a stranger to inform him. The man nodded repeatedly and retreated. Lin Fei poured himself a cup of fragrant tea. He took his time to drink. The Wind and Hell Heaven Merchant Associations are really generous. It would be a pity if they didn't make good use of it. Lin Fei squinted. I'm going to rope them in. Lin Fei was very clear about his current situation. If they passed, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. If they didn't leave, Lin Fei didn't mind roping them in. When the time came, they would come out to support him. As long as he passed this stage and obtained enough God sparks, no matter how many came, it wouldn't matter. Tianyang returned to Senfu and sent the news back. Although they didn't get anything done, Tianyang was still very satisfied. At least Ditian had a good impression of them. Thinking of Third Young Master Feng, Tianyang couldn't help but laugh. If Third Young Master Feng knew this result, he would probably regret it even more. If the merchant associations could cooperate with Ditian on a deeper level, the Wind and Cloud Trade Association could trample on the World Trade Association. Tianyang did not intend to go back so early. Just as Tianyang was thinking about this, one of his subordinates came in and said that someone wanted to see him. He said that it was an extremely important matter. Tianyang was also a man of action, so he asked his subordinates to bring the person in. Tell me, what's so important? Tianyang did not ask who the other party was. He asked with a smile on his face, giving off a friendly feeling. I'm here on the orders of the palace master. Tianyang didn't pay much attention to it at first, but with his quick thinking, he quickly realized who the palace lord was. In order to confirm it, he asked, Who is your palace lord? My palace master is Ditun. The person who came said, Bring him down and reward him with 500,000 holy stone. Tianyang's lips curled up into a smile. He thought to himself, Huang Chuan, you're going to lose to me this time. Once again, he exited the invincible palace. Tianyang was in a good mood. Ditun sure knows how to get things done. It's clear that it's not easy to talk to people in front of me, so he sent someone to inform me in private. Although there aren't many things, it can increase the strength of some people in the Chamber of Commerce. On the way back to Senfu, Tianyang was still in a good mood. On this trip, he first obtained Ditian's guarantee that he could buy a batch of rulers' weapons and battle robes. For the time being, there were no low-grade divine weapons, which made Tianyang happy for a long time. As long as he brought these things back, Tianyang knew very well that his influence in the Chamber of Commerce would increase by a lot. With such a good thing, who wouldn't want to prepare it for their own clansmen? It was a good thing that was invincible at the same rank. Not only could Tianyang prepare it for his own clansmen, he could also use it as a favor. With a certain understanding of what kind of person Ditian was, he knew that this guy was a typical hard rock. Using force to threaten him would not work, which also made it impossible for everyone to buy weapons and battle robes from Ditian. Fortunately, I didn't go back early. Otherwise, I would have missed an opportunity. Tianyang was elated, and prepared to wait here until he got his hands on the things. These things were too important. If he didn't bring them back personally, Tianyang wouldn't be at ease. After all, in the past few days, there had been news that someone had been ambushed by an expert on his way back, and had stolen the invincible weapon that he had bought at the auction. Among them, there was no lack of half-step heavenly god experts. There were even some unaffiliated heavenly gods who joined forces and secretly attacked the major forces, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. From this, it was sufficient to prove that the temptation of the invincible weapon was irresistible, which was why they took the risk and had to get their hands on the invincible weapon. Tianyang didn't dare to let anyone send it back, because he couldn't afford to lose it. Just as Tianyang was quietly feeling pleased, thinking that he was the only person he was cooperating with, Huang Chuan also walked out of the invincible palace excitedly, returning to his residence in Senfu. What a tactful Ditian! This trip wasn't in vain. I finally got my hands on the invincible weapon and the invincible battle robe. With these treasures, I can explain myself when I return. Huang Chuan was very satisfied. The Hell Heaven Chamber of Commerce was very big. The 3 top chambers of commerce had unimaginable resources. It wasn't like they didn't have any blacksmiths and grandmasters, but they really didn't have the invincible weapon. Besides buying a portion of it back, the other reason was to get the blacksmiths of the chamber to decipher the refining method. If they could get the method, the Hell-Heaven Chamber of Commerce would rise to become the largest chamber of commerce, monopolizing the weapons and battle robes business, and would no longer need to cooperate with the weapon refining sect. I wonder what Tianyang's expression will be when he finds out? Huang Chuan really wanted to know. It would be very interesting to think about it. Huang Chuan wouldn't tell Tianyang about this now. As long as they continued to cooperate, Huang Chuan believed that he would get the auction rights sooner or later. At that time, the influence of the Hell-Heaven Chamber of Commerce would undoubtedly rise to another level. At that time, the Hell-Heaven Chamber of Commerce would be the largest of the 3 top chambers of commerce. Thinking of this, Huang Chuan was in a good mood. That night, he drank a few bottles of good wine alone. As for why Tian would be interested in the Hell-Heaven Chamber of Commerce, Huang Chuan didn't think too much about it. The 3 top chambers of commerce had almost the same amount of influence. It didn't make much difference who they chose. Inside the Invincible Palace, Lin Fei was also in a very good mood. Whether it was Tianyang or Huang Chuan, Lin Fei's reply was the same. Thinking of how they were guarding against each other, it was hilarious. "Master, you're really too bad." Little Devil flew down from Lin Fei's side and landed on his shoulder, a naughty smile on his face. "My part is broken. I didn't ask them to do anything." Lin Fei shrugged his shoulders. Chapter 1746. P.S. The previous chapter should be 1699. Sorry. The influence of the auction was still brewing. The experts who were rushing to this nameless place had already spread the news of the invincible weapons of the same level. No one could stop the news from spreading. The great metropolis world started to enter the sights of some people. It was no longer nameless. The Tianyun Tower also started to gain fame. No one could ignore its auction ability. Its influence was also increasing rapidly. The second auction was also announced for half a year later. This news made the Tianyun Tower famous once again. The most famous wasn't the Tianyun Tower, but Tian of the Invincible Palace. No matter who mentioned this name, they would be stunned. After that, it was unknown who it was, but a piece of news swiftly circulated around. There were people who said that Tian was the top ranker of the younger generation, and the rumors were indeed true. For example, he killed 6 heavenly gods. Who in the young generation could do that? Even among the 10 young masters of the past, there were now 10 heavenly gods. Several of them had already fallen. The difference between them wasn't small. There was even news that back then on the Divine Mountain Tian had been attacked by a powerful figure. He had luckily survived. This was undoubtedly more in line with the demeanor of the number 1 of the young generation. Tian had the title of number 1 of the young generation. Whether they were convinced or not, this title quietly landed on Tian's head. For the time being, no one of the young generation dared to clash with Tian. 6 heavenly gods had been killed. It wasn't as simple as it sounded. At least for now, no one dared to go. The Invincible Palace didn't deny it either. The title of number 1 of the young generation landed on Tian's head just like that. What followed was all sorts of rumors, all aimed at Tian. Some said that Tian was seeking his own death. Even young Master Luoxian, who was the leader of the 10 young masters, didn't dare to call himself number 1 of the young generation. What did Tian do to deserve to be called number 1? Soon people would definitely come knocking on his door. Many people in the great metropolis world were completely excited. There was a good show to watch. Originally, the people of the great metropolis world didn't doubt this news. They thought that Tian had the strength to be the number 1 of the young generation. Everyone cheered. In the great metropolis world, Tian single-handedly turned everything around. Now that he was in the limelight, it was also because of him. No one doubted Tian's ability. Everyone felt that Tian's position was solid, and there was nothing fake about it. This kind of momentum was also getting more and more intense. What a joke, what a great joke. How can someone like Tian be the number 1 genius of the younger generation? Near the Tianyun Tower, inside a senfu. When Zhao Ji heard the news outside, he couldn't help but mock. What qualifications does he have to be the number 1 of the younger generation? Why doesn't he take a look at himself first? Does he really think that he can soar to the sky just because of an auction? Zhao Ji did not leave. None of the people from the crafting sect left. Ever since the day of the auction, the crafting sect had been dealt a heavy blow. The weapons and armors made by the crafting sect had also begun to be affected. People began to doubt their quality. This was something the crafting school did not wish to see. In the past, the crafting sect's weapons and battle armor had been one of the best in the weaves market. Their supply had never been able to meet the demand, and countless people had been eyeing them. But now, the Tianyun Pavilion's auction had affected the crafting sect. After returning that day, they stayed in Senfu. When the news spread, the crafting sect was in an uproar. They did not believe that a remote place would have weapons and battle armor that could compete with the crafting sect. If it wasn't for the fact that the person who spread the news had a lot of weight in the crafting sect, perhaps the higher-ups of the crafting sect would have thought that it was a joke and not taken it seriously. After the higher-ups of the crafting sect were alarmed, the vice-sect leader personally led a team to the great metropolis world. This group of people was waiting for the higher-ups to arrive. The people in Senfu were already used to it. It would be abnormal if Zhaoji did not come a few times a day. He was very envious. The number one genius of the younger generation. No one could refuse such a title no matter who it was. In Zhaoji's opinion, Ditian was just so. As for the rumor that he had killed the 6 heavenly gods, many people had not seen it with their own eyes. Who knew who had actually killed them? Senior brother Zhao. Someone is looking for you outside. Zhaoji stopped nagging and raised his eyebrows. Who's here? Who are you looking for? Every day in Senfu, Zhaoji felt extremely uncomfortable. It was as if this was the great metropolis world, the territory of that damn Ditian. He didn't say who he was. He just handed us a sign and said that we would know who he is when we see him. Zhaoji could not be bothered to look at the sign. He thought that it was someone trying to curry favor. He waved his hand. What sign? Does he really think that he's the number one and can come as he pleases? Senior brother Zhao, I think. It's better for you to take a look. The junior brother hesitated and said, handing over the sign. Zhaoji was already angry, especially after hearing the news outside. Now that his junior brother dared to speak to him like this, he would be a laughingstock if word got out. What are you looking at? Now that the elders are all researching invincible weapons, I'm the most important here. If I say I don't want to see him, then I won't. Zhaoji indeed had the tone to say this. The junior brother shrunk his neck. But if we reject an important guest, I'm afraid the elders. Zhaoji glared at this junior brother. So troublesome. The sign was in Zhaoji's hands. He glanced at it casually. Zhaoji's heart sank and revealed a rare look of panic. Quick, hurry up and invite him in. No. It's better for me to go personally. On the sign it was a scene of hell. Daoist Senluo, I'm really sorry. I didn't know you were here. In the living room of Senfu, the old man who had been researching invincible weapons was sitting in his seat and speaking apologetically to a guy in a black robe in front of him. Ever since he returned from the auction, the old man had been researching invincible weapons, trying to unravel the mystery within. It was a pity that he didn't make any progress even after a long time. He didn't intend to come out at first. When he heard Zhaoji's message, he left the others to continue researching and came out in a hurry. This was because the black-robed man in front of him was a great partner of the weapon refining sect. He was one of the 7 overlords, the Senluo overlord. The weapon refining sect was famous and had worked with various forces, big and small. The 3 top trade unions were also partners, and some of them had close ties. The Senluo overlord was one of them. He was a powerful existence that controlled the battle fortress. The weapon refining sect didn't dare to belittle him. Chapter 1747. Flaming Overlord. An overlord that had risen to prominence in the Great Domain. He had carved a bloody path out of the Blood Sea and obtained a top-grade war weapon like the battle fortress. His name had spread throughout the Great Domain. There was no one who didn't know how terrifying the Senluo overlord was. He was a super expert that had advanced from the sovereign realm to the heavenly god realm. Even now, no one knew the true strength of the Senluo overlord. Those who had fought against him had all died at his hands, and that was how he had gained his fearsome reputation. Flaming Overlord was a terrifying existence. The Azura Hell was the object that made him famous. That was why Zhaoji was so afraid when he saw the symbol of the Azura Hell. If others knew that the Azura Hell had personally come to the great metropolis world, They would probably widen their eyes in shock. Experts like the Azura Hell rarely went out. Even if he went out, it would be to explore some dangerous places and search for all sorts of rare treasures to increase his strength. The two of them exchanged a few words. The old man invited the overlord inside for a chat. As for what they talked about, no one knew. When the old man came out, there was a smile on his face. The overlord put on his cloak and left as if he had never appeared. Little Zhao, don't go out for a few days. Inform me immediately when the people from the sect arrive. The old man once again entered the spatial treasure he had brought with him. When he entered, he couldn't help but think to himself, with the intervention of the Sanluo overlord, it'll be much easier to deal with Di Tian. Since he dared to go against our crafting sect, he'll regret it sooner or later. Now, as long as the higher-ups agree, Di Tian can do whatever he wants. Zhao Zi's eyes darted around happily, and he repeatedly expressed that he wouldn't forget. When the old man disappeared, he was filled with pride. Di Tian, you're dead this time. All I can say is that you should never have grasped the art of refining an invincible weapon. The overlord was currently in a small world outside the starry sky. Brother Sanluo, you're back. This small world was a dead planet, and it had its own limitations. At the core of the small world, there were 3 experts sitting there, their auras perfectly concealed. Even so, one could still feel that these 3 experts were extremely powerful. The aura that they unintentionally emitted was also suppressed by them. Will you feel at ease if I don't come back? Sanluo overlord sneered at the 3 of them the moment he reached the core area. Old brother Sanluo, look at what you're saying. It's as if we don't trust you. A short, middle-aged man in the middle said with a smile. Occasionally, a light flashed in his eyes as he pulled everyone together. The Sanluo overlord sat down. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? We've been fighting for such a long time after all. We all know that if it weren't for the importance of this matter, it would be very difficult for us to sit together. The short middle-aged man laughed dryly, as if he had been hit on the mark. Sanluo, your temper is still the same. You've never changed. The burly man on the left had a full beard and a terrifying look in his eyes. Junhai, don't talk so much. If anyone heard this name, they would be surprised. To dare to call himself ocean-suppressing and speak to the Sanluo overlord in such a manner, who else could it be other than the ocean-suppressing overlord of the 7 overlords? The short, middle-aged man was indeed the ocean-suppressing overlord, one of the 7 overlords, a giant of the territory. I was just saying casually. Who knew that old brother Sanluo would take it seriously? The ocean-suppressing overlord said indifferently. Alright everyone, stop talking. The middle-aged man on the right had a vigorous chi and blood like a burning flame. We didn't come all this way just to talk. Sanluo, don't take it seriously. He's just like that. The Sanluo overlord glanced at the ocean-suppressing overlord. I won't take it seriously. Everyone can do whatever they want. If anyone knew that a total of 4 overlords had appeared under the starry sky, they would probably be shocked. Any single overlord was extraordinarily powerful, let alone 4 overlords appearing at the same time. No matter how big or small the forces were, they would all be shocked. Sanluo is right. There's no need to hurt our friendship over this. The vigorous middle-aged man was called the Myriad Dao Overlord. You went to the great metropolis realm. Did you sense Di Tian's presence? The 4 of them had come here for the same purpose. Their goal was to take down Di Tian. The news of the appearance of the 8th battle fortress had spread long ago. First they didn't care. The 3 battle fortresses had disappeared for a long time. It wasn't easy to find them. How could a mere brat control a battle fortress? But a few days ago they received news that shocked them. They didn't think that the battle fort would actually appear. Not only did they receive news about the battle fort, they also received news about the invincible weapon that could suppress the crafting school's weapon. This was definitely a big deal. The overlords rarely chose to work together. If they could take down the battle fortress, or even the invincible weapon, the benefits would be immeasurable. It would be enough for the 7 overlords to surpass the 8 sects. Now the 8 sects had greatly expanded their influence. Their territory was led by the 8 sects. The position of the 7 overlords was below that of the 8 sects. This made the 7 overlords very unhappy. They didn't have many ways to restrict the 8 sects. Their experts weren't as strong as the 8 sects either. The fact that they could last until now had a lot to do with the battle fortress. That was why today's scene happened. I've already mentioned it to the crafting sect. They're very dissatisfied with the invincible weapon and DTON. I mentioned it a bit and they said that they have their own methods. I believe that soon they'll make trouble for DTON. We can also take the opportunity to see who's backing DTON. Overlord Sunluo said confidently. DTON is indeed mysterious. Now there's news that he's the number one of the young generation. Maybe the 8 sects purposely spread this rumor to make DTON hate them. Overlord Sunluo sneered. But this guy's backing is mysterious. He's so young and strong. Rumor has it that he's cultivated 5 deity clones. If we can get it, even the 8 sects will have to step aside. Yeah, the 8 sects only have deity emperors as their backing. What's so great about that? Overlord Zhenhai said coldly. But everyone could hear the jealousy in his tone. As long as we get the battle fortress, the deity clones technique, and the invincible weapon technique, the 8 sects will have to step aside. We'll have the capital to stand tall in the future. Chapter 1748. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind Invincible King of Upgrade. And listen to more of your suggestions for the novel. Follow the official account. Add friends on WeChat. Add the official account, Enterkdread. And tell me secretly. When the invincible weapon was spreading like wildfire. People from the Bliss Palace, the Thousand Goblins sect, the Shuntian Palace, and the Holy Demon Overlord arrived at the great metropolis realm one after another. Ever since they received the news from the sect, the 4 forces rushed over without stopping, for fear of being late. It's rare for such a small place to be so lively. DTON does have some ability. It's just that he's too arrogant. He dares to imprison people from our sect. This time we must get an explanation from him. Everyone, if you have the time, why don't you redeem him first? The 4 forces arrived almost at the same time. They did not invade the great metropolis heaven. From the information sent back by the sect's experts, they were clear about one thing. Although the great metropolis heaven didn't look like much, in fact, there was an array formation outside that was very powerful. Right now, no matter how much resentment and dissatisfaction they had towards DTON, they were not willing to rashly barge in. The sect's god was still in DTON's hands. They had to get him back first. Immediately, people from their respective warships went down to inform the Invincible Palace. They didn't act personally. In truth, they also had the thought of letting DTON personally welcome them. They wanted to destroy DTON's prestige and prove that they didn't place DTON in their eyes at all. The messenger returned quickly. They also wanted to see what DTON was capable of, daring to imprison their sect's heavenly god expert. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Not only did he not see anyone, he did not even see a shadow. The 4 powers were all enraged. This DTON was truly arrogant. They had already given him a lot of face by coming here personally, yet he still didn't come out to welcome them? Inform the Invincible Palace. They would not lower themselves to go to the Invincible Palace. For idiots. In the Invincible Palace, Lin Fei withdrew his divine sense and sneered. Do they really think that this is their territory? Aren't they embarrassed that I went out to welcome them? Are they preparing to show their strength? Lin Fei wasn't interested in welcoming them. Didn't he know whose territory this was? This is my territory, I have the final say. Battle number 1, go and teach them a lesson. If you're here to redeem someone, then you should have the awareness to do so. Lin Fei passed the order to battle number 1. In the absence of Lin Fei's command, battle number 1 would be the second in command. Taking me down a notch? I'll give you a show of strength first. Lin Fei understood their character very well. They thought that they were so noble that they could not wait for others to flatter them. However, this trick did not work on Lin Fei. The leaders of the 4 factions were really going to fight it out with DTON. A full 2 hours passed. DTON had yet to appear. Suddenly, a huge black object appeared outside the starry sky. Xiao xiao xiao. The black behemoth shot out beams of destructive light. The first wave alone contained more than 100 beams. Bang bang bang. No one present had expected to be attacked. The warships shook violently, and so did the immortals inside. Bastard! DTON is a bastard. How dare he attack us? DTON deserves to die. The light beam attacks were densely packed. In less than a dozen breaths' time, several of the warships brought by the four factions were destroyed. Fragments of the warships filled the sky and floated around. Retreat. This is the attack of the battle fortress. The warships cannot withstand it. The four factions hurriedly ordered their men to retreat. Their faces darkened. As they listened to their subordinates' reports, their faces darkened even more. They were the top sects of the dominions. Now that they were suddenly attacked by the enemy, they lost a few warships in the blink of an eye. How could they not be furious? This is the territory of the great metropolis realm. Unregistered warships are prohibited from entering. Violators will be killed without mercy. Battle number 1's cold voice came from the battle fortress. The light beams filled the sky, causing the four leaders to feel apprehensive. They kept retreating until they reached a safe place. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. The battle fortress is really scary. Ordinary warships won't be able to withstand such concentrated attacks. Even if they wear battle suits, it won't help. This Dtion is harder to deal with than we thought. Which one of you dares to look down on Dtion now? No matter how angry the four Empyrean leaders were, they were powerless against the Black Battle Fortress. If the Battle Fortress kept using this kind of attack to tie them down, coupled with Dtion's Empyrean clone, they seemed to understand why the Empyrean gods of their sects would give up on attacking and allow the enemy to put them under house arrest. In the face of death, surrender and house arrest were nothing. Empyrean god Yuanhong of the Bliss Palace could not help but frown. He was sure that this was Dtion's doing. Who else could it be other than the arrogant Dtion who dared to attack indiscriminately? Sir, that battle fortress's attacks are too terrifying. Our warships are already damaged to varying degrees. If the hull is hit again, our warships will be scrapped. Someone reported immediately. Mighty One Yuanhong suddenly felt powerless. This Dtion really knew how to cause trouble. They just wanted to put on a show of strength so that Dtion would know not to be too arrogant. But now, he had destroyed several of their warships with a single attack. These losses? They could not say it. Sir, look, someone's coming out. Mighty One Yuanhong had already decided that he would enter the Invincible Palace personally, and bring them out first. Putting on a show of strength was to target Dtion. Fortunately, they would have the upper hand in the following negotiations. Now it seemed like it would not work. They had to think of another way. Dtion looked young, but he had a bad temper. He knew that they were one of the four major factions, but he still dared to attack them personally. It was obvious that he did not take them seriously at all. Since things had come to this, the only thing they could do was to lower their heads and do things according to the other party's wishes. For example, taking the initiative to pay a visit. It's Dtion. Empyrean god Yuanhong's expression turned solemn. Even though it was his first time seeing it, Empyrean god could tell at a glance that the one flying out was Dtion. However, it was not Dtion himself but a clone, and it was at the Empyrean god realm. My apologies, everyone. I didn't know you were here personally. I thought it was some roving bandits. Recently, there have been many detestable roving bandits robbing immortals nearby. I didn't expect you to be here. If you had sent someone to inform me, none of this would have happened. Lin Fei's clone said to everyone as soon as he arrived. Do you think we're roving bandits? How dare you say that? The Empyrean gods of the four factions did not believe what Dtion said. They had sent people to inform him twice. If he knew, he would have found out a long time ago, and he would not have waited until now. Dtion, I am Empyrean god Yuanhong of the Bliss Palace. I want to know how my sect's mighty one is doing. I want to bring him back. Empyrean god Yuanhong did not want to waste his breath on such matters. They only had themselves to blame for this. If they had taken the initiative to pay a visit, the other party would not have attacked them with a battle fortress. So it's the renowned Bliss Palace. You guys sure are fast. Lin Fei's clone chuckled. Don't worry. Your sect's mighty one is doing fine with me, and I'm taking good care of him. Do you really think Empyrean gods are pigs? Taking good care of them? How dare you say that? Empyrean god Yuanhong held back his anger. I want to redeem my sect's mighty one. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Sure. I'm a friendly person. I'll always give those who have done wrong a chance. Here's what you want. A storage ring flew over. Lin Fei's clone grabbed it, and it landed in his hand. He scanned it with his divine sense and confirmed that it was a divinity inside. He was delighted. The Bliss Palace sure was rich. The Bliss Palace sure is straightforward. Lin Fei took out the divinity and put it in his storage ring. When are you going to release him? Empyrean God Yuanhong felt the pinch of having to pay 3 divinities. He had to pay for the sake of the Empyrean gods no matter what. As long as Tian released him, it would not be too late to take it out on him. Release him in 3 days. Empyrean God Yuanhong said unhappily. Why 3 days later and not now? Lin Fei's clone said with a straight face. You really can't blame me for this. It's a few mighty ones from your sect who have nothing better to do. They said that they're going to train in isolation and come out in 3 days at the earliest. Training in isolation? Who would train at a time like this? Empyrean God Yuanhong had never seen anyone so thick-skinned, but he really could not find anything to refute. If the Empyrean gods of his sect were really training in isolation, wouldn't that be a slap to his face? I'll believe you for 3 days. If I don't see the Empyrean gods of my sect after 3 days, you'll regret what you said today. Furthermore, the divinities of the Bliss Palace aren't that easy to take. Empyrean God Yuanhong said coldly. I said 3 days, so 3 days. Lin Fei's clone said. You can stay in the Great Metropolis realm and wait for them to come out. There's no need for that. I'll just wait outside. Lin Fei's clone said nothing more and turned to look at the other 3 forces. What about you guys? Do you want to pay the ransom? If not, I'll be leaving. It was the first time the 3 forces had met Tian, but they knew that he would not be easy to deal with. Fight? They did not have the courage. Isn't it just 3 divinities? We'll pay. In order to bring back the Empyrean gods, they would at most feel the pinch of giving up 3 divinities. After all, divinities would no longer be so hard to obtain in a few days. Lin Fei of the Invincible Palace laughed heartily. As expected of the major forces, they're really willing to pay up for the ransom of the Empyrean gods. 12 divinities. I just need to refine 8 more, and my 18 Empyrean gods will be complete. When that time comes, you won't dare to say anything even if you find out. The 4 forces each gave up 3 divinities. They only asked for the ransom of the Empyrean gods. A veteran Empyrean god was still very useful. It was far more important than 3 divinities. Wasn't it just 3 days? Chapter 1749. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind the Invincible King of Upgrade, and listen to your suggestions for the novel. Follow the official account, add friends on WeChat, add the official account typed Dread, and tell me secretly. 12 God Sparks, it's really the right time. It did not matter to Lin Fei whether they came in or not. He wanted them to stay outside and not come in. Even though the situation outside looked good, Lin Fei knew better than anyone else that this good situation wouldn't last long. It would be followed by danger. Lin Fei believed that many people were plotting against him in the dark. For example, if the 4 factions obediently handed over the God Sparks, they would not let him go easily if they had the chance. The entire Great Metropolis world would be destroyed. Lin Fei did not want anything to happen to the world that he had worked so hard to strengthen. Therefore, Lin Fei had to increase his combat power. It was very necessary for the 18 clones to reach the heavenly god level. 3 days is enough. Lin Fei took the 12 God Sparks and entered his secret room. At the same time, he informed Heavenly God Li Shan to secretly watch the situation and inform him if anything happened. The people from the 4 factions were waiting outside in the starry sky. They were waiting for Tian to let them out. They did not dare to get close to the Great Metropolis world. The battle fortress was still in the starry sky. The black cannons were still a great threat to them. 3 days. They only had to wait for 3 days. In the eyes of powerhouses like them, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The 4 factions suffered a small loss. Naturally, it fell into the eyes of some people who were observant. Tianyang of the Wind and Cloud Trade Association and Empyrean God Arakawa of the Heavenly Halls of Hell had been paying close attention. The 4 peak powers had clearly wanted to show Tian how powerful they were. In the end, Tian was able to deal with them so easily. This Tian was really someone who was good at using violence. In order to wait for the weapons and battle suits, they were not in a hurry to leave. They saw the situation outside clearly. The only thing they did not understand was why Dition had to hand over the people in 3 days. Was he going to make his clones reach the heavenly god level? How many heavenly god clones did Dition successfully cultivate? This had always been a mystery. Everyone wanted to know the exact number, but unfortunately, up until now there had been no answer. Back then, 5 heavenly deities were already sufficient to shock everyone. If 18 heavenly deities appeared at the same time, they would definitely be able to insta-kill any heavenly deity. Nobody dared to underestimate the invincible weapons and battle robes in Dition's hands. Low-grade god artifacts were invincible among those of the same grade. Who would dare to look down on him? And when the 4 forces arrived, another group of people also quietly entered the great metropolis heaven. Compared to the swagger of the 4 factions, this group was much more low-key. A senfu near the Tianyun Tower quietly activated its restriction. A group of people quickly walked in. Zhao Ji was sitting listlessly. When he heard the noise coming from outside, he was startled and immediately ran out. Zhao Ji greets the elders. A group of people came in and took off their cloaks, revealing solemn faces. Where is the secret chamber? I know. Elder, follow me. Seeing the elders, Zhao Ji was also shocked. The aura from their bodies was so oppressive that he almost couldn't breathe. After the secret chamber's door opened, they walked in. The stone door closed again, leaving Zhao Ji to guard outside alone. Dition, you are going to be in big trouble. At the same time, in another senfu tower, someone also came in. Heavenly god Li Shan was more and more impressed by his master Lin Fei. The 4 factions had set up a show of strength, but Dition had directly used a battle fortress and destroyed a few battleships. In the end, they didn't even react. Heavenly god Li Shan despised them. Li Shan, you are very relaxed. The person came in and appeared not far from Heavenly god Li Shan. Heavenly god Li Shan was startled. He stood up. Lord, why are you here? The person who came was wearing a black robe. He took off his cloak, revealing a murderous gaze. If you still don't come, we, the 7 overlords, will have to change our names. Change our names? Lord, are you talking about the battle fortress? Heavenly god Li Shan reacted quickly. The black-cloaked person sat down. For Heavenly god Li Shan to call him Lord, it was a dark overlord who controlled one of the battle fortresses. First, I thought that it was just a rumor. After seeing it with my own eyes, I know that it is true. This Dition's luck is really not bad, and his temper is also fiery. The 4 factions rarely encounter such a situation. It is really satisfying. The dark overlord laughed loudly. However, this person's origin is mysterious. Coincidentally, I was going to the deity tomb, so I specially came here. Fortunately, I came, otherwise I really wouldn't know that this bastard is plotting against Dition. Heavenly god Li Shan's talent was good. Thus, he was appreciated by the Dark Overlord. As time passed, he also knew some things. Lord, you are saying that the other overlords are also here? The Dark Overlord admired Heavenly god Li Shan very much. Seeing that he had guessed it, he nodded and said, You are getting smarter. Nothing can be hidden from you. Myriad Dao Overlord, Black Embryo Overlord, Sunluo Overlord, and Zhenhai Overlord. These 4 old things are secretly outside Great Metropolis Heaven. They are preparing to have a fight between clams and cranes, and the fishermen will benefit from it. Heavenly god Li Shan said in shock. They are really brave. If they are not brave, they would not be overlords. They are the best at this kind of thing. The Dark Overlord laughed and said, Oh right, how do you feel about Dition? The 4 overlords were hiding in the dark. Heavenly god Li Shan also became anxious. He had to inform his master of this matter as soon as possible to avoid suffering a great loss. With his understanding of Lord should also want to participate in this and get a share of the loot. This was something that Heavenly god Li Shan did not want to see. Right now, he had to stop Lord from participating. Heavenly god Li Shan already knew that they were increasing the battle power of their clones. If nothing unexpected happened, perhaps the 18 clones would be formed soon. Once the 18 clones were formed, no one would be able to block a sudden killing move. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Dition is very mysterious. Heavenly god Li Shan's expression also became solemn. Until now, I have not been able to see through this person. I only know that this person is full of secrets, and his trump cards are endless. I dare say that if the four overlords want to get a share of the loot, their ending is destined to be unlucky. The Dark Overlord knew that Li Shan was not a person who liked to boast, but when he heard Li Shan's words, he was still very shocked. How can you be so sure? Aren't you worried that you are wrong? The four overlords working together with others is not a small matter to Di Tian, it is a big matter. The Dark Overlord was very concerned about the things that Di Tian took out, regardless of whether it was the battle fortress, the invincible battle armor, or the technique to turn clones into heavenly gods. Any one of them would be good stuff if it was spread out. They were irresistible temptations. The Dark Overlord was hesitating whether he should participate or not. I rarely misjudge a person. I'll just say one thing. My lord, if you were to suddenly be surrounded by 18 Empyrean gods, and they were all wielding invincible low-grade god artifacts, would you be able to survive? The Dark Overlord was deep in thought. This question was not easy to answer. Surrounded by 18 heavenly gods, the Dark Overlord thought about it and still felt that he was not confident. The power of invincible weapons had long been spread out, and the influence was growing day by day. Those who had used invincible weapons before were not a match for them at the same realm. Many young prodigies with invincible weapons had become famous in the territories. The Dark Overlord could not block the attacks of 18 heavenly gods. Even though he wanted to refute Li Shan's words and say that the outside world was talking about 18 heavenly god clones, it might not be true. Otherwise, Di Tian would not have sent out 5 heavenly gods to fight, but 18 heavenly gods to surround them. I know what Lord is thinking. I am afraid that the outside world is not true. Di Tian does not have 18 heavenly god clones, but it is better to be safe than sorry. What if he appears? The Dark Overlord's expression changed. Because of this, the Dark Overlord had to be on guard. After being famous for so long, the Dark Overlord really did not want to die one day. You are right. Di Tian is indeed not easy to deal with. If Di Tian really erupts, 1 or 2 of the overlords will die. The Dark Overlord thought it through. Then what do you think we should do next? Heavenly God Li Shan was relieved. He pondered for a moment and said, actually, there is a way. The 4 overlords want to take advantage of us. Lord, you can help us in our time of need and get on Di Tian's good side. Lord, why don't you think about it? Once Di Tian stops the overlords' conspiracy and defeats them, the invincible palace that Di Tian controls will be a rising force in the territories from now on. He will have the right to speak. If we get on Di Tian's good side, we will have a powerful ally in the future. Lord, don't you think so? After all, Di Tian and the 8 major sects will not stand together. The Dark Overlord felt that he had made the right decision to come today. Yes, why did he have to join forces with the 4 overlords? If he failed and lost his life, he would definitely regret it. Helping them in their time of need was different. This would be of great help to his force. If he could kill 1 or 2 overlords, he would be able to expand his force rapidly. This was a great thing. Most importantly, Di Tian would not stand on the side of the 8 major sections. The era of theocracy was not far away. The Dark Overlord also had to think for himself. In the future, the 8 major sects were destined to be extremely powerful. Having such an ally might not be a bad thing. Young people were not all hot-blooded and impulsive. With Di Tian charging forward, it was not a bad thing. The more the Dark Overlord thought about it, the clearer his thoughts became. Rather than attacking Di Tian, why not choose to get on his good side? Once this thought was out, it could not be stopped. Li Shan, you are right. If Di Tian survives this, he will be a rising force in the future. He will be able to stand on the same line as the 8 major sects and the 7 overlords. Getting on Di Tian's good side is a good choice. The Dark Overlord had completely thought it through. Heavenly God Li Shan also heaved a sigh of relief. He did not want the Dark Overlord to die. His words were not for nothing. If his master knew about it, he would be very happy. An overlord's influence could not be underestimated. Now, his master needed influence to strengthen his force in the shortest time possible. Chapter 1750. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind Invincible King of Upgrade, and listen to your suggestions for the novel. Follow the official account, add friends on WeChat, add official account type Dread, and tell me secretly. P.S. Sorry, I made a mistake yesterday. It should be Happy May Day. A group of people appeared in front of the Invincible Palace. Sorry, our palace lord is not here. A guard came out and said indifferently to the group of people in front of him. The Invincible Palace had become very popular these days. Countless people wanted to pay their respects, so the guards at the entrance of the palace became arrogant. They had seen all kinds of important people. Today's group of people looked very imposing, but the guards of the Invincible Palace did not care. They were full of worship for their palace lord. Not here? Are you kidding me? A young man said unhappily. Do you know who we are? If you neglect our weapon refining sect, your palace lord will not dare to say a word if we kill you. Do you believe me? The one who spoke was Zhaoji. The guard's expression changed and he sneered. I've seen many people like you. My palace lord is not here. You don't have to pay a visit if you dare. Zhaoji was furious. You're just a small guard and you dare to talk to me like that? Are you tired of living? The guards of the Invincible Palace were not afraid at all. A few guards not far away also surrounded them. What? Are you trying to cause trouble here? Don't you know what kind of place this is? If you dare to move, there will be people coming to deal with you. Just then a few giant dragons flew across the sky. Brother, someone is trying to cause trouble. The giant dragon in the sky glared at Zhaoji, a cold light shooting out from its eyes. Its cold killing intent locked onto Zhaoji's body. Brat, you want to cause trouble? Zhaoji felt like he had fallen into an endless ice cave when the giant dragon stared at him. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. You dare. Zhaoji's voice trembled as he faced the giant dragon's gaze. Ever since Lin Fei brought the dragon clan out, they were arranged to stay in the great metropolis world. Their daily tasks were simple, just to patrol the surroundings. Who in the great metropolis heaven didn't know how powerful dragons were? Even dragons of the same level could easily defeat experts of the same level. Their equipment was enough to make people envious. When the dragon race appeared in the great metropolis celestial realm, there was a saying that one could offend anyone but the dragon race. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Little Zhao, there's no need to say anymore. Let's go. We'll visit another day. Zhaoji glared at them. I will remember what happened today. Sooner or later you will regret it. This group of people were naturally from the crafting school. They were here to visit Ditian today. His goal was also very simple. He wanted to buy the refinement method from Ditian so that he could continue to monopolize the market of weapons and battle armor. Who would have thought that Ditian wasn't around? The crafting sect gave up on the idea of going in. These people are too full of themselves. Why don't they look at where they are? The moment they left, the Invincible Palace guard said. He couldn't stand these people. After the dragon race saw that everything was fine, they quickly left and continued patrolling. These things happened every day and they didn't care. Back then, there was a ruler of the 9 stars who caused trouble. In the end, the dragon race swarmed him and killed him on the spot. Since then, no one dared to look down on the dragon race. Elder, Ditian must be in the Invincible Palace. He doesn't dare to see us. Zhaoji said angrily. All right, little Zhao. We've given Ditian a chance. Since he doesn't want to see us, perhaps he really isn't here. It doesn't matter anymore. We'll just take it that Ditian chose another path. Now let's go see our old friend. The black-robed man who was addressed as an elder had a cold look in his eyes. The surrounding temperature dropped. Outside the starry sky, the 4 forces stayed on the warship for the time being. They didn't care about 3 days at all. If they could wait for 100 years, 3 days was nothing. At noon, a group of people came to visit. They first visited the Bliss Palace, then the other 3 forces. They didn't stay for long, and no one knew what they discussed. That evening, a piece of news spread throughout the great metropolis. Brother, did you hear? The weapons and battle suits that the Tianyun Tower is auctioning seem to be from the weapon refining sect. No way, how is that possible? I heard about that too. It seems that the Tianyun Tower colluded with some people to ambush one of the elders of the weapon refining sect and stole their latest research. Something like that actually happened? Isn't the Tianyun Tower in trouble? I told you, other than a big sect like the weapon refining sect, which other sect can refine such a top-notch refining technique? Great, now the culprit is here. Looks like it's going to be interesting. The technique that the weapon refining sect researched has been stolen. They must take it back. As soon as the news spread, there was an uproar. Some people thought that the weapon refining sect was jealous and making something out of nothing. Other people said that the Tianyun Tower didn't have the ability to do so, and that the technique must have been stolen. Now that the culprit was here, they wanted to see what else they could say. Both sides quarreled fiercely. More people were prepared to watch a good show. Everyone knew that the Tianyun Tower's auction involved D. Tian. No matter who spread the news, it was ultimately directed at D. Tian. The Invincible Palace didn't show any reaction to this news. The Tianyun Tower branch publicly refuted the rumors, proving that the news was not true, and accused someone of shamelessly trying to ruin the reputation of the Tianyun Tower. In less than 3 days, the news spread far and wide. Some people also became restless. Interesting, really interesting, the weapon refining sect actually played this trick. In a senfu, Tianyang listened to his subordinate's report and laughed. As soon as the news spread, Tianyang knew. Such a lousy excuse, Tianyang didn't need to think to know who wrote it. Other than the weapon refining sect, who else could it be? Now they were jealous of other people's things. Lord, the weapon refining sect's elder said that he wants to see you. After a while, his subordinate came in again to report. Tianyang waved his hand. Go tell them that I'm not feeling well, so forget about the visit. After the subordinate left, Tianyang laughed coldly. Weapon refining sect, you're shooting yourself in the foot. Tianyang didn't like the weapon refining sect that monopolized weapons and battle suits. On the contrary, he had a lot of opinions about it. Now that D. Tian appeared and mastered even more perfect weapons and battle suits, he was very happy to see this situation happen. Tianyang, Huang Chuan, both of you are old foxes. The weapon refining sect's elder visited the 2 Empyrean gods of the Chamber of Commerce, but was rejected. Qiu Muxing's expression turned ugly. After leaving Vice President Huang Chuan's senfu, he cursed in his heart. You rejected my good intentions today, you'll regret it tomorrow. When the time comes, without the weapons and battle suits provided by the sect, let's see if your 2 chambers of commerce won't beg me. Qiu Muxing waved his hand. Let's go. Unable to rope in the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce and Hell Heaven Chamber of Commerce for the time being, Qiu Muxing was right to say that he was angry. As long as the matter was done, he had a way to deal with the 2 old foxes. Just as he returned to the temporary senfu, someone came to report the news. Elder, the people from the World Chamber of Commerce are here. They want to see you. Qiu Muxing's eyes lit up. Good, we've got another helper. Then he quickly walked in. While running around in the weapon refining sect, in the secret room, Lin Fei looked at the 18 Empyrean god clones beside him and couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. I finally have 18 Empyrean god clones. Congratulations to the deity. Congratulations to the deity. The 18 Empyrean god clones around him cupped their hands. Looking at the 18 Empyrean god clones congratulating him, Lin Fei really liked this feeling. Come, put on your equipment. With a wave of Lin Fei's hand, pieces of low-grade divine artifacts flew out and armed the Empyrean god clones. In addition, there were also various types of divine artifacts, all of which were worn on their bodies. If I were to release 18 Empyrean god clones in an instant, as long as they aren't Empyrean gods of a very high realm, I'm afraid they would all be chopped to death by my saber. Lin Fei muttered to himself. Thinking of such a scene, he became excited. After all the Empyrean god clones were armed, Lin Fei checked them up and down and put them away. Lin Fei then took out the extra godhoods, which were temporarily useless. He refined them all in one go, but he didn't get any experience points. After all the souls inside were gone, ding! Obtained a Divine King Shard. Out of several godhoods, only one would obtain a Divine King Shard. Lin Fei didn't want that either. He now had 7 Divine King Shards, which was still a distance away from 100 Divine King Shards. There's no rush. Take it slow. They came out of the secret room. The Dragon King and Yun Tianhen were both there. What's wrong? Did something happen? The Dragon King and Yun Tianhen were very satisfied with their current lives. Someone is planning to cause trouble. The Dragon King recounted everything that happened in detail, including his concerns. Master, this is probably the work of the crafting sect. Our men have also found out that they've secretly contacted the Bliss Palace, as well as the other two major merchant guilds. Yun Tianhen looked worried. They want to unite everyone tomorrow and catch you off guard. Should we deal with them first? Both of them knew that many Empyrean gods were watching. If Ditian was defeated, the Empyrean gods watching would make a move, and the great metropolis world would be overturned in an instant. Their worries were not without reason. They knew that Ditian was very strong. However, there was still a certain distance between him and them. Don't worry. They're just a few clowns. If they dare to come, I dare to kill them all. With a thought, Lin Fei's 18 Empyrean god clones appeared behind him. 18 Empyrean gods. Master, you're really awesome. Ha ha, they're dead meat. The two of them were indeed worried. When they saw the 18 Empyrean god clones armed to the teeth with low-grade divine artifacts, the two of them laughed. It was as if they could see someone in trouble tomorrow. They could imagine that once the 18 Empyrean god clones made a move, killing Empyrean gods would be a piece of cake. Chapter 1751. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind the Invincible King of Upgrade, and listen to your suggestions for the novel. Follow the official account, add friends on WeChat, add the official account typed dread, and tell me in secret. A new sun rose. Another new day had arrived. However, today was not an ordinary day. It was a very important day. The four powers in the starry sky all wanted to bring their sex Empyrean gods out as soon as possible, and there were even more Empyrean gods who were watching in secret. Based on the movements of the great metropolis heaven, they had reason to believe that something would happen today. More people were looking forward to seeing what Ditian would do. The four heavenly gods had already gathered together. Even though they were fighting among themselves, they still gathered together subconsciously. This would serve as a deterrent to Ditian. Do you think Ditian will hand the person over? Heavenly God Yuan Hong of the Bliss Palace was the first to speak. His eyes were fixed on great metropolis world. Haha, of course. Ditian will definitely hand the person over, unless he's willing to wage war against our sect. Heavenly God Ing Shursan of the Thousand Goblins sect sneered. Coupled with his demonic aura, he gave off a terrifying vibe. Ditian must hand the person over. If he doesn't, he's seeking death. Heavenly God Lung Han of the Divine Heaven Palace, clad in white, held his sword with both hands, looking very arrogant. As long as we hand him over, there will be a total of 8 heavenly gods including us. I'm sure everyone has met the weapon refining sect before. I wonder what everyone thinks of him. Heavenly God Li Qi, the last disciple of the holy demonic overlord, said as he swept his gaze across the crowd. They all knew about the crafting sect's visit. They were too close to each other, so it would be difficult for them not to know. Moreover, they also knew about the movements in Great Metropolis World. The culprit was the crafting sect. That depends on the situation. Ditian is insolent. He's not even a true heavenly god yet he can easily kill heavenly gods. If he becomes an heavenly god, or if he uses all 18 clones, I'm afraid there won't be many who can suppress him. So, if there's a chance, I don't mind killing Ditian. Heavenly God Yuan Hong said straightforwardly. The fact that the Bliss Palace had managed to kill an Empyrean god meant that they had a powerful background. Empyrean God Yuan Hong had to avenge his school, and he had his own plans as well. If he could acquire the method to turn himself into an Empyrean god, he might be able to break through to a higher plane in the future. Heavenly God Yuan Hong didn't mind being straightforward. He knew very well what the other 3 clans were thinking. They were thinking the same thing as him. If they could kill Ditian, it would be a great merit, and the benefits would be unimaginable. Ditian must die. If it's possible, I don't mind fighting him once. I also want to see the strength of his celestial doppelganger. Eagle 13 said coldly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The few of them did not hide their thoughts anymore. They all wanted to deal with Ditian. Moreover, with someone leading the charge, they were at ease. Someone's coming. While they were discussing, in the starry sky, Lin Fei's figure appeared and stopped not far from them. Everyone, you must have waited for a long time, Lin Fei said with a smile as soon as he arrived. Where is he? Heavenly God Yuan Hong didn't want to listen to this nonsense. Why are you in such a hurry? My people are here, and I will definitely bring them here. I still have this bit of credibility. Lin Fei waved his hand, and 4 people flew out. These 4 people were the 4 Heavenly God powerhouses that were under house arrest. Heavenly God Scarlet Flame, are you alright? Heavenly God Yuan Hong heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Heavenly God Scarlet Flame. As long as he was still alive, everything was fine. However, in the next second, he saw Heavenly God Scarlet Flame, and his expression changed. Ditian, what did you do to Heavenly God Scarlet Flame? The other 3 clans heaved a sigh of relief at first, but when they heard Ditian's words and saw the state of their Heavenly God powerhouses, they flew into a rage and shouted at Ditian. Ditian, you're shameless. You actually dug out their godheads. Ditian, you're dead meat. The sect will never let you off. They had predicted that Ditian would hand the people over. The only thing they didn't expect was that all the people that Ditian handed over had lost their godheads, and they had completely lost their ability to fight. Lin Fei sent out a palm strike, and the 4 heavenly gods floated out and landed not far away from them. Aren't you ashamed to say that? I'm giving you face by not killing them. Otherwise, they would have died a long time ago. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and shook his head. You really don't know how to be content. Not long after they were placed under house arrest, Lin Fei took away their godheads. Lin Fei couldn't let the heavenly god powerhouses go back. More importantly, godheads were very useful to them. Heavenly God Scarlet Flame was pushed to Heavenly God Yuan Hong's side, and he regained his freedom. His face was full of anger as he stared at Ditian. Ditian, you took our godheads. I'll remember this. Remember me? That's so embarrassing. It's better if you don't remember me. Lin Fei shook his head. Since you've all received them, then scram. Don't provoke me and I'll make you stay. The 4 clans were originally very angry. A heavenly god without a godhead basically didn't have much combat power. If word got out that they had given up 3 godheads for nothing, they would be laughed at, let alone returning to the sect. They were cheated by Ditian once. How could they take this lying down? But now they were very afraid of Ditian. Moreover, the heavenly god powerhouses who returned also told them not to make a move. If they made a move, they would suffer a great loss. Back then, the 5 of them were the best examples. Ditian's strength was too strong. Whoosh, suddenly figures appeared in the starry sky. In less than a moment, they surrounded Ditian. This group of people moved very quickly, and they won because they caught Ditian off guard. Ditian, you killed the experts of our equipment refining sect in secret, and stole our sect's equipment refining technique. Don't you think you have to give our equipment refining sect an explanation? Don't think that others don't know what you've done. The net of heaven has a long arm, but nothing escapes. There will come a time when someone will find out. Cho Mushing said loudly. His voice also spread out. They were making trouble. The heavenly god crafting sect was making trouble. Lin Fei glanced around and said unhurriedly, your crafting sect is really generous. 4 heavenly gods and 15 half-step heavenly gods. Are you trying to force me to confess? As early as last night, Lin Fei already knew that someone was going to cause trouble. After analyzing it, the crafting sect was the biggest suspect. Now it seemed that it was true. Ditian, stop quibbling. You killed our powerhouses and stole our method. Then you passed it off as your own. You're really shameless. Unfortunately, the only thing you didn't do was to let one of them not be killed by you. He saw you kill him with his own eyes. Just nice, everyone is here. Let's be the judge, Cho Mushing said angrily, but his eyes quickly flashed with joy. Ah, Brother Cho, did something like this really happen in your crafting sect? Heavenly God Yuan Hong was also angry. Heavenly God Qihua, who was beside him, was also happy. The crafting sect had 4 heavenly god powerhouses. In addition to the 4 powerhouses present, they might even have other tricks up their sleeves. There might be a total of 10 heavenly god powerhouses who were above the heavenly god level. There was a high chance that they could take down Ditian. Brother Cho, are you sure? How could this happen? Eagle 13 said doubtfully. If it's true, this is too vile. Cho Mushing had already contacted them yesterday and promised them all kinds of benefits. As long as they helped, they were not afraid that they could not take down Ditian. If 5 heavenly gods were not enough, what about 10 heavenly gods? The crafting sect had put in a lot of effort this time. They had brought 4 heavenly god powerhouses and 15 half-step heavenly gods to restrain Ditian. all for the sake of obtaining the method of weapon refinement. Our weapon refining sect has never lied. Ditian thought that he was very secretive, but he neglected to mention that whenever our weapon refining sect goes out, there will always be a person following us in the dark. This is precisely because we are worried that something might happen. Qiu Mushing stared at Ditian in rage. Ditian, you don't have to quibble. Immediately a person walked out. This person stared at Ditian and gritted his teeth. He pointed at Ditian and said, "It's you. I will never forget you for the rest of my life. You killed the powerhouses of my sect. You definitely didn't expect that I would be following you and witnessing everything." Qiu Mushing wanted a reason. Moreover, it came from the mouth of the crafting sect. If others had to choose between Ditian and the crafting sect, they would definitely choose the crafting sect. With a reason, things would be easier. As long as it was someone who saw this scene, they would basically side with the crafting sect. After all, Ditian's sudden appearance in an unfamiliar place was very suspicious of his motives. "Ditian, you still have something to say now," Qiu Mushing shouted angrily, not giving Ditian a chance to explain at all. He was secretly delighted. "Let's see what else you have to say this time." "Ditian, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You actually did such a thing." Heavenly God Yuan Hong shook his head. "You killed the powerhouses of the crafting sect to satisfy your personal desires. Now you took away the godheads of the powerhouses of my sect. Since I came across this matter, the Bliss Palace must avenge the crafting sect. Fellow Taoist Qiu, a person like Ditian is sinister and cunning. You can tell from the way he treated us heavenly gods. This matter was definitely done by him." Eagle 13 sneered. "I don't like this kind of person either. I support the crafting sect taking him down." Heavenly God Lung Han said expressionlessly. The four forces immediately hit Ditian when he was down. They wanted nothing more than to step on his head a few more times. Lin Fei laughed heartily. "Crafting sect, what a good excuse you used. You've really put in a lot of effort to forcibly put a label on me. Also, you must have paid a great price to rope in these people." Qiu Mushing said in a low voice. "Ditian, you don't have to quibble. Now, come with the crafting sect and hand over the technique you stole." Hua hua hua. The surrounding powerhouses closed the distance between them, especially the four heavenly gods. Their divine senses and killing intent locked onto Ditian. The four heavenly gods outside also locked onto Ditian. Since they had promised the crafting sect, they would not miss this opportunity. "Ditian, you killed our ancestor and stole our technique. What else do you have to say? Come with us, the crafting sect, and hand over the technique. We'll deal with you accordingly," Ditian said coldly. Zhaoji was furious. He was here today to act as the person who secretly followed Ditian. He was laughing in his heart. It felt great to shout at Ditian in front of him. Lin Fei suddenly narrowed his eyes. "The 8 heavenly gods really think highly of me. Unfortunately, this is not enough. What if you include us?" Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Chapter 1752. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind The Invincible King of Upgrade, and listen to your suggestions for the novel. Follow the official account, WeChat, add friends, add the official account type Dread, and tell me secretly. A murderous intent permeated the cosmos. A total of 12 heavenly gods. Their divine senses and murderous intent locked onto Ditian. This lineup was already very terrifying. In order to get their hands on the technique, the crafting sect was going all out this time. They had to take down Ditian no matter what, no matter the price. "Ditian, you're very strong, but no matter how strong you are, you might not be able to stop the 12 of us." Qiu Mushing was already prepared. Ditian was very strong. The crafting sect had a lot of connections and could find heavenly gods to help. The other 4 heavenly gods were friends of the crafting sect and happened to be in the great metropolis world. Hearing the invitation, they agreed without hesitation. "It's better that you come with us. If it's really our turn to attack, it might not be a good thing for you." The 12 heavenly gods surrounded Ditian. Anyone would feel pressured. Lin Fei didn't feel any pressure at all. He lightly said, "Crafting sect, you've got some tricks up your sleeve. I've seen shameless people before, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as you guys. No wonder the large sects all have no good people." "Think you're right. Now that everyone is here, I can start." Lin Fei twisted his body. His joints cracked. Kill. Boom boom boom. The terrifying auras of the 18 heavenly gods descended from the sky. It was earth-shattering. Lin Fei was too fast. Qiu Mushing did not expect Ditian to attack so quickly. He wanted to pressure Ditian so that he would not dare to attack. It would be best if he surrendered without a fight. His expression changed instantly. Move! Before he could finish, 18 terrifying auras descended from the sky. One by one they crushed their bodies. They attacked. They really attacked. And they sent 18 heavenly gods. They're going to be in trouble. Outside the cosmos, Tianyang was secretly shocked. I still underestimated Ditian. They can't stop 18 heavenly gods at all. Tianyang knew about the crafting sect's lousy excuse. Therefore he came secretly. As long as Ditian was at a disadvantage, Tianyang would appear to help. Ditian would definitely agree to it if Hu Yuhao used this as an excuse to take a portion of the weapons and battle robes. Businessmen pursued profits and so did Tianyang. Tianyang knew better than anyone else that the crafting school was in for a big loss this time. Find trouble with Ditian? It was the same for Arakawa in heaven and hell. When he saw the 18 heavenly gods, he was extremely shocked. This was especially the case for the weapons the heavenly deities were equipped with, as well as the divine artifacts with special attributes. They were like treasuries, making everyone's eyes go red with envy. Tycoon. Ditian was definitely a tycoon. 2 lower-grade god weapons were extremely extravagant for any heavenly deity. Right now, Ditian's heavenly deity doppelganger was simply way 2F * King Awesome. He couldn't be judged by the standards of ordinary people at all. Huang Chuan didn't need to think too much to know that the crafting sect was going to suffer a great loss. Right now they had to consider whether or not they would be completely wiped out, or whether or not they would be able to survive. Since Lin Fei had already made his move, he did not intend to hold back. Slow down time. As soon as the 18 heavenly deities appeared, Lin Fei struck out with a peak-level time technique hand seal. The moment he made his move, he wanted to strike like lightning. A wave of time power rippled out from the heavenly deities' bodies. The 18 heavenly deities pounced at the nearest 4 heavenly deities. They were the heavenly deities that the crafting sect had brought with them. The lower-grade god weapons crushed their bodies. Not good, my speed has slowed down. To hell with it, what's happening? My speed. This is a time technique, we've fallen for it. Time seemed to have slowed down. The first 4 heavenly deities slowed down. The 18 heavenly deities swarmed forward, waving their swords and sabers. In an instant, the 4 heavenly deities were sliced into countless pieces. Battle armor and weapons? They were directly sliced into pieces. Once the 18 heavenly deities attacked, their combat strength was unimaginable. Instant kill. A true instant kill. The 4 heavenly deities couldn't resist in time, and were instantly killed on the spot. In just a breath's time, 4 heavenly deities had fallen. The 18 heavenly deities attacked once more, aiming at the 4 heavenly deities that they had invited. In front of a peak-level time technique, they could only see their hands moving. The heavenly deities' divine weapons arrived in front of them, but they were unable to block and could only watch helplessly as they landed on their bodies. It's over. That was what they were thinking. There was no time to change the expression on their faces. Lin Fei waved his hand and put away the 8 godhoods. He stepped forward and pointed a finger at Zhao Zi's forehead. Is this how I kill people? Bang! Zhao Zi's eyes widened, and his body exploded into pieces. Since you said that I stole your weapon refining sect's technique, then I'll start a massacre today. What can the weapon refining sect do to me? Not only that, I'll also visit each and every one of you. Do you really think that I, Ditian, am easy to bully? Lin Fei came in front of Qiu Mushing, the heavenly deity saber in his hand, and slashed out. Crack! The battle armor on Qiu Mushing's body split open. You dare? Qiu Mushing was scared out of his wits. In a short moment, 8 heavenly deities had fallen. They were heavenly deities, not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry. However, in front of the ferocious heavenly deities, they were easily killed. There's nothing to be afraid of. I still want to go to your weapon refining sect. Lin Fei slashed at Qiu Mushing again, and the battle armor exploded. It was unable to withstand the 2 consecutive slashes. You asked for it. The heavenly deity saber waved, and the saber light soared into the sky, slashing at Qiu Muxing's body. A godhead fell out, and just as it was about to fly away, Lin Fei grabbed it with one hand, and the godhead landed in his hand, and he stored it in his storage ring. We're not fighting anymore. The Bliss Palace is not fighting anymore. Heavenly deity Yuan Hong could not withstand it. The battle armor and weapon on his body were already riddled with holes, and he had almost no power to resist. He could only beg for mercy. Defeated. Defeated too quickly. The heavenly deities surrounded Di Tian. In heavenly deity Yuan Hong's eyes, no matter how powerful Di Tian was, he would still suffer a crushing defeat today, and he would still be able to obtain some benefits. However, in the blink of an eye, this beautiful scene was shattered. The heavenly deities were so weak in front of Lin Fei that they could not withstand a single blow, and they were killed in a few moves. Fight? How could they fight? At this moment, they finally witnessed Di Tian's true power. They could not withstand it at all. What do you mean we're not fighting anymore? I, Di Tian, am not that easy to bully. From the moment you agreed to the crafting sect, you were destined to end up like this. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, and did not attack again. Di Tian, I'm going to kill you. If you kill me, the sect will definitely not let you off. You don't know how powerful our sect is. Di Tian, this has nothing to do with me. It's the crafting sect's doing. We really have no intention of doing anything to you. As long as you agree to let us off our sect. The 18 heavenly deities' clones crushed over again. In less than 2 breaths, including the heavenly deities that were released earlier, they were all killed one by one. Lin Fei gained another 4 godheads, and he had a total of 12 godheads in his hands. After watching the show for so long, come out now. A river of time flew out from behind Lin Fei, and it swept into the depths of the starry sky. The 18 heavenly deities' clones rushed up, and instantly forced out 4 figures. Taoist Ditan, please wait. This is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. The 4 people who appeared were the 4 overlords, and they looked extremely disheveled at the moment. They had been here for a long time, hoping that Di Tian and the crafting sect would both suffer heavy losses, and then they would take the opportunity to attack. Di Tian would not be able to do anything then. Unfortunately, they had underestimated Di Tian. The 12 heavenly deities were killed by Di Tian's heavenly deities' clones in the blink of an eye. They saw it clearly. The heavenly deities' clones were not afraid of attacks, and as long as they got close, low-grade divine weapons would kill them. Only then did they realize how terrifying an invincible weapon was. In addition, the time theurgy made the heavenly deities unable to retaliate, and they were completely slaughtered. The 4 overlords' cultivation levels were not low. However, if they were to get close, their battle robes and weapons might not be able to block their opponent's attacks. That was the scariest part. Once the 12 heavenly deities died, they knew that they had lost their chance, and began to consider how to deal with Di Tian. Who would have thought that Di Tian had already discovered them? A single river of time had blasted them out. At the same time, they fell into the river of time, and their movements slowed down. They were instantly attacked by the 18 heavenly deities' clones, and could only barely defend themselves. Boom boom boom. The 18 heavenly deities were all engaged in close combat. The battle robes and divine weapons of the 4 overlords were all damaged to varying degrees, and the onlookers' hearts were bleeding. Di Tian, quickly stop. This is a misunderstanding, we are here to help. The Sanluo overlord secretly cursed the crafting sect for being useless, and squeezed out an ugly smile as he desperately tried to explain to Di Tian. I am the suppressing sea overlord, I am also here to help. I hate the crafting sect the most, and I heard that you are in trouble, so I came. The suppressing sea overlord had no choice but to lower his head and ask Di Tian to stop first. The Myriad Daos overlord and the Black Embryo overlord were the same, and there was no need to mention how sullen they were. Di Tian hadn't even attacked them, and they were already being attacked. They were still in the river of time and were affected everywhere. Lin Fei said in a serious tone. Nonsense, you dare to call yourselves overlords, how shameless. The 18 heavenly deities were still attacking. Crack. The Sanluo overlord's battle robe exploded into pieces, and his face turned pale. Dao friend Ditan, we are really the 7 overlords. I am the Sanluo Overlord, and they are the Suppressing Sea Overlord, Myriad Daos Overlord, and Suppressing Sea Overlord. They are all here to help. Lin Fei still shook his head. If you say you are overlords, then you are overlords. I still think that you are the accomplices of the crafting sect, and you want to sneak attack me. I will not let people like you go. Lin Fei had actually recognized them long ago. How could Lin Fei not know what the 7 overlords looked like? Since they had come to attack him, they had to pay a price. We are really overlords. If you don't believe me, you can ask someone. The Myriad Daos Overlord wanted to cry, and a low-grade divine armor on his body was destroyed. He hurriedly took out another one to block the attack. Lin Fei curled his lips. The overlords are all big figures. How can ordinary people know them? Why would an overlord come to a small place like this? If I don't let you guys suffer, you really think I am afraid of you? Lin Fei didn't plan to let them off so easily. Dao friend Ditian. This might really be a misunderstanding. Suddenly, 2 people flew over from afar. Li Shan, you lost last time. Is it because you are not satisfied and brought people to take revenge? Lin Fei squinted his eyes and stared at one of the 2. Chapter 1753. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind Invincible King of Upgrade, and listen to your suggestions for the novel. Follow the official account, add friends on WeChat, add official account Enterkdread, and tell me secretly. It sounded pretty nice. Lin Fei already knew that the Dark Overlord had come to the great metropolis world. Because celestial god Li Shan was one of his people, he knew the moment the news spread. So it's the Dark Overlord. I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Lin Fei said with a smile. The Dark Overlord was also shocked. He was secretly glad that he had listened to celestial god Li Shan. Otherwise, he would probably be as sullen as the Sanluo Overlord and the others. For overlords, every overlord's cultivation level was not low. They were all 3-star celestial gods. But now that they were trapped in the river of time, they could not even unleash a fraction of their combat power. How could they not be sullen? Ditian had not even entered the celestial god realm. But his combat power was already so terrifying. The Dark Overlord was full of admiration for him. I've also admired Overlord Ditian for a long time. He's so young, but he's so much stronger than us. The Dark Overlord did not dare to put on airs. After today's battle, Ditian could be called the 8th Overlord. Taoist Dark, you flatter me. I'm not qualified to be called an Overlord. Lin Fei felt very comfortable. When the Sanluo Overlord and the others saw the Dark Overlord, they secretly cursed the Dark Overlord for being so shameless. Previously, he wanted to deal with Ditian. Now he was speaking so seriously. Most importantly, he knew that they were being humiliated, but he did not speak up for them. Taoist Dark, help us explain, the Sanluo Overlord said to the Dark Overlord. If this continued, all their belongings would be destroyed. It was rare for the Dark Overlord to see them being humiliated. If not for the Sanluo Overlord, he would not have taken the initiative to speak up. He had to strike them when he could. So it's the Sanluo Overlord. What's wrong with you guys? Why are you guys fighting with Taoist Ditian? Is there some misunderstanding? The Dark Overlord laughed. Lin Fei also knew that it was not easy to kill the 4 overlords for the time being. All he did was kill them while they were unprepared. The River of Time had the effect of slowing down time, suppressing their battle. That was why the 18 heavenly gods had the upper hand. Lin Fei knew very well that they were all 3-star heavenly gods, not far from the 4-star heavenly god realm. Ah, are they really the overlords? I thought he wanted to sneak attack me. Lin Fei suddenly realized. The Sanluo Hegemon and the others wanted nothing more than to kill Ditian right now. Who dares to speak in such a manner? You clearly know that we are the hegemons, yet you still dare to act against us? To think that you still have the cheek to say such words. They never thought that they were the ones who wanted to attack Ditian from the beginning, and not the other way around. The Darkness Overlord didn't expose him. Dao friend Ditian, you are indeed mistaken. They are truly the overlords. This is the Sanluo Overlord, that is the Suppressing Sea Overlord, as well as the Myriad Daos Overlord and the Mystic Embryo Overlord. Lin Fei said. Since it is a misunderstanding, let's forget about this matter. However, I want to know whether they are here to attack me or to help me. The Sanluo Hegemon gritted his teeth in his heart. To think that the other party dared to say such words. At this moment it was not a good time to continue wasting time. It is a misunderstanding. Why would we attack you? With your strength you can become an overlord. We, the 7 overlords, would welcome you to become the 8th overlord. Seeing that the Sanluo Hegemon had said so, the Myriad Daos Hegemon followed up. We are here to help. It has been a long time since an 8th overlord appeared in our territory. They all lowered their heads. Lin Fei didn't say anything else. He withdrew the river of time and the 18 heavenly god clones appeared behind him. My apologies, I didn't know you were here to help. Lin Fei clasped his hands and said. The 4 overlords had awkward expressions. They clearly wanted to attack someone, but in the end, they suffered and lost several battle armors and weapons. This was really a great loss. Since you have solved the problem, we will take our leave. The Sanluo Hegemon didn't want to stay and suffer. After I return, I will spread the news. The 8th overlord has to be known to the world. The Sanluo Hegemon bade farewell and left. The other 3 overlords also took their leave. As seniors, they indeed didn't have the face to stay after being teased by a junior. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they left. Before leaving, they said that they would spread the news. I have to congratulate you. You will be the 8th overlord soon. The Dark Overlord congratulated him. In his heart he was envious. Back then, he had spent a lot of effort to sit in this position. That means I will be an overlord soon? I have never thought about this. Lin Fei really didn't want to be the 8th overlord. They suffered a loss at your hands. When they return, they will definitely spread the news and acknowledge your position. If you spread the news about what happened today, they won't be able to keep their faces. The Dark Overlord sneered. He knew better than anyone else what the 4 overlords were thinking. A battle that seemed to bode ill. It ended in disbelief. Not only had Lin Fei become the 8th overlord, but he had also slaughtered 12 Empyrean gods in one go. If news of this spread, the entire weave would be shocked yet again. Tianyang and Huang Chuan, the Lu family of the Tianyun Tower, and the chief commander of the Primal Chaos City all came to congratulate him. The Invincible Palace had become a rising power in the territory. No one could stop it. That night, Lin Fei hosted a banquet to entertain them. The banquet lasted until midnight before it ended. Lin Fei wasn't drunk. Moreover, he wouldn't get drunk now. Today was a day to be happy about. After everyone left, Lin Fei met with Tianyang and Huang Chuan in private to express his gratitude. He then told them the purpose of this trip. He wanted to know all the information about the weapon refining sect, such as the experts. Tianyang and Huang Chuan weren't surprised at all. If the 8th overlord didn't have some domineering methods, they would be disappointed. As for Lin Fei's request, the two hesitated for a moment. Then, they sold the information about the weapon refining sect to Lin Fei. Comparing the 2 sets of information, there was basically nothing missing. Lin Fei had a rough understanding of the weapon refining sect's strength. Compared to the 8 major sects, the weapon refining sect was much weaker. After all, they mainly forged weapons and battle suits. This time, the weapon refining sect bullied him and used despicable excuses to deal with him. Lin Fei wasn't going to let it go so easily. Once the 18 heavenly gods were formed, their strength increased by leaps and bounds. The strongest person in the weapon refining sect is a 5-star heavenly god. This is going to be troublesome. Looking at the information, Lin Fei wasn't afraid of the rest. Only the 5-star heavenly god was worth being wary of. Even if the weapon refining sect had a 5-star heavenly god, Lin Fei still had to make a trip to the weapon refining sect. Now Lin Fei didn't want to swallow his anger. If the weapon refining sect dared to come, he dared to go. It was only right and proper. Midnight. Lin Fei silently left the great metropolis world. He boarded the battle fortress and hurried to the weapon refining sect. Outside the great metropolis world, there were no traces of the 4 overlords. Lin Fei was even more assured that no one would calculate that he had left the great metropolis world. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the battle fortress wasn't just a weapon of war. It was also the best treasure for movement. Every time it traveled, the distance was very long. With a large amount of energy expended, Lin Fei got closer and closer to the sacred pill weave, where the weapon refining sect was located. Only the battle fortress could achieve this kind of speed. As for the others, take it slow. 10 days later, Lin Fei arrived at the sacred pill weave. The weapon refining sect was the ruler of the sacred pill weave. The place where the weapon refining sect was located was called the Sacred Pill Land. It was home to all the alchemists in the weave. Outside the sacred pill weave, Lin Fei put away the battle fortress and looked at the weave. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. I came all the way here. I can't let my efforts go to waste. The sacred pill weave had a lot of influence. It produced battle armors, weapons, and treasures of various grades. At the same time, it formed a huge market. The merchant guilds of the various weaves would come to the sacred pill weave to purchase treasures. Recently, however, the weapon refinement immortals of the sacred pill weave had heard an unbelievable piece of news. In a remote place, someone had mastered a refinement method that could refine weapons and battle armors that were invincible in the same grade. The news spread like wildfire. It was hard not to know about it. To the immortals of the sacred pill weave, this news had an impact on them. Many had never seen it before and thought it was just a boast. If the weapon refining sect couldn't do it, how could an outsider do it? It looks like the news hasn't reached us yet. Lin Fei retracted his aura and arrived at the sacred pill land. From afar, an immortal palace appeared in Lin Fei's vision. That was the sacred pill land. According to the information, the weapon refining sect has a total of 15 heavenly gods. I killed 5 of them last time, so there are only 10 left. They're all 1 or 2 stars. The only troublesome one is that 5-star heavenly god ancestor. I heard that he's in seclusion, so I'll have plenty of time to kill them. Lin Fei, dressed in a black robe, headed straight for the sacred pill land. The sacred pill land's management wasn't strict. Add to that its reputation and the fact that the weapon refining sect had a heavenly god overseeing it, and ordinary people didn't dare to cause trouble. Lin Fei easily entered the sacred pill land. After entering a large city, Lin Fei saw many tall towers. After paying some holy stones, Lin Fei got some information. Each of these pagodas had a heavenly god overseeing them. They were their cultivation grounds. They're swaggering around like they don't want anyone to know. Lin Fei counted and found that there were more than 15 towers. On the contrary, there were 50 to 60 of them, and some of them were for half-step heavenly gods. With that, Lin Fei was relieved. Wen Lai was a half-step heavenly god. He was also a weapon refining master, and his status in the weapon refining sect wasn't low. He usually lived in the weapon refining tower. Not only could this tower increase the success rate of weapon refining, but it was also an offensive weapon. It could also be used with the rest of the weapon refining tower to build a terrifying formation. Master, you've been gone for so long. Why aren't you back yet? Wen Lai lay on a chair and enjoyed the massage of the maids. He thought about his master who had gone to the great metropolis world. Boom! Suddenly, a force pressed down on Wen Lai, and he felt a stabbing pain in his head. A divine sense rushed in and he became dazed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the maids next to him were also pierced through their foreheads. None of them were spared. Chapter 1754. Entering the weapon refining sect, Lin Fei did not act recklessly. As long as he killed the heavenly god powerhouse of the weapon refining sect, he did not have to worry about the rest of the powerhouses. At that time, he would be able to escape faster than anyone else. Without the heavenly god guarding the sect, the weapon refining sect would be a big piece of meat in the eyes of outsiders. The first half-step heavenly god. Lin Fei easily broke into a weapon refining tower and mercilessly searched the soul of the half-step heavenly god. This soul search was really right. My luck is not bad. The person I randomly killed turned out to be Qiu Muxing's disciple. Heaven is really helping me. Wen Lai was Qiu Muxing's disciple. Among the disciples, his cultivation was also relatively fast. Coupled with the support of his master, he obtained a weapon refining tower and was also quite famous in the weapon refining sect. Lin Fei easily obtained the information he wanted after killing the other party. When he came here, Lin Fei really did not think that his luck would be so good. At most he would kill them one by one. Under a surprise attack, who could block his attack? The remaining 10 heavenly gods are all in the weapon refining sect. This is a good thing. I don't need to prepare them one by one. Lin Fei flipped through the memories and had an idea. He killed the other party with a finger and took the other party's storage ring. Not to mention, the weapon refining sect's half-step heavenly god was very rich. He had 5 storage rings on him, and each of them was filled to the brim. No wonder the weapon refining sect schemed to snatch away my cultivation method. It's really easy to monopolize a business. Lin Fei rummaged through the weapon refining tower again. There were still many things that caught his eye. He did not stand on ceremony and kept them. They would be cheap to others if he kept them. Didn't the Tianyun Tower lack treasures? These could be sold. The Pill's sacred land was very big. Lin Fei did not care at all. He sneaked toward the weapon refining tower. The weapon refining tower with 10 heavenly gods was temporarily put aside and killed the half-step heavenly gods first. With Wen Lai's memories, Lin Fei entered the weapon refining tower more easily. There was nothing else. Lin Fei had the crafting sect's entry token, so he could easily enter the crafting tower. Half-step celestial gods were nothing in Lin Fei's eyes. Every single one of them was killed by Lin Fei's god force without any ability to resist. Lin Fei killed them one after another for about an hour. All the half-step celestial gods in the Pill Sacred Land were killed by Lin Fei. Lin Fei had collected a total of 700 storage rings. The holy stones could be piled up like a mountain, so he had received quite a lot in return. Over 100 half-step celestial deities. The crafting sect's foundation is indeed not bad. It's a pity that they're too greedy. After killing the last half-step heavenly god, Lin Fei shifted his gaze to the 10 equipment refining towers in the distance. That was the weapon refining tower of the last 10 heavenly gods. Lin Fei didn't release his divine sense. He just used the system's detection and his memory to determine their location, and even whether they were there or not. Boom! The aura of a heavenly god suddenly exploded in the Pill Sacred Land. The eruption of the heavenly god's aura was like a stone thrown into a lake. Heavenly god Dushang was tasting the celestial brew. This was one of his favorite things. Someone is causing trouble. The sudden aura caused heavenly god Dushang's expression to change. He put down the celestial brew and appeared in the sky above the Pill Sacred Land. He scanned with his divine sense to determine the location. Run! The elder is here. This person is dead for sure. In a plaza in the Pill Sacred Land, many disciples of the crafting sect were fleeing in all directions, their faces filled with shock. When they saw the elder, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Now, it was the other party's turn to be unlucky. Sir, how dare you cause trouble in the crafting sect? How dare you? Heavenly god Dushang saw a black-robed man covered by a black robe. There were many rulers' corpses lying on the plaza. They were all dressed in the crafting sect's attire. He couldn't help but be furious. Great boundless sword chi. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, heavenly god Dushang directly waved his hand and shot out streaks of sword chi. The sword chi turned into threads and was about to severely injure the person in front of him. Anyone who dared to kill people in the crafting sect would have to pay the price. Finally, someone came out. Lin Fei flicked his finger, and his divine power turned into a long saber that knocked away the sword chi. 18 heavenly gods silently appeared in the void, and 18 low-grade divine artifacts shot toward heavenly god Dushang. Heavenly god Dushang's expression changed, and he was dismembered. One of his godheads flew out, but a hand reached down halfway, grabbed the godhead, and put it into a storage ring. The aura released also attracted the attention of the second heavenly god of the crafting sect. This heavenly god of the crafting sect was not weak either. He was already a 2-star heavenly god, and his divine power was even denser. He also came out to see what was going on. Bang bang bang. As soon as he appeared, he found that he couldn't move. In front of him were 18 heavenly gods. Their sabers and axes joined together, and they broke through his defenses. His divine body was destroyed, and only a godhead was left. Impossible, I'm a 2-star heavenly god. Another hand reached down, and the godhead was put into a storage ring. In the blink of an eye, 2 heavenly gods were killed. It didn't even take a breath of time. This was not enough for Lin Fei. He had thought that he would draw out a few heavenly gods and kill them all in one fell swoop. Now it seemed that he had to take the initiative and kill all the heavenly gods before that 5-star heavenly god came out. Lin Fei took out the heavenly god's saber and pounced at the equipment refining tower not far away. The saber light swept out like a river. The equipment refining towers in the distance shone brightly, and the whole tower was on the verge of collapse. Boom, boom, boom in the remaining equipment refining towers. The heavenly gods of the crafting sect rushed out. Seeing the damaged equipment refining tower, they were extremely angry. Someone was actually making trouble in the crafting sect. It was not that he didn't take them seriously. Lin Fei's saber attack consumed a lot of divine power, but it also forced the 8 heavenly gods out. Sir, who are you? Why are you making trouble in the crafting sect? Among the 8 heavenly deities, there was a rather old man. His face was full of anger as he pointed at Lin Fei. Sect Master, hurry up and kill that guy. He killed Do Shangtian and Hua Yi. Sect Leader, you must avenge them. As soon as the old man came out, the disciples of the crafting sect who were lucky enough to survive immediately reported the situation. All the disciples of the crafting sect were angry and shocked. Their crafting sect was famous, but today they encountered something unforgettable. 2 heavenly gods were killed one after another. They only saw the corpses and didn't even see clearly how it was done. Sect leader Shi Hengshan's expression instantly changed. He suddenly realized that the aura of the 2 heavenly gods had disappeared from the crafting sect, and realized that something had happened to them. The other 8 heavenly gods were also shocked. How could 2 heavenly gods be killed in the blink of an eye? Damn it, where are those half-step heavenly gods? At this moment they noticed that apart from them, there was not a single half-step heavenly god. More than 100 half-step heavenly gods seemed to have disappeared at the same time. Under normal circumstances, they would have appeared as soon as something like this happened, instead of none of them appearing like now. Don't bother looking. I killed all the half-step heavenly gods of your crafting sect. At least for now. Lin Fei took off his cloak, revealing a young face. Let me introduce myself. I am Ditian, the person you want to deal with. I am here to settle the score. After today, your crafting sect will be removed from the territory. Kill. Chapter 1755. Lin Fei did not suppress his voice. Coming to the weapon refining sect, Lin Fei wanted to tell everyone in the weapon refining sect that he was here to settle scores. Remove his name? That was not a difficult thing to do. Who is Ditian? Why don't I know him? Idiot, Ditian is the guy with the invincible weapon. He actually came to the weapon refining sect. Didn't they say that he was very weak? Why is he so good at killing heaven gods? The most unbelievable thing is that he has 18 heaven gods with him. I really find it hard to believe. Inside the weapon refining sect, at this moment everyone was in shock. Who did not know Ditian's name, especially the half-step heaven gods and heaven gods. It was no secret in this circle. Ditian had the invincible weapon. Experts who reached a certain level all knew the power of the invincible weapon. In the current territory, anyone who had an invincible weapon was something worth bragging about. Everyone naturally knew who Ditian was. They could offend anyone but Ditian, lest they regret it in the future. Many heaven god experts came to the weapon refining sect to ask if they had such a forging method so that they could occupy a market share in the future. The appearance of the invincible weapon had a great impact on normal weapons. Even weapons made by grandmasters were not as famous as the invincible weapon. At this moment, they did not expect that Ditian would personally attack the weapon refining sect and kill more than 100 half-step heaven gods in one go, wiping out the middle-level power of the weapon refining sect. If the weapon refining sect could kill Ditian, then it would be fine. But if Ditian left, the weapon refining sect would be greatly weakened. The weapon refining sect's strength would also be greatly affected, and their words would not be as forceful as before. You are Ditian, how could you appear here? Shi Hengshan was shocked. He had arranged for the heaven gods of the sect to deal with Ditian because he wanted to obtain the forging method of the invincible weapon. At the same time, he had also sent several heaven god experts. Together with the heaven gods who participated, it was not difficult to take down Ditian. But now Ditian had slaughtered his way into the weapon refining sect and killed over 100 half-step heavenly gods. Shi Hengshan's heart was bleeding. If the weapon refining sect had to be nurtured again, Who knew how much time and resources it would take? Why can't I appear here? Your crafting school is shameless enough to use such a despicable excuse to capture me. No matter what, I have to give your crafting school a big present. Lin Fei also rushed forward. Slow down time. Divine power burned fiercely, causing time to slow down. This was the best way to kill a heavenly god. For the time being, no one could stop him. Time slowed down, enveloping them. The movements of the 8 heavenly deities all slowed down. The 18 heavenly deities charged over, their attacks blasting onto the heavenly deities' bodies. With an invincible inferior grade god artifact in hand, he could easily crush the 8 heavenly gods. No matter what kind of battle armor he wore, it was useless. The divine body was also useless. I don't want to die. A heavenly deity's battle armor shattered. Before he could put on a second set of battle armor, an inferior grade divine artifact's attack landed on his body. His divine body was riddled with cracks, and he exploded into pieces. The exploded divine artifact was also suppressed by time, unable to move at all. Shi Hengshan could not accept this scene. The heavenly deities beside him actually had no power to resist at all. They could only watch helplessly as the heavenly deities were killed, leaving behind one divine artifact after another. 8 heavenly god experts came out, and in the blink of an eye, only 3 remained. As the sect master of crafting school, Shi Hengshan had not felt the aura of death for a very, very long time. But at this moment he felt the aura of death. This young man with average strength that he had once said had finally ruthlessly slapped him in the face, telling him what strength was. It's true, everything is true. Shi Hengshan knew that Ditian had heavenly god clones. That was only 5. After calculating, he thought that his chances were very high. But how could he have known that Ditian had a total of 18 clones? What was even more frightening was that the treasures on him were armed to the teeth, and the weapons were invincible weapons. They were invincible in the same realm. They were unimaginably frightening. Arming one heavenly god clone was still alright, but arming a total of 18 heavenly god clones was the most frightening. Just as Shi Hengshan's thoughts were in a mess, the last 3 heavenly gods beside him were also killed. He was left alone, and the 18 clones pressed down. Shi Hengshan's realm was not low, and he blocked a portion of the time deceleration. But his movements were still very slow. Even with his peak 3-star heavenly god strength, he could not easily break free. Ditian, don't even think of killing me. Shi Hengshan still had some trump cards. He opened his mouth and spat out a blue pearl. A blue sky screen appeared around him, blocking the attacks of the heavenly god clones. Friends of crafting school, if anyone can injure Ditian, our crafting school is willing to offer a low-quality god artifact, a low-quality god armor as a reward, and a top-notch mystical ability. Also, our sect's old ancestor expert is about to break through, so taking down Ditian will not be a problem. Once the blue pearl appeared, it blocked the first wave of attacks. Shi Hengshan was still unable to move, and with a flash of inspiration, he had an idea. The onlookers were naturally heavenly god experts. Crafting school had a wide network of connections, and they knew many experts. They had even more cooperative relationships. Normally, the Pill Sacred Land would have many heavenly gods. At this moment, in order to block Ditian, Shi Hengshan used the reward. Sect Master Shi, I'll help you. Ditian, a junior, dares to attack crafting school. He's too arrogant. This person should be killed. I'll help too. It had to be said that Shi Hengshan's words were very influential. The heavenly gods who were on good terms with crafting school were all half-step heavenly gods. They all wanted to fish in troubled waters, especially when they heard that the old ancestor of crafting school was about to appear. All they needed to do was stall Ditian. In less than a moment, 13 heavenly gods, plus 50 to 60 half-step heavenly gods, attacked one after another. Ditian, I can't help but admire your guts. You're the first person who dares to attack our crafting school alone. However, you'll regret coming to crafting school to kill people later. Shi Hengshan tried hard to calm himself down. Lin Fei said indifferently. That might not be the case. The battle fortress appeared with an invincible might and stopped in the sky. Cannons appeared one after another, and hundreds of light beams shot towards them indiscriminately. Bang bang bang, The weaker half-step heavenly gods were blasted into pieces on the spot. Rebirth of flesh and blood? Undying body? Forget it. Just the first wave of attacks was enough to stop those heavenly gods. They had no choice but to wear battle robes and activate defensive treasures. Their movement speed was also greatly suppressed. It seems like your people are useless. Lin Fei had already considered this when he came. If you're not afraid of death, then come at me. You can also contribute to me. The 18 heavenly gods continued to attack the Blue Pearl. Shi Hengshan's heart sank. Battle Fortress, no wonder you came so quickly. It seems like this sect master still underestimated you. Chapter 1757. The sky above the weapon refining sect was completely suppressed. The light beam attacks that filled the sky were like a meteor shower, continuously attacking, bombarding the group of heavenly god experts to the point where they were unable to help Shi Hengshan, the sect master. Too terrifying. Di Tian's battle strength is unimaginable. The true number one of the younger generation. Weapon refining sect is in trouble this time. That's not for sure. Don't forget, the weapon refining sect still has a 5-star heavenly god forefather. If that forefather appears, Di Tian will be in trouble. The spectators below had long since avoided the danger zone. Large swathes of the weapon refining sect's buildings were destroyed. There were burnt ruins everywhere, including the unfortunate weapon refining sect disciples. At this time, the weapon refining sect was in chaos. The disciples fled in all directions. Ruler? They all tactfully fled. None of the people present had ever seen someone who was this powerful on his own. Those who had doubted Di Tian before, even those of the younger generation, were now convinced. Whether or not Di Tian could remove the weapon refining sect, there was no doubt that he was the number one of the younger generation. Boom boom boom. The 18 heavenly god doppelgangers attacked faster and faster. The blue bead was covered in cracks. Explode! Lin Fei soared into the sky and punched the blue bead. Cracks continuously appeared on the bead, and fragments of the bead flew everywhere. Shi Hengshan showed rare panic. Boundless killing intent enveloped his body. The bright invincible weapon locked onto him. Even more frightening was that his body was affected again. Forefather, save me. Shi Hengshan had hoped that his treasure could last a while longer. As long as the forefather appeared, Di Tian would have to run. Who would have thought that he had underestimated the power of the invincible weapon? Seeing that he was about to be killed, Shi Hengshan had to ask for help. An up-and-coming talent. Shi Hengshan finally realized how terrifying Di Tian was. An old heavenly god like him had no ability to resist. Boom! In a forbidden area of the weapon refining sect, a soaring aura rose. You dare! A furious voice echoed in the sky above the weapon refining sect. The heavenly god experts in the sky all paled and spat out blood, revealing expressions of shock. Was this the power of a 5-star celestial god? The sky above Lin Fei was also filled with dark clouds. A huge finger stretched out for thousands of miles, stabbing toward his location. Before the attack even arrived, the energy of heaven and earth was in chaos. Activate invincible defense. 5-star heavenly gods were very powerful. Lin Fei activated his invincible defense and soared into the sky, throwing a punch at the giant finger. The movements of the 18 Empyrean god clones also momentarily paused. Shi Hengshan was overjoyed. Old ancestor, hurry and kill Di Tian. All the Empyrean gods in the sect died at his hands. You have to take revenge for them. That single finger of his made everyone realize just how powerful this patriarch of the crafting sect was, and how invincible he was in this place. No one was optimistic that Di Tian would be able to withstand the attack of a 5-star heavenly god. Overestimating one's capabilities, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Boom! Lin Fei's fist slammed against the finger, but the other party sent out waves of power that shook his fist away. Waves of ocean-like power crashed into Lin Fei's body. He's not as strong as I thought. The system instantly used up a large amount of divine power and converted it into invincible points. Lin Fei exclaimed softly. He was like a boulder, not moving at all. Old thing, you're becoming more and more useless. Your attack is just tickling me. Lin Fei laughed loudly. The 18 clones that had momentarily paused recovered, and their invincible weapons slashed at Shi Hengshan. Old ancestor. Shi Hengshan's voice suddenly stopped. There was only one godhead left in the sky. Lin Fei grabbed it with a wave of his hand. The godhead was in his hand. The current sect master of the crafting sect was killed in front of everyone. Even a powerful 5-star Empyrean god couldn't shake Ditian. Crazy, Ditian actually blocked it. Does he have to be so heaven-defying? From now on Ditian will be my idol. Too fierce. That was the attack of a 5-star Empyrean god patriarch. There was an uproar below. Under the terrifying momentum, Lin Fei was still there. Not only that, but he also killed the sect master, Shi Hengshan, and seized the godhead. What kind of scene was this? Everyone was dumbfounded. It's over. Why did I offend a peerless expert like Ditian for the bounty? Isn't this asking for my old life? If Ditian doesn't die, I'll be unlucky. The Empyrean gods who were attacking earlier were all regretting now. At this moment, all of them were filled with regret. How could they have done something so foolish? This was completely different from what they had imagined. This was truly a matter of life and death. Their expressions were uncertain. Their only hope was that the crafting sect's old ancestor would display his invincible might. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. You actually killed little Shi. This old man wants you dead. In the sky, dark clouds once again pressed down. Giant fingers attacked. Each of them contained an invincible might. At the same time, angry, shriveled faces appeared. This old ancestor's fury could be seen. These fingers were all formed from divine power. They drew upon the power of heaven and earth. With Lin Fei as the center, the surrounding area became a violent and deadly land. What's so great about shouting so loud? Lin Fei recalled the 18 Empyrean god clones. Merge. Boom boom boom. Wave after wave of terrifying aura exploded from Lin Fei's body and shot into the sky. Lin Fei's cultivation level also broke through quickly. He instantly broke through to the half-step heavenly god realm. 1-star heavenly god. 2-star heavenly god. 3-star heavenly god. The invincible aura of a 3-star heavenly god. This powerful aura was not weaker than a 5-star heavenly god. Lin Fei waved his hand. The void collapsed. The terrifying fingers fell into the black hole. Lin Fei pounced toward the crafting sect's forbidden area. The heavenly god's saber landed in his hand. Get out here. The terrifying saber radiance surged with divine power. There was only one saber radiance left in the world. This was the first time Lin Fei used his full strength after merging. Boom boom boom. The saber radiance slashed down. The earth cracked. In the depths of the crafting sect, the forbidden area was split open by the saber radiance. A huge mountain range was crushed by the saber radiance. A haggard figure flew out. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. He had a shocked expression on his face. It was the first time the old ancestor of the crafting sect showed himself in front of the crowd. However, his shriveled face did not have the majesty of an old ancestor. On the contrary, he looked extremely haggard. You! Old ancestor Shi spat out mouthfuls of blood. He had been injured by that saber attack. Don't bother with yours, just mine. Come out and die. Behind Lin Fei, the river of time flew out, sweeping toward Patriarch Stone as he attacked. Divine level saber slash. Divine power surged out. Old ancestor Shi was furious. He coughed up blood again. Divine Dharma form. Seeing the river rushing towards him, Ancestor Shi could tell that there was something strange about it. A golden-armored celestial being stepped out from behind him, wielding an ancient halberd. He slashed out with it, causing Ancestor Shi's face to turn pale. Whoosh! The river of time was cut into 2 halves by the heaven halberd. The river of time rolled towards Ancestor Stone again, passing through his body. Lin Fei's saber attack was also directed at the deity. Boom! The 2's attacks disappeared in the air. The endless shockwaves once again destroyed the crafting sect beyond recognition. Your attack is not bad. Let's do it again. Lin Fei rushed forward again. He used the divine level saber slash again. Another terrifying saber radiance slashed at the god. The god disappeared. Freeze! The deity appeared in front of Lin Fei. His halberd slashing down on Lin Fei's body. Chapter 1758. Old Ancestor Shi was more shocked than anyone else. As the pillar of the crafting sect, Old Ancestor sure hadn't fought for a long time. His battle prowess as a 5-star heavenly god was enough to deter anyone from acting rashly. Until now. But today, Old Ancestor sure's anger towards someone could no longer be expressed with words. Kill. He had to kill him. This was the only thought in Old Ancestor sure's mind. After killing this kid, I can break through the 5-star realm and become a 6-star heavenly god. I can even fight against 7-star heavenly gods and 8-star heavenly gods. Old Ancestor sure was in seclusion all year round. Old Ancestor sure knew that the crafting sect had arranged for people to rob him. He was also the one who gave the order. But now the crafting sect was mostly destroyed. Old Ancestor sure didn't care. The crafting sect was gone, but as long as he was there, he could rebuild it. The only thing that made Old Ancestor sure angry was that his son was killed by the other party. That was why Old Ancestor sure went all out. After cultivating for countless chaos years, Old Ancestor sure only had one son left. The death of his son Shurhangshan was a blood feud. The divine avatar was Old Ancestor sure's killing move. The attack power of this move surpassed the heavenly god realm and even the divine king realm, reaching the divine venerable realm. Even if it was just a phantom, 1/1000th of its power could kill the other party. In the exchange just now, Old Ancestor sure realized that the person in front of him was very scary. He wasn't a heavenly god, but after merging, his battle prowess was no less than his own. His divine power was incomparably dense and endless, forcing Old Ancestor sure to use his final killing move. Between heaven and earth, a terrifying aura swept across the entire territory. In front of this aura, the heavenly gods turned pale without a trace of blood. Their bodies fell down. Those who hadn't reached the heavenly god realm would be turned into a meat patty. The divine avatar swept the halberd, slashing Lin Fei's body. Boom! Lin Fei was sent flying, crashing into a building. The building collapsed, turning into ruins. My son, you can rest in peace. I've killed your enemy with my own hands. Old Ancestor sure's face paled. Now your father will chop off that person's head as a sacrifice to you. I will also chop off all the forces behind that person. None of them will be left alive. In order to kill the other party, Old Ancestor sure used his killing move and consumed a large amount of divine power. This move contained a trace of the Archgod realm's might. The attack of this killing move could severely injure a 9-star heavenly god expert and kill an 8-star heavenly god expert. This was the source of Ancestor sure's confidence. Boom! Suddenly, the ruins of the building below were pushed aside, and a figure rushed up. Deity level single slash. The terrifying blade went straight for Old Ancestor sure. The crafting school is really something. They even have a killer move like this. No wonder they can stand tall in this territory. This strike was fast and fierce, catching Old Ancestor sure off guard. Bang! Old Ancestor sure was sent flying and crashed into a huge mountain. The huge mountain was shattered into pieces. Damn! Luckily I have an invincible defense. Lin Fei rushed up alone. Other than the super strong battle strength of the 18 doppelgangers, his invincible defense, and his time and space techniques, Lin Fei believed that he had the ability to fight against a 5-star heavenly god. Cough! Old Ancestor sure rushed out shakily. The divine armor on his body was cracked, but it was not obvious. He seemed to be in a state of shock. Impossible, how can you be unharmed? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. I was wondering why you were unharmed, so it was because you were wearing a mid-grade divine armor. I just don't know how long this mid-grade divine armor of yours can last. Lin Fei was the clearest about the might of that saber attack. A low-grade divine armor could be destroyed with a single strike. Only a mid-grade divine armor could block the attack. Deity level single slash. Time slow. River of time. Lin Fei also knew that a 5-star heavenly god was not easy to kill. Since he was here, he would not let him leave. He had to kill him on the spot. Another large amount of divine power was consumed. Old Ancestor sure was completely shocked. The attack of the Reverend Law Idol was unable to kill Dition. The most terrifying thing was that Dition did not seem to be injured at all. It was an unacceptable result. Reverend Law Idol. After using it once, Old Ancestor sure had no choice but to use it again. He did not expect to kill Dition. He only wanted to buy time for himself. Dition, don't even think about killing me. Old Ancestor sure rushed out. He did not care about losing face. He knew better than anyone that Dition's strength was unimaginable. He could actually use such a powerful move continuously. The Reverend Law idol blocked in front of Lin Fei. Old Ancestor Shi's face turned pale. He coughed out blood. After using the Reverend Law idol twice, he had reached his limit. The weapon refining sex Old Ancestor is running away. It can't be, right? Am I seeing things? It's over. Let's leave quickly. Dition is too cruel. He is a 5-star heavenly god. The heavenly gods who had already fled far away were all dumbfounded. A super expert in their eyes was actually running away in front of Dition. This was something that had never happened in tens of thousands of years. At this moment, everyone looked at Dition with a deep sense of helplessness. The young elites also lowered their heads in shame. What's going on? My speed is actually affected. Old Ancestor sure fled. His usual speed was affected at this moment. When he looked back, his Reverend Law idol had already been destroyed by the other party. That young man charged forward. You know a time technique, and to such an extent. This old man really misjudged you. At Old Ancestor Shi's level, he knew many secrets. The time power in his body was something that even he could not get rid of. It was not something that ordinary time techniques could compare to. It was enough to cause a fatal effect on a heavenly god. Misjudging is your own business. Who asked your weapon refining sect to have such evil intentions? Lin Fei did not care about the consumption of his divine power. He waved his hand and used the deity-level single slash. In one breath he slashed out 3 times. Boom! Boom! Old Ancestor Shi's movement speed was very slow. His movements also slowed down. 3 attacks landed on his body. Old Ancestor Shi was struck down from the sky and smashed into a mountain range. Taking advantage of your illness, I'll take your life. Lin Fei did not want to waste time. His divine sense locked onto the weapon refining sex 5-star heavenly god. Terrifying saber techniques slashed one after another. No matter how hard the turtle shell was, it would still be destroyed. What was a mid-grade divine armor worth? The people in the distance all obediently shut their mouths. A mountain range in the distance was completely destroyed. The tyrannical spiritual energy was also shattered by the saber light. Not a single bit was left. Every strike of the saber was shocking. Dition's one slash could kill them. Dition, if this old man dies, don't think that you will have an easy time. Boom! Under the mountain range, a voice of despair and anger sounded. Then a wave of destructive aura swept out, quickly covering the entire Pill Holy Land. The mountains and buildings were turned into dust. Chapter 1759. The Self-Destruction of a 5-Star Heavenly God. All the heavenly gods present were cursing. Who had ever seen something like this? The self-destruction swept across the Pill's sacred land. The heavenly gods who were watching were also caught in the attack. They all took out protective treasures and covered themselves with layers. But even so, more than 10 heavenly gods died on the spot. Poor unlucky bastards. Rulers and immortal sovereigns had already left the battlefield. There weren't that many who died. The entire territory was in a state of shock. All the heavenly gods appeared and looked in the direction of the Pill's sacred land, their faces filled with shock. The self-destruction of a 5-star heavenly god was too great. In the wave of destruction, a black figure shot out of the void. Dition, I've given up my body. I don't believe I can't kill you. Even if I can't kill you, I can still heavily injure you. When I find an old friend, I'll kill you. Patriarch Shi's expression was ferocious. Unless it was a matter of life and death, Patriarch Shi wouldn't use self-destruction. Destroying his own divine body. Even if he had a physical body in the future, his strength would be greatly affected. Patriarch Shi had never imagined that he would be defeated by a young fellow. Even his medial-grade divine armor, which he had never used before, had been destroyed. Patriarch Shi felt like crying. Under these circumstances, self-destruction was the only way to escape. Old thing, you want to leave just like that? You're making fun of me. In the air, an enormous hand of time descended. Patriarch Stone was shocked and tried to change directions, but the hand of time grabbed him. A moment later, a young man appeared in the air. Lin Fei was on guard at all times. The moment the other party self-destructed, Lin Fei had already activated his invincible defense, and he was already in the void. You're going all out just to leave. Lin Fei's heart ached at the loss of his divine power. Even though he reacted quickly, he was still affected by the self-destruction and used up a lot of his divine power. Ancestor Stone was very confident in this move. But at this moment, Ancestor Stone had suffered a huge blow. His last bit of hope had crumbled. You can't kill me. My master is an ultimate god expert. Ancestor sure tried to act tough. You better let me go right now. So you have a master and an ultimate god expert at that. What a powerful background. It's really scary. Lin Fei pretended to be afraid and laughed out loud. Your master is a godly venerable rank master. What does that have to do with me? If I say that the crafting sect is to be removed, then it must be removed. Lin Fei released the power of time. 10,000 years with a single glance. Ancestor Sure's soul was strong, but it could not withstand the power of time. Ditun, I curse you to die a horrible death. Ding! Congratulations! You have killed 5-star celestial god. Ding! Congratulations! You have killed the first 5-star heavenly god. Ding! Congratulations, player has received experience points. Ding! Since you have killed a 5-star celestial god for the first time, you are rewarded with a promotion. Ding! Congratulations! You have become a 1-star celestial god. Lin Fei had killed the 5-star heavenly god of the weapon refining sect, and the system sent him good news. F***ck, I've leveled up. Lin Fei only felt that his body was soft and warm, especially comfortable. His godhead, which was originally half, was immediately infused with a thick external power. The long journey was completed in the blink of an eye. A new godhead appeared in Lin Fei's body and it spun. The divine power in his body began to flow, forming a perfect structure. Traces of divine power also entered his body, but it was very weak. I was right to come here. Killing a 5-star celestial god has such benefits. If I had known, I would have come to kill him. Lin Fei was very surprised that he had broken through to the heavenly god realm at this time. Ding! Player has entered the heavenly god realm. The system will undergo an upgrade for 2 hours. System update in progress. The system in Lin Fei's mind disappeared without a trace. The system is going to upgrade again. The last system update brought many changes, and Lin Fei was very much looking forward to the changes after this update. He tried to contact Little Fiend, but there was no result. The Pill Sanctum had been reduced to ruins. The celestial gods who had barely survived were all heavily injured, and their expressions were very ugly. This is too scary. Old Ancestor Sure of the crafting sect is really a piece of trash. My good friend was here just now, and he died in the blink of an eye. Do you guys think Dition is dead? Rumor has it that Dition cultivates a heaven-defying technique. If he is dead, can we? Hurry up and find him. The surviving celestial gods were all tempted. They had all seen Dition's strength and ferocity. The 5-star celestial god of the crafting sect was very powerful, but he was still taken care of by Dition, and even self-destructed. If they could obtain the technique Dition left behind, they would be very powerful in the future. It was unknown who mentioned this, but the injured heavenly deities all released their divine senses to search around, afraid that they would fall behind everyone else. Even if there was a peerless treasure in front of them, it was still not as important as the cultivation art Dition left behind. Boom! A saber light slashed through the void. The searching celestial god's body shook. His divine sense was cut off, and he looked up at the distant sky in shock. Everyone, you guys are quite free. I wonder what you found. In the sky not far away, Lin Fei appeared in front of them, looking at them with a smile. He didn't die. What kind of joke was this? They were already very afraid of Dition, and they thought that they would be killed in the self-destruction. Now that he came out, their expressions became unnatural. I'm not looking for anything. They didn't dare to look Dition in the eyes. Even the self-destruction of a 5-star celestial god didn't die, so they were no match for him, especially when they were injured. I found something good here. One of the shifty-eyed celestial gods took out the divine sparks he had collected. There were 3 of them, and he presented them respectfully. Yes, this seems to be what I lost. Lin Fei didn't have a good impression of these celestial gods. Attack him together? Unfortunately, those who attacked him seemed to have all been killed by the self-destruction, and a few of them had also disappeared without a trace. This is what I should do. That person lowered his head. He was extremely depressed. It wasn't easy to obtain the divine sparks. Lin Fei swept his gaze across. What about you guys? I seem to have picked up 2 divine sparks too. I have 1. I have 3. Even though Lin Fei didn't release his killing intent, the injured celestial god couldn't stand his gaze. Regardless of whether he picked up the divine sparks or not, he gritted his teeth and took them out. In less than a moment, Lin Fei had 30 divine sparks in his hands, and he was laughing in his heart. Wow, these people are all tycoons. 30 divine sparks could be exchanged for several divine king fragments. Suddenly one of the celestial gods said, Lord Ditian, I am willing to atone for my sins. I know where the treasure vault of the weapon refining sect is. Lin Fei looked in the direction of the voice and saw a 1-star celestial god standing uneasily. Lin Fei had an impression of this person. It was the celestial god who had attacked him. Chapter 1760. They're gone. From now on, the weapon refining sect will no longer exist. Ditian is too cruel. The weapon refining sect has really kicked an iron plate this time. The experts of the entire weave couldn't help but sigh. They were even more fearful of Ditian. It was normal for them to say that they didn't care before. They thought that Ditian's reputation was just bragging and not worth mentioning. But now that the weapon refining sect had been destroyed, they truly realized how terrifying Ditian was. Help! No one dared to do that. Right now, Ditian was invincible. He had an invincible aura. They would just be throwing their lives away if they went. No one would go against Ditian for the sake of a destroyed weapon refining sect. It wasn't worth it. Ditian couldn't be offended. The experts secretly listed Ditian as someone they couldn't afford to offend. They even told the younger generation of their clansmen not to go against Ditian. They couldn't afford to offend someone like him. The weapon refining sect had always stood strong, but now it was destroyed just like that. Half-step celestial gods and celestial gods had all died in battle. The disciples of the crafting school would also suffer because of this. Without the protection of the crafting school, the disciples of the crafting school who managed to escape were all extremely rich. They had long since been targeted by someone in the dark, and now that an opportunity had presented itself, who would miss it? Lin Fei wasn't interested in small fries. The weapon refining sect's treasury was a little attractive. Lin Fei arrived in front of a ruin. It used to be a mountain range. There were incomplete array formations everywhere which showed how powerful they were. Lord Ditian, the treasury is below here. Lin Fei used his spiritual sense to scan the area. It was indeed a treasure trove. There were many layers of restrictions and killing formations. It was extremely horrifying. You can go now. The celestial turned and left as if he had been pardoned. Treasury? He didn't want to go in. It would be a lie if the celestial gods weren't tempted by the weapon refining sect's treasury. However, even the 5-star celestial ancestor sure had been killed. They were worried that they would be killed if they went in. Although the treasures were good, they needed to be alive to enjoy them. Otherwise, Lin Fei disappeared from the sky above the ruins and came to the layers of array formations. A black hole gate appeared in front of Lin Fei, and he charged through it. Fortunately, the self-detonation of the 5-star heavenly god had destroyed a portion of the killing formation, and its might had been affected. The killing move activated by the formation's restrictions was not very powerful. It took Lin Fei half an hour to force his way through these array formations and restrictions until a stone door appeared in front of him. The crafting school must have put in a lot of effort for their treasury, but now it's all mine. Lin Fei took out the heavenly deity saber and slashed at the stone door. After dozens of slashes, the stone door was violently broken. Lin Fei strode in and a huge treasury appeared in front of him. Good heavens, the crafting materials are piled up like a mountain. The treasury was huge. At the same time, it was an independent world. Lin Fei was completely dumbfounded by the sight of the mountain of materials. This was truly not simple at all. Lin Fei was not very interested in the materials, but if these materials were placed outside, Everyone would come out to fight for them, and some of them were of perfect quality. One after another, Lin Fei chose to ignore all of the materials. If the system was updated and there was a way to deal with the materials, Lin Fei did not mind taking the materials for other purposes. The material area was huge. After leaving the material area, wow, so many weapons and battle suits. As soon as he came out of the material area, he saw a small mountain of weapons and battle suits, and even some other treasures. Lin Fei roughly counted with his divine sense, and the total number was over 10 million. Adding the two together, there were more than 50 million. There were a lot of things, but for the territory of this world, there were not many of these things and everyone could not even get one. The crafting school's stockpiling was just to control the quantity and achieve a monopoly. You guys didn't sell, now it's all mine. Lin Fei was not interested in these weapons and battle suits, but for the Tianyun Tower, the effect was very good. As long as the Tianyun Tower had weapons and battle suits, its reputation would rise after a few more auctions. Take it, I have to take it. Lin Fei took out the storage ring and put away the weapons and battle suits. Fortunately, Lin Fei did not have many things, and he had many large storage rings on hand. He took away all the weapons and battle suits, leaving nothing behind. If the heavenly gods of the crafting sect knew about this, they would definitely die with grievances. It took Lin Fei a lot of time to collect these materials. After all, when he was collecting, he had to pay attention to the surrounding movements, and he did not release the fusion. There are only so many battle suits and weapons. I wonder what other good things there are below. Lin Fei walked down again. His eyes lit up again. Not far away, there were many wooden shelves, each with weapons and battle suits. With Lin Fei's eyesight, they were definitely the work of a grandmaster. Lin Fei randomly picked up a weapon and saw that the quality was not bad, but it was still a long way from the weapons produced by the system. Not bad, not bad. There are at least 300,000 to 400,000 high-quality weapons here. I wonder how long the crafting sect has been storing them. These high-grade weapons were going to be collected too. Lin Fei continued to plunder the loot, collecting the high-grade weapons and battle suits one after another into his storage ring. Top-grade materials? These can be sold for money. I'll take them. There's even a refining method? This should be worth a lot of money. I'll take them first. The treasury was huge. Lin Fei did not stop, taking away everything he saw. Even if he did not want them, he could take them to auction. Cultivation method? Divine ability? They could also be sold for money. This time, dealing with the crafting sect consumed a lot of divinity points, and he had to replenish it no matter what. The crafting sect could only blame themselves for being too greedy. They had to pay the price for doing something wrong. It was the same for the crafting sect. In less than 2 hours, the treasury became empty. No matter what it was, Lin Fei had taken it all away. Low-grade divine weapons, godheads and those things. After Lin Fei finished storing the treasures, he could not help but frown. He did not see any trace of low-grade divine weapons from start to end. Lin Fei did not care about other things, but he did care about godheads. He had a feeling that after the system upgrade, godheads would be of great use. The more godheads, the better. Now that he had not seen a single godhead, Lin Fei was naturally displeased. That old thing probably wouldn't put the godheads in the storage ring, so it must be in the treasury. Otherwise, there would be no need to station so many powerhouses outside the treasury. Lin Fei remembered very clearly that on the way in, the powerhouses hidden in the dark were all killed by the self-detonation attacks, including celestial god powerhouses, which showed how much importance the treasury placed on it. The treasury was an independent space, and Lin Fei suspected that there were other spaces hidden in it. After searching with his divine sense for a total of 7 to 8 times, Lin Fei smiled and punched a space, opening up another space. Hua, as soon as Lin Fei entered, divine power surged. This is divine power, oh my god, such dense divine power? Lin Fei was like a sponge, and the divine power drilled into his body, making him feel very comfortable. Outsider, who allowed you to come in? Lin Fei was still enjoying it. A black shadow appeared in the sky and pounced at Lin Fei. There's someone else? No, it's not a person. Lin Fei looked over, and the black shadow was actually a beast, and a pair of sharp claws was grabbing at him. Scram! Lin Fei waved his hand, and the divine power palm slapped the beast away, smashing it into a mountain range. I know, the weapon-refining sex patriarch must be hiding in seclusion in this space. Lin Fei scanned with his divine sense and found that this space was even smaller than the treasury, and it was very well hidden. If it wasn't for his sensitivity to space, he would have missed a good place. Only that 5-star heavenly god of the weapon-refining sect could withstand such dense divine power. Come here. Lin Fei reached out, and his giant hand grabbed the beast's neck. His divine sense entered the beast's mind, searching for relevant memories. This beast was slapped by Lin Fei, but it was not injured, but it was far weaker than Lin Fei, and it was still very strong against ordinary 1-star and 2-star heavenly gods. After the beast was searched by his divine sense, its movements also became sluggish. Lin Fei smashed the beast's head with a punch, put it in his storage ring, and brought it back to Hairball as a great tonic. After all, this beast had transformed into a divine body, and it was very useful for Hairball to break through to the divine beast realm. After searching through his memories, Lin Fei also knew the origin of this place. What the old fart said before he died was true. This thing was actually left behind by the weapon-refining sex patriarch. No wonder the old fart's realm was so high. Lin Fei knew he came to the right place. After putting away the beast's corpse, Lin Fei flew to a valley in the mountain range. This is the place. There was a restriction array formation in the valley, but it was not activated. Lin Fei easily entered the cave abode in the valley. The old fart didn't activate the restriction array formation, which saved me a lot of trouble. Lin Fei stood in the cave abode with a smile. The biggest harvest of the day was here. The cave abode was not small, and there were many stone rooms built. Lin Fei opened the stone rooms one by one, and there were either supreme-grade materials or high-grade weapons and battle suits, which were much higher than the treasures outside. Low-grade divine artifact. It's really a low-grade divine artifact. In a stone room, Lin Fei really found low-grade divine artifacts. The only thing that displeased him was that there were only a few of these low-grade divine artifacts in good condition. Basically, they were all damaged. Did this guy go to that battle scene? He actually found so many low-grade divine artifacts and brought them back. Lin Fei did not care whether the low-grade divine artifacts were good or bad. Anyway, he took them back and converted them into divinity points. Roughly estimating, the number of low-grade divine artifacts here was at least 1,000. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and accepted them. After sweeping through the stone rooms one by one, Lin Fei finally came to the other party's secret cultivation room. Sure enough, he found a storage ring here. It turned out that he did not bring it with him. These godhoods. Before opening the storage ring, Lin Fei noticed that there were a lot of godheads in the surroundings. The same situation as the low-grade divine artifacts happened again. These godhoods were all damaged, either broken in half or missing a third, as if they were violently smashed by someone and did not even have a chance to resist. Chapter 1761. Lin Fei was really shocked. After his 18 divine avatars combined, he could break through to the 3-star divine realm, and his combat power was no weaker than that of a 5-star divine realm. Most importantly, Lin Fei could use a lot of divine power to frequently use big moves. This was something no one could compare with. But even so, Lin Fei still couldn't break the godheads. The defense of the godheads was very terrifying, but now these godheads were damaged to different degrees. The strength of the expert who attacked must be extremely terrifying. Could these godheads all come from the divine tomb? A place popped up in Lin Fei's mind. This place was the place that many people would go to soon. The godheads in the secret room should not come from other places other than the divine tomb. The godheads in the secret chamber made Lin Fei smile from ear to ear. Damaged? It really didn't matter. As long as they were godheads. Hehe. It's worth it for these godheads. Lin Fei put away all the damaged godheads and counted 231, which was far beyond Lin Fei's expectations. Maybe I will be able to summon a divine king expert soon. After collecting all the godheads, Lin Fei also found some refining methods, which were useless to him, so he put them in the storage ring. After confirming that there was nothing else, he opened the storage ring and checked. There are also godheads in here, and they are complete. There are actually 38 godheads. Lin Fei soon found that the godheads in the storage ring were not damaged at all. Lin Fei was in a good mood again. He didn't find many divine stones, just millions of high-grade divine stones, which was not a big harvest. In addition to the godheads and divine stones, there were some top-grade materials, some of which were very rare, and each of them would cause a sensation. There's this. In a box, Lin Fei found a map and took it out. The map was yellow and there were many lines on it. Originally, Lin Fei didn't look carefully, but when he caught a glimpse of the two words in the corner, he couldn't help but be excited. The Divine Tomb. Damn, I'm so lucky. I actually found a map of the Divine Tomb? Spreading out the map, Lin Fei studied it carefully. With all the good stuff in his hands, Lin Fei did not plan to leave for the time being. Many routes were recorded on the map. These routes were all marked in red, while the rest were all gray. Lin Fei quickly understood the contents of the map and concluded that it was a map of the tomb of the god of sin. The red routes had been explored and marked on it. He had finally figured out the source of the damaged low-quality battle armor and the damaged godheads. Now that I have the map of the tomb of the god of sin, I can go there myself. Lin Fei didn't know much about the tomb of the god of sin. He only knew that this was a battlefield, and it was a very fierce battle. Now that place was shrouded in evil qi and was the most dangerous place. He carefully put away the map. This thing was extremely precious. Even a 5-star heavenly god expert had to carefully mark them. One could imagine how dangerous and terrifying the divine tomb was. It was definitely not as simple as people thought. After putting away the items, Lin Fei discovered something about space in the storage ring. It turned out that this space was called the God Refining Space, and was refined by the first-generation ancestor of the weapon refining sect back then. At that time, the first-generation sect master was already extremely powerful, and was also a great figure above, second only to the Divine Emperor Rancor. With the help of the Divine Emperor Rancor, he opened the passage and passed down the God Refining Space. The use of the God Refining Space was also very simple. As long as it was a sect master, they could come in to cultivate. Every generation of weapon refining sect had relied on the God Refining Space to become the strongest in weapon refining sect. When he passed down the God Refining Space, he also passed down the offensive techniques of the Divine Lord Dharma idol. With the combination of these two, the sect masters of weapon refining sect were the strongest. A God power space refined by a great figure. Doesn't that mean that this entire space contains an unimaginable amount of God power? Lin Fei finally understood why the divine level stone he found in the storage ring were only around 1 million. So that was what was going on. Lin Fei was in no hurry to leave. Wait. When the system finished upgrading, it would absorb all the God power in the entire God power space. At this moment, the entire territory was shocked. The news of the weapon refining sect being swept away by Ditian alone and being removed from the territory spread like wildfire. No one from that sect was in the sacred pill land. They were lucky enough to survive and immediately sent the news back. The territory was once again shocked. First, he killed more than 10 Empyrean gods, and in the blink of an eye, he destroyed the weapon refining sect. Any one of these two things would cause a sensation. However, what was even more shocking was that the 5-star heavenly god of the weapon refining sect was unable to kill Ditian. Even after using the Divine Lord Dharma idol to attack, he was still killed in the end. This time, the 8 great sects, the 7 overlords, and the other powers were completely moved. No matter how much Ditian could kill a heavenly god, he could only kill a 1-star heavenly god or a 2-star heavenly god. Whether it was in terms of divine power or attack power, a 5-star heavenly god would increase exponentially. Such an expert was still killed by Ditian? How could they show off their seniority? Kill Ditian now? This was not something that 10 or 20 Empyrean gods could do. What a cruel Ditian. He's so vengeful. The weapon refining sect is really unlucky. In a territory at the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce's branch, when Tianyang heard the news, he was also shocked. In such a short time, Ditian had killed his way to the weapon refining sect and even killed the 5-star heavenly god, Old Ancestor Shur. This was definitely an earth-shattering event. Men, prepare immediately. We're going to the great metropolis realm. Tianyang, who had just left, had no choice but to return to the great metropolis realm. The weapon refining sect had been established for so long and had monopolized the trade of weapons and armor in the territory. Now that Ditian had wiped them out, Everything in the weapon refining sect's treasury would fall into Di Tian's hands. Tianyang was extremely envious of such a huge amount of resources. Luckily, we didn't offend Di Tian back then. That guy really can't hide things. The weapon refining sect really hid things well. They actually have a super powerful 5-star heavenly god. What a pity. In another Hell Heaven Chamber of Commerce, Huang Chuan was also the first to receive the news. He was incomparably shocked, and his expression changed completely. Previously, Di Tian was very famous, but his strength was still a flaw. Everyone was afraid of the guy behind him. Now Di Tian had once again displayed astonishing combat power. Di Tian had truly gained a foothold. Besiege? That would be foolish. Di Tian, the number one person of the younger generation, no longer had any doubts. Huang Chuan could not sit still either. He ordered his men to prepare warships and rush to the great metropolis realm as soon as possible. He hoped to get the resources in Di Tian's hands. It would be best if they could arrive before the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce. No matter how fast their warships were, they would not be as fast as the battle fortress. Chapter 1762. What are the rumors outside? At this moment, Lin Fei, who was in the special space, did not know. After sweeping everything clean in his lair, Lin Fei was in a good mood. He took out the delicacies that he carried and ate leisurely. He would not lose anything this time. What Lin Fei needed to do now was to wait for the system update to end. Time passed in the blink of an eye. When Lin Fei ate the second bottle of wine, the communication jade talisman that he carried with him had a sound. He took it out and saw that it was from Tianyang of the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Their reaction is really fast. Lin Fei casually replied. Then he received several messages. Other than the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce, Hell and Heaven, there was also Lu Ziyue of the Sky Fortune Building and the Great Commander of Primal Chaos City. Lin Fei expected their reaction as they were well informed. Ding, system update complete. Opening. Just as Lin Fei was thinking, the cold voice that he had not heard for a long time sounded again. The voice that he usually found unpleasant was more familiar to Lin Fei than anyone else. Finally done. After a moment, Lin Fei opened the system and looked forward to it. Little demon. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to look at the system. He called the little demon. Without this fellow by his side, he was not used to it. Dear Master, you really did not disappoint me. The first thing you thought of was me. With a flash of light, the little demon flew out with its triangular tail and stood on Lin Fei's shoulder. Damn, you grew up. Compared to before, the little demon had grown up. Lin Fei was shocked. The little demon proudly said, I have to thank Master for being able to reach the heavenly god realm so quickly. The system also improved and I, as a guide, also improved. Naturally, I grew up. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. You grew up, did you have new skills? You are not as useless as before, right? The little demon curled its lips and said in a wronged manner, I knew Master would dislike me. Lin Fei was speechless. You are a guide, is there a need to learn to be wronged? You are not a 3-year-old child. Acting wronged is a very shameless thing to do. Just like acting cute. Stop pretending. You little brat, I don't know what you're thinking. Lin Fei mercilessly attacked the little devil. Hehe, this is a secret for now. Let's wait until you look at the system. The little demon whet its appetite. Let me remind you, this time the system upgrade. There are many functions that will definitely give you a new experience. So awesome. Lin Fei opened the system, and an interface appeared before him. He pulled out the attributes page. The system was the status page as before. Player. Lin Fei Bloodline Time Bloodline Space Bloodline Realm. 1-star Heavenly God Realm Distance Upgrade Invincibility. 5678252 Divinity Points. 9825227422252 God King Fragment can summon an Eternal God King Powerhouse. Cultivation Technique. God Level 1/Time Technique 4. Space Technique 3. Hongmeng 18 Clones God Level Technique. Position. Mighty Invincible General. A general without an army. Requires 100,000 divinity to activate. Experience Treasure Chest. Heavenly God Level. Can open Heavenly God equipment, including upper, middle, and lower. Experience Treasure Chest temporarily opened. Looking at the new attributes. Lin Fei was first surprised by the upgrade. Damn, this requires 10 billion experience points? Or 10 trillion? Lin Fei was a little confused. Ding, the system is automatically replying. Player has stepped into a new realm. This is a new realm, and also a new journey. You have already revealed your invincible state, but this is not enough. The road to invincibility is still very long, and the system is tailor-made for the player to level up. You just need to collect enough divinity. The road to invincibility, it is that simple. Listening to the system's hot-blooded words, Lin Fei blinked at the little demon. It can't be, did I hear wrongly? Leveling up with divinity is enough? All along, Lin Fei was used to leveling up experience, suddenly replaced by divinity. Naturally, he was a little unable to adapt. 100 divinity, if this news spread out, who knows how many people would be dumbfounded. You didn't hear wrongly, the system is also right, the road to invincibility is that simple. The little demon said very seriously. As long as the master keeps collecting divinity, leveling up is that simple. Lin Fei admitted that the system made sense. Invincibility was that simple. Who asked him to have the leveling up system? Next, my focus will be on divinity. This is forcing me to snatch divinity from them. Lin Fei touched his nose, pointed at an item on the attribute panel. Then what is this, great general? I still need 100,000 divinity. When will I be able to activate it? The little demon smiled. Master, divinity is not that simple. Of course it is to kill people. There is no divinity in this world. Whoever offends you, kill. It is best to exterminate the whole family. 100,000 divinity, it is a piece of cake. Alright. Lin Fei really couldn't refute. But this mighty and invincible great general, I still like it. The name sounds very domineering. This experience treasure chest, will it also be opened in a different way, no longer requiring divinity points to open? Lin Fei temporarily suppressed his curiosity about the great general. This matter couldn't be rushed. Master, you're really smart. This is a new system, so there will definitely be changes. The chests are now divinity chests, so how can they be open with divinity points? Master can use divinity points to open them. For example, Master can currently open them 10 times a day. As your cultivation increases, you'll only need 50 divinity points to open them. How black-hearted! Lin Fei was very unhappy. This is forcing me to get divinity points. Master, 50 divinity points each time is very cost-effective if you are lucky. You can also get a mid-grade divine artifact, even a high-grade divine artifact. Compared to that, it is very satisfying. Lin Fei was speechless again. 50 divinity points to be able to draw good things, it was indeed very cost-effective. This was a privilege that belonged to him. Originally, he thought that the divinity points that he had plundered from the nest were not small, but now it seemed that the divinity points were just beginning to be used. How much would be used up? Lin Fei closed the attribute page and looked at the other pages. Compared to before, the system was more concise. There was no superfluous thing. Divine level technique promotion? On one of the pages, Lin Fei saw the promotion of divine level technique. This was interesting. Lin Fei opened the page, the image changed. Divine level / 1-star battle strength. Can be upgraded to 10 stars. Hongming 18 clones, 1-star battle strength. Can be upgraded to 10 stars. The time technique and space technique did not appear. The rest of the techniques did not have the corresponding display. Master, the techniques that you practiced before, the battle strength did not reach 1 star. Only 1-star battle strength will be listed here. Chapter 1763. This function was good. Lin Fei thought to himself. Wasn't it just for him? With this function, he might be able to upgrade the 18 primordial god clones. At that time, all his celestial god clones would be 9-star celestial god realm. This upgrade isn't cheap, right? The function was out. Lin Fei knew that it would definitely be difficult to upgrade. Master, you guessed it right again. This upgrade also requires godhood. Each upgrade requires 1,000 godhood, and the success rate is not guaranteed. The little demon dealt a heavy blow. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. I knew it wouldn't be cheap. 1,000 godhood for each upgrade, 10 times would require 10,000 godhood. From the looks of it, the number of godhood would increase in the future. He was forced once again. Godhood was still godhood. The 18 primordial god clones were still very important to him. As long as there was a way, Lin Fei wanted to upgrade them. Even if the success rate was low, he had to try. Lin Fei still remembered that when he played this leveling game, he had used countless materials to upgrade his cultivation technique. Lin Fei closed this page and looked at the other pages. Each page was an eye-opener. For example, the embedding page was newly opened. One could embed all kinds of powerful attributes on god armor or god weapons to increase one's overall combat strength. There was even a chance to launch an instant kill like Holy Strike. Embedding these attributes needed to be bought with godhood. Just like now, godhood had become a common currency. Attribute stones were also divided into 1-star to 10-star attribute stones, and the price went from low to high. Every attribute stone had a success rate and failure rate. Similarly, there were also support tools. Lin Fei suspected that the system had fallen into a money hole. The cash-strapped Lin Fei could only watch for the time being. He really couldn't do anything. Who asked him to lack godhood? After looking through it, Lin Fei understood most of it. Overall, after the leveling system was updated, it showed its strong side. Of course, there was a prerequisite, and that was having godhood. As long as you had godhood, you didn't lack anything. Lin Fei felt like he was just a player. Unfortunately, it was not possible to top up. Otherwise, Lin Fei really wanted to top up a sum of money. After struggling for a while, Lin Fei did not forget something important. This special space was created by a godly venerable one. Is there any way for me to extract my divine power? Lin Fei asked. Lin Fei wasn't sure how many divinity points there were in this special space, but he was sure that it was a terrifying number. That's easy. Have you forgotten about the forceful extraction? Forceful extraction? Lin Fei immediately thought of one of the properties that he had just seen. It seemed to be called forceful extraction. It sounded really cool. He hurriedly opened this page's attribute window. Lin Fei was amused by what he saw. Good, that's great. With this, there's no need to be anxious. Lin Fei applauded. It was really tailor-made. If he had to collect it by himself, who knew how long it would take? The little devil had a disapproving look on his face. It's not as easy as you think after I level up again. Lin Fei was immersed in joy. Collect for me. He opened forceful extraction. Lin Fei only felt the surrounding divinity surging toward him, instantly drowning him in the waves of divinity points. A huge vortex appeared, and the divinity point vortex grew bigger and bigger. Boom! 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 His lair collapsed, unable to resist the divinity point vortex. Lin Fei's leveling system increased his divinity points rapidly like a rocket, breaking through 100 million. This speed was even more terrifying than the last time he absorbed at the Divine Mountain. The divinity point vortex expanded, and wherever it passed, mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Without the nourishment of divinity, the earth turned into yellow sand, and there was an aura of death. With the divinity point constantly surging, Lin Fei was overjoyed. This is awesome. The system absorbed frantically. Lin Fei knew that he had recovered his capital. After absorbing the divinity point here, all the losses would be recovered. Ding! Congratulations, player, for breaking through 1 trillion divinity points. Ding! Congratulations, player, for breaking through 10 trillion divinity points. A unit of 100 million could not satisfy divinity points. The number of divinity points had also increased from 100 million to trillions. At this time, if Lin Fei attacked, no one could stop his crazy attack. After a storm, they would die without a doubt. In terms of divinity point storage, Lin Fei was probably ranked at the top in the entire territory. Lin Fei was still absorbing divinity points. As his divinity points kept breaking through, Lin Fei was also shocked. The divinity points in this world contain divinity points. How many divine stones had that hierarch expert refined? Unfortunately, the people of the weapon refining sect were not angry, and now they were all given to Lin Fei for free. 100 trillion! For hours later, Lin Fei's divinity points broke through the terrifying level of 100 trillion. And the speed did not stop. Fortunately, the system is here. Otherwise, I can only stare at such a good thing. An expert had a certain amount of divinity points in their body. The weapon refining sect was like a treasure mountain, and he could only use time to absorb and refine it. Lin Fei was now full of divinity points. If I fight with old ancestor stone now, I can directly use 1 trillion divinity points. Won't I completely destroy him? Lin Fei said to himself happily. That feeling was too good. It was a complete and utter suppression. Lin Fei became more and more confident. After the fusion of the 3-star realm, when the divinity points were activated, no one could block his attack. The strong absorption lasted for a full 10 hours. At this time, the space was filled with the aura of death. The mountain range that was originally full of vitality had turned into a piece of yellow sand, and there were no traces of it before. So comfortable. Lin Fei stood up lazily. His original lair had long turned into yellow sand. He now stood on the yellow sand, looked around and sighed. That expert really invested a lot. Checking the divinity points, it was finally fixed at a terrifying number of 3,000 trillion. Lin Fei was now really a rich man, a big tycoon. Congratulations, master, for obtaining 3,000 trillion divinity points. The little devil smiled. In the future, if anyone is unhappy, I will slap them to death. Lin Fei also laughed. Yes, slap them to death. I don't know if I will be able to slap them to death if I meet that hierarch shadow again. Thinking about it, I am really looking forward to it. Master can definitely do it. Back then, that hierarch shadow's attack power was not even at the level of 1 trillion. As long as Master can use 1 trillion power, you can block the attack. If it is 10 trillion, you can break through the defense and severely injure the opponent. Lin Fei blinked. You can even calculate this. The little devil laughed. Now that I have advanced, I can naturally calculate this kind of small matter. Moreover, there is something you don't know. You'll find out later. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. You might as well not say it. You are purely baiting me. Chapter 1764. P.S. Only one update today. That Dition is still in the weapon refining sect? He has been in there for a long time. Is he recuperating? Why do you care what he is doing in there? He destroyed the entire weapon refining sect in one breath. Even old ancestor Sure seems to have been killed. Who can be blamed for this? I heard that old ancestor Sure coveted Dition's invincible weapon refinement technique and arranged for his disciples to surround and annihilate Dition. It's a pity that Dition is even more terrifying than we imagined. Yes, old ancestor Sure has done this many times in the past. This time he has really hit a wall. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A ray of sword light slashed over, killing the half-step heavenly deity who was talking. The other half-step heavenly deities also lost their godheads in the blink of an eye. Dog, how dare you speak ill of Big Brother Sure? You deserve to die. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A figure appeared in the sky. This person had a ferocious face and was as tall and sturdy as a giant. He stood in the sky like a ferocious beast. Not good, it is actually him. Xionghu. Since he is here then. The expressions of the onlookers turned ugly. Facing the ferocious man, they did not dare to say anything. The ferocious man was very satisfied with his appearance. Not long after he appeared, 5 people appeared not far away. They stood beside the burly man and ruthlessly released their heavenly god aura, causing the surrounding experts' blood to boil. First Master, are we late? A thin middle-aged man glanced around with a sharp look in his eyes. All the experts who were swept by his gaze felt their breathing quicken. It was as if his gaze could see through their hearts. You come here. The burly man pointed. A 1-star heavenly god not far away could not help but come over. There were also some 1-star heavenly gods not far away. Their expressions were even more shocked. Tell me what you know. That heavenly deity's expression and movements became extremely stiff. He recounted everything that had happened before clearly without missing a single detail. We want to avenge Big Brother Sure. Big Brother Sure died so miserably. He killed Dition. This person really deserves to die. The 5 people behind the burly man all shouted angrily. The burly man's eyes flashed as he communicated with his divine sense. We didn't come too late. I didn't expect that Big Brother Sure, who has been so wise all his life, would eventually fall into the hands of a young man. This time we can legitimately act. It can only be said that Dition's luck is bad. Big Brother, you're the smart one. If we attack Dition now, no one can say anything. As long as we kill Dition, not only will the weapon refining school's treasures belong to us, even his invincible weapon will belong to us. Dition can kill old ancestor Sure. Isn't it a little risky for the 6 of us to make a move? Number 5, you are too cowardly. Who doesn't know that our elder brother is the most proficient in scheming? If he wants to act, he would definitely be confident in winning. Also, Dition just fought a huge battle and his divine energy has been greatly depleted. How can he be our opponent? That's right. With Big Brother's scheming, taking down Dition will be a piece of cake. Don't forget who we are. We are the 6 Tigers of Heavenly Dragon. Just mentioning our names, who doesn't know that we are the most savage? The 5 of them were constantly communicating with each other, using their divine senses. All of them had the same goal, to take down Dition. Since he hasn't come out yet, let's set up a formation and catch him off guard. The burly man and the others all started to move. Many heavenly gods were watching coldly from afar. Even if they were discussing, they were very careful. As for stopping them, that was simply impossible. I didn't expect the 6 Tigers of Heavenly Dragon to come. All of them came at once. This time Dition is in trouble. Rumor has it that the boss of the 6 Tigers of Heavenly Dragon, Xionghu, was a friend of old ancestor Shi. His strength is not low. I suspect that he is a 4-star heavenly god. They are also shameless. They are clearly here for the weapon refining school's treasure, but they have the nerve to say that they are here to avenge old ancestor Shi. Since the 6 Tigers of Heavenly Dragon are here, others can forget about interfering. They are taking advantage of us. The people outside were all from the territory. It was impossible to say that they were not moved by the weapon refining school's treasures. However, with a terrifying demon present, no one dared to act rashly. The shock that Dition brought to them was something that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Although the treasure was good, they did not dare to make a move. For the sake of their lives, it was better not to interfere. Up in the void, there were a few powerful beings who were secretly observing the situation. The 6 Tigers of Heavenly Dragon came at the right time. They can test Dition. Such a big piece of meat, Dition is not afraid of swallowing it. If he eats the meat, he has to leave us some soup. If Dition shows signs of weakness, don't blame us for being ruthless. The weakest of these experts was a 3-star heavenly god. The weapon refining school was swept away. An old ancestor Shi was killed on the spot. The news spread quickly, and many experts came to check it out. When they heard that Dition went to the treasure, some of the experts had ideas. Could they watch from the side? If they were not careful, they might be able to tear off a piece of meat from Dition. They did not believe that Dition could still retain his battle strength after using so many powerful moves. Maybe he went to the treasure to recover his strength. Otherwise, he would not have gone for such a long time. Everyone began to get restless. Wait! The arrival of the 6 Tigers of Heavenly Dragon did not make everyone happy. These 6 tigers were strong and were proficient in an ancient combination technique. Their battle strength was not inferior to old ancestor Shi's. It could be said that they had the battle strength of a 4-star heavenly god, or even a peak battle strength. Everyone might as well hide and watch the show. The 6 Tigers of Heavenly Dragon quickly set up the array. Dition swept through the weapon refining school, and many people did not like him. Naturally, no one would say anything. The sky was silent. Everyone seemed to be waiting for something. After an unknown period of time, just as everyone was wondering if Dition had left the weapon refining school's treasure vault, a figure flew out from below and appeared in the sky. Dition. Everyone's eyes lit up. He finally came out. Big Brother Shi. I'm here to take revenge for you. Activate the array. An angry roar echoed in the sky above the weapon refining school. With a loud rumble, the huge array was activated. The originally clear sky was instantly filled with dark clouds. Lightning pillars as thick as buckets soared into the sky, one after another. There were a total of 99 pillars that stood between heaven and earth. The berserk lightning also gave everyone a fright. Someone exclaimed, "The 6 Tigers of Heavenly Dragon are so generous. They actually set up the 10 ultimate lightning dragon killing array." Many people had heard of this name, but they had never seen it with their own eyes. When they heard the name of the array, they could not remain calm again. Chapter 1765. The huge territory was now completely affected by the berserk aura. Any heavenly god could sense the terrifying aura brought by the formation. It was a real killing formation. When the heavenly dragons and 6 tigers were activated, its power doubled again. It was a killing move to deal with Dtion. It was even more terrifying than Patriarch Shur. No matter what happened after the battle, Dtion would inevitably be severely injured. They might even be able to take advantage of the situation. No one was optimistic about Dtion. The 6 people in the formation each controlled an array flag. Seeing that Dtion was trapped in the killing formation, Xionghu's eyes flashed with joy. In order to deal with Dtion, they had paid a huge price and rushed over immediately. Wasn't it for this moment? Third brother, fourth brother, move. Don't give him a chance to attack. Xionghu controlled the center of the formation, while his brothers each controlled a portion. The formation was activated. Roar! With a series of loud roars, the 99 lightning pillars turned into giant lightning dragons that were 100,000 feet long. They were ferocious and spat out lightning. Violent lightning filled the formation. Master, you're lucky. Someone came to die as soon as you came out. Amidst the violent lightning, a battle armor appeared on Lin Fei's body. Traces of lightning swept over, but they were shattered by the saber intent before they could reach him. There are so many people who aren't afraid of death. Anger flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. Avenge Patriarch Shur? What a lousy excuse. Being trapped by the formation for no reason, Lin Fei was in a bad mood. These people really didn't know how to write the word death. That's good. Since my strength has improved, I'll start with them. The heavenly god's saber appeared in his hand. Master, the offensive power of this killing formation is not bad. It has the combat power of a peak 5-star heavenly god, and it has 99 lightning dragons. It can be said to be a perfect killing formation. Unfortunately, there are a few weak spots in this formation. The refinement is not very perfect. Master, you can start from there and break the formation. When the time comes, you can obtain a killing formation. Lin Fei's mood improved after hearing the little devil's words. With the combat power of a peak 5-star heavenly god, this killing formation had become very valuable. Under the control of the Grand Formation, the 99 lightning dragons spat out lightning balls. In the blink of an eye, over 100 lightning balls had arrived. The power of each lightning ball was equivalent to that of a 5-star heavenly god. Lin Fei's HP also surged. The attack of over 100 thunderballs was indeed quite terrifying. Slow down time. Lin Fei used a time technique, and time energy flowed towards the balls of lightning. The terrifying balls of lightning instantly stopped. Master, here. The imp pointed in a certain direction. Lin Fei flashed past and charged in the direction he pointed. Open. The heavenly deity war saber struck one of the positions, and a door appeared in the seemingly empty space. There was a person sitting cross-legged inside the door, controlling a formation flag. This was the Black Tiger of the Heavenly Dragons and 6 Tigers. Big brother, it's not good. He's killing his way in. Damn it. How does he know where the door is? The Black Tiger who was sitting cross-legged was horrified, as if he had seen a ghost. They were very clear about the prowess of this killing formation. The attacks of over 100 5-star heavenly gods were not that easy to dodge. No matter what, they had to pay a price. As long as the other party was injured, the follow-up killing moves would be endless. Their location wasn't that easy to see through. Black Tiger naturally felt a wave of horror. The other party was too fast, as if they had identified his position. Black Tiger, hold on, we're coming. Lin Fei rushed into the door and saw a sinister middle-aged man with cold killing intent. It was clear that he was a bloodthirsty person, and his murderous aura soared into the sky. You guys have guts. Ancestor Shur is already dead, and you still dare to attack me. Since you want to avenge Ancestor Shur, then go down and accompany them. Lin Fei raised the heavenly deity war saber in his hand and slashed out in a straight line. Thunder Shield. Black Tiger activated the formation flag, lightning gathered, and a large shield appeared in front of him. Crack! The saber light was overbearing, like an invincible beast, pushing against the Thunder Shield. The indestructible Thunder Shield shattered. Black Tiger's heart sank, and the saber light had already crushed his body. A godhead fell out of his hand. Ding, dropped a godhead. Do you want to use it to level up? As soon as the godhead appeared, the system notified. Okay. On the system's attribute page, there was an additional 1/100 in the upgrade section. Awesome. With this slash, A 2-star heavenly god was killed. Lin Fei did not care much about the energy consumed. Ding, detected storage ring. There are 15 godheads inside. Do you want to withdraw them all? The system notified again. Lin Fei blinked. Such a fast reaction. The little devil said proudly. Master, you don't know this, but once the system is upgraded, the function is even more perfect. As long as the items dropped by killing people, the system will automatically withdraw them. Lin Fei laughed. This can be done. Withdraw. Ding, congratulations player on obtaining 15 godheads. Ding, congratulations player on obtaining 6 God King fragments. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei was only 84 godheads away from becoming a 2-star heavenly god. Where's the next one? Lin Fei licked his lips. One had 15 godheads. The other 5 were probably enough for him to become a 2-star heavenly god. East of you, 530 zhang. Lin Fei's divinity flashed and he moved again. Inside the formation, the power of time was much stronger than before. Even the thunder dragon had slowed down. The leader, Xionghu, was very confident in this ambush. He predicted that Dtion's strength would not be able to recover in a short time. As long as the thunder dragon surrounded Dtion, the matter would be half done. Big brother, not good. Third brother's position is out of control. Second brother transmitted his voiceover. He was no longer calm, and there was a hint of panic in his voice. Xionghu sensed that the aura of the third brother, Black Tiger, had really disappeared. His expression turned ugly. Hold on, this is Dtion's trick. Our position is constantly changing. Dtion can't enter, and even if he does, he can't break through the defense of the thunder shield. Xionghu's words were just transmitted out. Cries for help came from other positions. Big brother, not good, he's coming in. We can't stop him. Big brother, quick. Xionghu was restless. Hurry up and reply. Are you guys still there? Xionghu suddenly felt a sense of unease. A grand killing formation was so easily broken by someone. Xionghu was unwilling, truly unwilling. No need to shout, your people are all dead. Suddenly, the space in front of him trembled. A figure barged in, appearing in front of Xionghu. I like this formation of yours, it belongs to me now. Lin Fei waved his heavenly deity saber. Divine power surged out, slashing towards Xionghu. Divine power 1 trillion. Chapter 1766. 1 trillion God power attack. Killing is as easy as drinking water. Lin Fei, who had 300 trillion God power, directly used a large amount of damage to deal with such an expert. Xionghu's strength was not bad, but he was not a 5-star celestial god. One attacked ferociously, the other didn't know his background, so he naturally suffered a huge loss. Ding dropped a god core. Ding discovered 25 god cores. Ding, do you want to level them all up? Lin Fei didn't care where they came from. The only thing he was happy about was that they gave him the god cores. 6 of them killed, that was a total of 100 god cores contribution points. Such a good thing was hard to find. Ding. Level up complete. Congratulations player for entering 2-star celestial god realm. Ding obtained 5 god king shards. Ding player keep up the good work. Lin Fei blinked. I leveled up just like that, I don't feel anything. Opening the stats page, he really did rise to 2-star celestial god realm. The god king shards also increased to 41 god king shards. Leveling up is too fast. I'm already 2-star celestial god realm. Lin Fei really couldn't get used to this leveling up feeling. The little devil wasn't surprised. You will get used to it after a few more times, don't you feel good now? Lin Fei nodded. It does feel good, especially when we fought just now. The system analyzed that the opponent's attack is the strongest. This kind of crushing is really interesting. 1 trillion god power. Killing Xionghu, the attack power was above the opponent's attack. This kind of attack was just right. The attack power is too high, I need to replenish god power too. Otherwise I'll become a pauper. Lin Fei touched his chin. If people sent themselves to him every day, he wouldn't have to worry about leveling up. The killing formation in the sky was still there. Outsiders couldn't see through the situation inside. And no one used their divine senses to check. No one was willing to go to 6 tigers. Suddenly, the violent aura disappeared without a trace. The killing formation in the sky also disappeared, returning to its original state. After the killing formation dispersed, A young man appeared in the sky, dressed in black robes. At this moment he was like a towering mountain, destined to never be crossed in his lifetime. It's Dition. The heavenly dragons and 6 tigers lost. Luckily I didn't attack. The heavenly god powerhouse hiding in the void did not dare to linger any longer. He hurriedly left. In the blink of an eye, all the experts who had planned to take advantage of the situation had run away. He didn't even think about making a move. The scene instantly quietened down. No one dared to act again. The infamous heavenly dragons and 6 tigers were all killed. And the killing formation also landed in Dition's hands. How tyrannical was this? What was most unbelievable was that the entire process was simply too short. What a fast runner! Lin Fei's divine sense swept out and did not see any celestial deity powerhouses in the void. He was nowhere to be seen. Originally, I wanted to kill a few more. After all, a 2-star heavenly god needs 1,000 divine deity to become a 3-star heavenly god. The little devil chuckled and said, "You're infamous now, and so are the heavenly dragons and 6 tigers. Didn't they all die in your hands? It won't be long before your infamous name will be known by everyone." The news could not be hidden. When Dition was called the #1 expert of the younger generation, many people were skeptical and dissatisfied. But not long after, he swept through the crafting sect, killed Patriarch Stone, and exterminated the infamous heavenly dragons and 6 tigers. The weave was shaken once again. No one could stop the rise of a new force. Previously, there were even some experts who wanted to challenge Dition, but now they were all convinced. In the territory, who didn't know the status of the crafting sect? Because the crafting sect coveted an invincible weapon refinement technique. In the end, they lost both their soldiers and their wives. How could people not be shocked? Dition's strength was also pushed to a terrifying level. Some people said that Dition had the battle prowess of a 5-star heavenly god. Some people said that Dition's battle prowess was already that of a 6-star heavenly god, or even a 7-star heavenly god. All kinds of rumors were spread. The 8 great sects and 7 overlords. After receiving the news, the 7 overlords first announced that Dition would be the 8th overlord after the 7 overlords. When the news came out, everyone was in an uproar. The status of the 7 overlords was almost the same as the 8 great sections. At least, the 8 great sects could not do anything to the 7 or 8 overlords. Hence the current situation. There had been people who wanted to be the 8th overlord a long time ago. Unfortunately, until now, no one had been able to sit on the position. The fact that the 7 overlords had all acknowledged Dition as the 8th overlord could be said to be an explosive piece of news, causing everyone to be agitated. After the news came out, the commander of the ancient kingdom of chaos sent a message, congratulating Dition for becoming the 8th overlord, and asking the two to interact more. 2 of the 3 chambers of commerce also sent congratulatory messages to Dition. This time, the 8 great sects were strangely silent. They did not say anything. Just like that, Dition became the 8th overlord. In the great metropolis realm, Tianyang and Huangchuan arrived at almost the same time. When they came to the great metropolis realm again, the two sighed. Whether it was sweeping through the weapon refining sect or becoming the 8th overlord, it was big news in the territory. The invincible palace that Dition had created had also become a new force in the territory. Its status was on the same level as the 8 great sects and the 7 overlords. The only difference was their strength. When the two arrived, the immortals of the great metropolis realm congratulated Dition. Some experts who lived in the great metropolis realm for a long time were also considering whether to join the invincible palace. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, for becoming the 8th overlord. This is a little gift from the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Tianyang gave a generous gift. They were all godhoods. There were 100 godhoods in total. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and accepted it. Fellow Taoist Tian, thank you. Huang Chuan did not want to be left behind. He also gave a generous gift, also 100 godhoods. The two had done some research on Dition. He might not be interested in ordinary things, but he might like godhoods very much. This gift was indeed the right choice. You're too kind. With 200 godhoods in hand, Lin Fei was in a good mood. He really wanted to thank the 7 overlords for sending out the news. No matter what their motives were, at least he had obtained 200 godhoods. Lin Fei said it casually. Tianyang and Huang Chuan did not dare to take it seriously. The two first exchanged greetings. Suddenly Tianyang and Huang Chuan's eyes flashed with surprise. They noticed that Di Tian's strength had unknowingly reached the two-star celestial god realm. Wasn't this a little too fast? Even a rocket would not be this fast. The two were even more glad that they had come as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would have underestimated Di Tian and the two large chambers of commerce would have suffered greater losses. They were still counting on the resources that Di Tian had looted. Chapter 1767. Tianyang and Huang Chuan paid a visit to Di Tian. This was already treating Di Tian's invincible palace as an equal. Otherwise, they wouldn't have rushed to the great metropolis world and sent such a huge gift. Taking out 100 godhoods in one go was not something that just any faction could do. The two merchant associations were rich and overbearing. They didn't care about 100 godhoods. They had plenty of ways to get them. The two merchant associations felt that it was worth it to use godhoods to express their goodwill to Di Tian. That day, the two merchant associations gave Di Tian news about the weapon refining sect. The two didn't expect Di Tian to act immediately. Once the news spread, they were stimulated. He didn't drag his feet. He said he would wipe out the weapon refining sect. Such a person was not to be offended. Leaving Invincible Palace. Both Tianyang and Huang Chuan were in a good mood. Di Tian made it clear that he would take out a portion of the resources and hand it over to the two merchant associations to auction. This was also their main goal. Looks like I really have to thank the 7 overlords for helping me stabilize my position as the 8th overlord. Otherwise, Tianyang and Huang Chuan, those two old foxes, might not have sent me such a huge gift. 200 godhoods were in his hands. The quality was very good. For the first time, Lin Fei felt that reputation was quite good. He could get many benefits. I wonder if the 7 overlords will send a gift as well? Lin Fei touched his chin and muttered to himself. No matter what the 7 overlords' motives were, Lin Fei understood his role in the territory. Now what Lin Fei needed to do was to extract the God King shards. Inside the battle fortress, Lin Fei opened the system and used the 200 godhoods to level up. At the same time, he could extract the God King shards. 200 godhoods. The system kept sending him messages. Ding! Obtained a God King shard. Ding! Obtained a God King shard. Ding! Obtained a God King shard. Compared to the previous draws, these 200 godhoods had a higher chance. Lin Fei smiled. He wondered if he should buy a batch of godhoods from the two merchant associations for him to level up. There was no limit to the system's need for godhood, as long as it was godhood. If he could get a batch of divine deity from the two great chamber of commerce, it would undoubtedly reduce a lot of pressure. After the system was upgraded, it needed divine deity everywhere. 200 divine deity, plus some of the divine deity from before, could be said to be a drop in the bucket, far from meeting Lin Fei's needs. Ding! Congratulations to player for obtaining 100 Godhead fragments. Ding! Do you wish to summon a God King? Lin Fei's eyes lit up, and he threw the matter of the Godhead to the back of his mind. Even though he was very strong now, the Invincible Palace still lacked a true expert to hold the fort. With a God King expert, things would be completely different. Lin Fei was very excited now. I'll summon it right away. Lin Fei couldn't wait any longer. He couldn't wait for the system to immediately summon a godly king powerhouse. Ding! Player has summoned a God King. Summoning will begin now. Please wait a moment. On the status page, a large screen appeared. Many faces flashed across the screen. Some were fierce, some were gentle, and there were countless of them. After a full 10 breaths of time, the constantly moving image finally stopped on a certain face. Ding! Summoning successful. Obtained a 1-star God King. Learned a 2-star combat skill. Chaotic Splitting Wind Hammer Technique. Good at close combat. Skill can increase one's attack by 5 times. Lin Fei was very shocked. The God King that he had extracted seemed to have pretty good attributes. There was even an increase in attack. Although it was only 5 times, it was still pretty awesome. Lin Fei didn't have high expectations for a God King. Just the 2 words God King were awesome enough. It represented strength. While in the secret room there was a flash of light. A burly bald man appeared in the secret room. A murderous aura rushed over, and the burly man knelt on the ground on one knee. Great Master. Ron is willing to follow Master for life. I will fight on the battlefield for Master. Kill, 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 kill. Once the 4 words kill came out, the secret room turned into a battlefield. Very strong. Lin Fei was full of praises. These 100 God King fragments were really worth it. From today onwards you are my man. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Just the murderous aura release was terrifying, not to mention attacking. Okay, you can stand up now. Ron stood up and stood behind Lin Fei without saying a word. He seemed to have become a bodyguard. Lin Fei quickly discovered something else. The Summon God King expert was naked. Other than the clothes on his body, he didn't have anything else. System, do you have to be so stingy? No matter what, you have to prepare a set of God King equipment. Lin Fei cursed. This was forcing him to bleed. Helpless, Lin Fei could only take out low-grade God artifacts and low-grade battle clothes for Ron to change into. Master, it's too light. It's best to prepare a dozen more for me, especially low-grade God artifacts. My strength is too great. The weapons can't withstand my strength. Ron was expressionless. Okay, a dozen could still be taken out. I still lack God sparks. In old Ancestor Stone's lair, Lin Fei had obtained over 200 God sparks. Most of them were incomplete and he used them to level up. He didn't exchange for many God King fragments. Ding. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for summoning the first God King. Ding. Player Lin Fei can continue to draw fragments to summon Heavenly God experts. Lin Fei blinked. I can still summon God King. The system had an answer this time. Ding. Due to the restrictions of the player's level, you can no longer summon God King. You can only summon Heavenly God experts. Only when you advance to the God King realm can you summon God King experts. This poured a bucket of cold water on Lin Fei. Very soon, Lin Fei thought it through. I'm still not satisfied. I'll be satisfied with one God King expert. Anyway, I can summon Heavenly God experts. With more Heavenly God experts I can suppress the God King, right? Lin Fei laughed at himself. He immediately opened the system and checked the Heavenly God summoning. 100 Heavenly God fragments? That's not a lot. Moreover, it's random. If I'm lucky I can draw 9 stars Heavenly God? That would be awesome. Lin Fei soon felt bitter. He didn't have a God spark. Not to mention 100 God sparks, he didn't even have a single God spark in his storage ring. He could only stare blankly for now. I need to find a place to get God sparks. Lin Fei felt that it was necessary to list this matter as the most important matter at the moment. It was more important than anything else. After Tianyang and Huang Chuan paid a visit to Di Tian, the Grand Commander of the chaotic ancient country, the Dark Overlord, and a few other overlords also arranged for people to send gifts. Other than the Grand Commander and the Dark Overlord who sent 20 God sparks, the other overlords all sent ordinary gifts. Although they looked good, they were useless to Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't expect them to give him God sparks the moment they arrived. Back then, 4 of the overlords wanted to sneak attack him. It would be strange if they gave him God sparks. Lin Fei shifted his focus to God sparks. With God King experts around, there were some things that he could do. For example, Chapter 1768. Tianyang and Huang Chuan settled down in the Great Metropolis World. Great Metropolis World was changing every day. The appearance of the 8th Overlord attracted many people to join the Invincible Palace, especially the heavenly gods who had been wandering outside. They all hoped to join a powerful faction. The Invincible Palace was the best choice. If they joined now, they might even become a founding elder. This was impossible in other factions because they didn't have the qualifications. The Invincible Palace had just been built, and it wasn't well known. Now was the best time to join. When the two received Di Tian's message, they were both shocked. Information on the dragon race? Tianyang's heart skipped a beat after sending them out. A strange look flashed across his face. Is Di Tian going to make a move on the dragon race again? After the incident with the weapon refining sect, Tianyang didn't dare to underestimate Di Tian's actions. If he had reacted in time, he would have gained far more benefits than now. Once this thought appeared, it couldn't be stopped. The dragon race was a powerful race in the domain. The Phoenix race and a few other limited races were considered the strongest races in the domain. Every race was a colossus. It was unbelievable that Dtion was going to make a move on the dragon race. Go and investigate immediately. Also report to headquarters. Tell them to send us the most detailed information on the dragon race. Tianyang was decisive. Whether Dtion was going to make a move on the dragon race or not, it was a good thing for Tianyang. On the other side, Huang Chuan was equally shocked. His actions were the same as Tianyang's. He didn't dare to underestimate Dtion anymore. If Dtion could make the dragon race suffer, it would definitely be a good thing. Master, did I hear wrongly? You want to bring us back to the dragon race? When Nine Dragon King was called over, he didn't know what was going on. When he heard that he was going back to the dragon race, he couldn't stay calm anymore. Nine Dragon King had been looking forward to this day for a long time. But now, he wasn't interested in returning to the dragon race anymore. Ever since he came to the great metropolis world, the dragon race's life had been very comfortable. Nine Dragon King didn't want to go back. No matter how good the dragon race was, it wasn't as good as following Dtion. Ever since he followed Dtion, Dtion's growth was terrifying. Back when he was in the Dark Knight Galaxy, his strength had not been too high. However, after he had gone out, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. He had even slain the powerful 5-star celestial gods of the crafting sect one after another. Right now, there were many people who referred to Dtion as a god-slayer specialist. This was because the number of Empyrean gods that had died at Dtion's hands far exceeded the number of Empyrean gods that had been killed by ordinary Empyrean gods. Nine Dragons King saw all of this. Recently, Dtion had become the 8th overlord. His status and influence were already on par with the 8 sects and the 7 overlords. This kind of speed was not something that just anyone could compare to. For the sake of the dragon race, Nine Dragon King felt that following Dtion was better than returning to the dragon race. Looking at the current Yun family, their influence in the Dark Knight Galaxy was mediocre. Right now, the Yun clan was in charge of the Invincible Palace in the great metropolis Heaven, and was like a steward. And you didn't hear wrongly. Back then, when I brought you out, I promised you that one day I would bring you back to the dragon tribe. I will never forget my promise. Lin Fei wasn't sure what the Nine Dragons King was thinking. Bringing the Nine Dragons King back was, in fact, for the dragon tribe's godheads. The dragon tribe had a habit of collecting treasures. On top of that, they were one of the strongest tribes. They definitely had a lot of godheads. The mid-grade celestial god weapons, cultivation techniques, and clones that he wanted all required godheads. With a legitimate reason to make a move, how could Lin Fei miss it? If it were in the past, Lin Fei might have been wary of the strongest tribe. Who knew, there might be some old monster that could summon a God King expert. Although he was only a 1-star God King, his attack power would increase by 5 times. Even if he encountered a 2-star God King, he might be able to hold his own. This was where Lin Fei's confidence came from. The Nine Dragons King was touched. He knew better than anyone that the dragon tribe was still very strong. The 10 Dragon King bloodlines had many experts, and Dtion had promised to bring them back. One could imagine how difficult it would be. Master, it's fine if you return to the Dragon Clan. Our Dragon Clan is living a good life. I believe that my bloodline of Dragon Clan will not hold any grudges against you. This old man does not wish for Master to fall into danger and gain another enemy. The Nine Dragon King said emotionally. Lin Fei had never imagined that the Nine Dragons King would say something like this. His heart warmed. He understood very well what the Nine Dragons King meant. Wasn't the Nine Dragons King worried that he might be surrounded by the Dragon Clan's experts? Although the crafting sect was strong with Ancestor Shur, a 5-star heavenly god, overseeing it, their foundation was not bad. However, compared to the strongest tribe, the dragon tribe, the gap was too big. The strongest tribe, the dragon tribe, was born to fight. It was not something the crafting sect could compare to. They had more old monsters than the crafting sect. Among the old monsters at the 5-star heavenly god realm, there were at least 8 to 10 of them. Their powerful bodies allowed them to fight against 2 5-star heavenly god realm experts, and 8 to 10 of them could fight against more than 25-star heavenly god realm experts. This was the confidence of the strongest tribe. Lin Fei suddenly burst into laughter. Dragon King, you were the strongest Dragon King in the past. Have you lost your fighting spirit after so many years? Even I, as your master, am not afraid, so what are you afraid of? In my eyes, the dragon tribe is just that. You're my people, so as your master, I have to stand up for you. Not to mention I have a lot of enemies now. The 8 major sects hate me to the core, and so do the 7 overlords. Since there are so many of them, one more won't make a difference. Don't you think so? If you're still the strongest dragon king in the past, then come with me. I'll tell the dragon tribe that you were the strongest dragon king in the past, and you're still the same now. It had been a long time since the 9 dragons king heard the word strongest dragon king. In the past, for this bloodline, he had led his people into the dark night galaxy, drifting year after year. His mentality had been erased, and he only hoped that his people could survive and multiply. At this moment, the blood in the 9 dragons king's bones was ignited once again. Yes, I was the strongest dragon king in the past, the future dragon god. If even master isn't afraid, why should I be? 9 dragons king's eyes shone with a fearless fighting spirit. No, this old man isn't afraid. 9 dragons king's blood boiled. This old man is willing to accompany master. Even if it's a mountain of daggers or a sea of fire, I won't even frown. 9 dragons king seemed to have returned to the days when he was in high spirits. Lin Fei was satisfied. Good, that's more like it. You're the strongest dragon king, the successor. If you weren't at the dragon god realm, how could you be the strongest dragon king? Now, I'll help you become the strongest dragon god. Chapter 1769. Boom boom boom. With Lin Fei's help, 9 dragon king's aura continued to break through. With the support of his thick god force, he broke through the half-step heavenly god realm and stepped into the true heavenly god realm, becoming a heavenly god. 9 dragon king's strength soared after becoming a 1-star heavenly god. He could also use many heavenly god secret techniques. Originally, a 1-star heavenly god's battle prowess was comparable to a 2-star heavenly god. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. The dragon race was known as one of the strongest races. Fighting across realms was as easy as drinking water. There was nothing to be shocked about. Moreover, 9 Dragon King was the most talented among the 10 Dragon Kings. His battle prowess was not exaggerated. Lin Fei was not stingy. He rewarded 9 Dragon King with low-grade divine armors and low-grade divine artifacts to improve his battle prowess. In order to stabilize his battle prowess, Lin Fei sent 9 Dragon King back for a while. Wind Cloud Commerce and Hell Heaven Commerce also sent news of the dragon race in the shortest time possible. Tianyang and Huang Chuan received a portion of the crafting sect's resources as they wished. They were overjoyed. With this batch of resources, they could suppress world commerce and widen the gap between them. After probing, they found out why Tian wanted to go to the dragon race. It was because of 9 Dragon King. What happened to the dragon race in the past was not a secret. It was not difficult for the 2 sects to find out. They could not help but mourn for the dragon race. The crafting sect was swept clean and about to be removed from the world. They did not know what happened to the dragon race. They were looking forward to it. Fellow Taoist Tian, if you go to the dragon race and have the opportunity, why not bring back some god bones? Our Wind Cloud Commerce is willing to buy them at a high price. Tianyang said with a smile. Huang Chuan did not want to fall behind. Hell Heaven is the same. Both saw an opportunity. They could not miss such an opportunity. Whether they could get it or not, it was not a problem to say at first. That's easy. Lin Fei agreed readily. After sending the 2 off, Lin Fei flipped through the information. He had to admit that the information sent over by the 2 sects was very detailed. There was nothing missing. One of the strongest races, it really lives up to its reputation. Lin Fei flipped through the information and sighed. Just the Dragon Clan alone has a total of 10 bloodlines. Although the 9 Dragon King bloodline is missing, there are still 9 Dragon King bloodlines left. Each bloodline has given birth to countless experts. Half-step heavenly gods and heavenly gods are also considered a huge number. Lin Fei was not afraid at all. I don't believe that the Dragon Clan has a god king overseeing it. Lin Fei closed the information and gained a rough understanding of the Dragon Clan. The news of the Dragon Clan returning to the Dragon Clan's base camp still made the entire Dragon Clan extremely excited, especially some of the older clansmen, who were looking forward to returning. Most of the clansmen had no interest in the Dragon Clan's headquarters. They were very satisfied with their current life. With the backing of an overlord, a professional god-slaying expert, the dragon race grew bolder and bolder. It would not take long for them to regain their domineering and peerless self. The 9 Dragon Kings' ascension to Heavenly God also made the entire Dragon Clan excited. Their bloodline finally had a Heavenly God. For this day they too had been looking forward to it for a long time. If not for the lack of resources, their bloodline would have produced a Heavenly God long ago. While 9 Dragon King was consolidating his cultivation, Lin Fei was not idling around. He took out the killing formation he had obtained from the Heavenly Dragons and 6 Tigers, and set it up outside the great metropolis Heaven. Using a vast amount of divine stones, he set up the killing formation and hid it in the void. This was also one of the reasons why Lin Fei could go out without worry. As long as this killing formation was activated, it could kill a 4 or even 5-star Heavenly God. This kind of attack could be used 3 times. For these 3 times, Lin Fei could be said to have invested a lot of capital. Now that he had a notorious reputation, no one dared to cause trouble. Leaving a Heavenly God behind was enough. On the 5th day after 9 Dragon Kings stabilized his cultivation, Lin Fei kept the Dragon Clan in the battle fortress. After making arrangements for his family, he set off with the Dragon Clan to the Dragon Clan's base camp, the Divine Dragon Domain. The Draconic Divinity Domain was more than a dozen great domains away from the great metropolis realm, and the distance between each domain was enormous. Only Lin Fei's battle fortress would be able to traverse the distance in a short amount of time. Inside the battle fortress, most of the Dragon Clan went there, except for some who were unwilling to go. Long Xianming, the Great Elder, also went there. It was the place where he grew up. He also brought his son and daughter there. The battle fortress was very fast. One after another, it passed through 7 or 8 domains. During this time, no one noticed that the battle fortress was moving. At this speed, it would not take long for them to reach the Divine Dragon Domain. Master, there seems to be a branch of the World Commerce Chamber in the domain ahead. Do you want to go there? Little Fiend sat on Lin Fei's shoulder, swinging his black inverted triangular tail. World Commerce Chamber? Lin Fei had some impression of the World Commerce Chamber. Back then, the 3rd young Master Feng had acted tyrannically because of his powerful background. In the end, he had been banished to some unknown place. Lin Fei did not have a very good impression of the World Commerce Chamber. That's right. Don't you need godheads? You might be able to obtain some godheads if you go there. Anyway, you have a reason to make a move. Moreover, everyone in the entire domain knows about your fierce name, Didun. Little Fiend egged him on. At the mention of godheads, Lin Fei was really tempted. He was going to the Dragon Clan to obtain godheads. Along the way, it was not impossible to collect some interest from the World Commerce Chamber. After all, the 3rd young Master Feng had offended him. That makes a lot of sense. As a demon god, I should also pay a visit to them. Lin Fei activated the battle fortress and entered the Divine Dragon Domain. Along the way, Lin Fei did not disguise himself at all. He went straight to the most bustling city in the domain. The appearance of the battle fortress still scared the passers-by. They thought that an overlord was coming. The ruler of this domain was a 6-star Heavenly God. His name was Heavenly Soul-Suppressing God. When he learned that an overlord was coming, he immediately showed himself. No overlord could be offended. There was nothing wrong with treating the other party well. May I know which overlord has come? Please show yourself. Heavenly Soul-Suppressing God transmitted his divine sense to the battle fortress. I am Lin Fei of the Invincible Palace. I am just passing by. I have no other intentions. Lin Fei replied with his divine sense. Suddenly there was no response. This made Lin Fei very depressed. Was he really that scary? Heavenly Soul-Suppressing God's face turned pale with fright when he heard the words, Invincible Palace's Ditun. Why had this fierce god come to his domain? And why was he swaggering around? He was a 5-star Heavenly God powerhouse who had easily killed the weapon refining sect's 5-star Heavenly God. Everyone knew about his ferocious reputation. Moreover, since this person had made his debut, no less than 20 or 30 Heavenly Gods had died at his hands. He was a true God slayer. He could not afford to offend this fierce god for now. If he was just passing by, then so be it. What did it have to do with him? Chapter 1770. Dition didn't reply. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to say anything else either. As long as Dition didn't provoke him, everything was fine. The battle fortress swaggered forward. The heavenly soul-suppressing god was also very concerned, afraid that Dition would wreak havoc in the territory. As long as it didn't cross the line, the heavenly soul-suppressing god wouldn't care. After all, Dition's nickname of Godslayer wasn't for nothing. If he really did kill a few heavenly gods in the territory, the heavenly soul-suppressing god wouldn't be able to do anything. The heavenly soul-suppressing god didn't say anything. He just let the battle fort move forward. Apart from cursing Dition in his mind, he could only watch. It's going to the capital city? The heavenly soul-suppressing god watched as the battle fort appeared in the sky above the capital city. Could it be that a family offended Dition? Dition was infamous in the territory. Not only had he offended the 8 great sects, but he had also offended a few of the 7 overlords. There were enemies everywhere in the territory, but he was still alive and well. The most terrifying thing was that Dition's strength was unfathomable. Even Ancestor Sure of the weapon refining sect had been killed. No one dared to fight Dition unless their cultivation realm was high enough to suppress Dition. In the sky above the capital city, the huge black mass also startled the people on the capital city. A battle fort. It was the most powerful weapon that only overlords could wield. No one understood why. Which overlord had come? I am Overlord Dition. I have something to discuss with the World Commerce Chamber of Commerce. Unrelated people, leave now. Don't get dragged into this mess. The battle fort disappeared, leaving only a black-clothed man in the sky. His calm voice spread throughout the entire capital city. The great demon Dition is here. Let's go. The bustling capital city suddenly became quiet. The people on the street had also disappeared without a trace. The street had become empty. Am I that fierce? Lin Fei asked Nine Dragons King. Nine Dragons King replied. Not at all. Lin Fei descended from the sky and appeared in front of the World Commerce Chamber of Commerce branch. The entire World Commerce Chamber was in a state of panic. Why did this fiend come to the World Commerce Chamber? A person's name was like a tree's shadow. Dition's name would have a great impact on anyone. He was someone who specialized in slaughtering gods. No matter what cultivation base you had, you would still die in his hands. What should we do? The president of the World Commerce Chamber of Commerce's branch was a 2-star celestial god. Normally, no one would offend the World Commerce Chamber of Commerce. It was enough to have a 2-star heavenly god overseeing it. Today, however, it was not enough to face a demon god and a god-slayer expert Dition. Activate the array formation. No matter what Dition's motive was, it couldn't be anything good. There was nothing wrong with opening the array formation first. Boom! When the restrictive spell formation was opened halfway, Lin Fei, who was outside, smashed the restrictive spell formation with a punch and swaggered in. He disappeared again and reappeared at the position of the 2-star heavenly god. I came to visit your World Chamber of Commerce, but you actually opened the restriction formation. What's the meaning of this? This 2-star heavenly god felt uneasy as his sharp gaze swept over him. He didn't even dare to make a move. He laughed dryly and said, Our World Commerce Association can't wait to welcome the arrival of an overlord. Activate the array formation. It should be our subordinates messing around. I will warn them. Lin Fei didn't think so. If the World Commerce Association welcomed him, they wouldn't have opened the restriction formation to prevent him from entering. There's no need for a warning. I heard that the World Commerce Association has a lot of things. It just so happens that I'm lacking a lot of things. I'm interested in your items. As soon as he finished speaking, chaotic voices came from the World Commerce Association. Lord, it's bad. People from the dragon race are here to steal our things. Lord, we can't stop them. Thugs, a bunch of thugs. Voices came from below. The 2-star heavenly god felt goosebumps all over his body from Dition's stare. But he couldn't do anything. He had no doubt that if he made a move, he would be destroyed by Dition. Quiet, all of you, quiet down. This is an overlord taking things. What's there to make a fuss about? The 2-star heavenly god shouted at the people below. It was already a mess below. The dragons that came in were all fierce and ferocious. As long as it was something good, they would take it away. A portion of them broke into the treasury and looted it wantonly. Anyone who came out to stop them would immediately be beaten to the ground and their treasures would be taken away. How pitiful would that be? Lin Fei patted the other's shoulder. Not bad. You're very tactful. Don't worry, I won't kill you. That's right. Where are the godhoods of your branch? The two-star heavenly god's expression was very ugly, but he didn't dare to show any anger. He said like a chick pecking rice, I have them. I'll give them to you right now. At this time, the two-star heavenly god was thinking about nothing else but how to satisfy Di Tian. As long as Di Tian was satisfied, he might be able to survive. Everything else could be discussed later. Lin Fei was very satisfied. People who knew what was good for them could live longer. Lin Fei didn't care about the items of the World Commerce Association. Other than divine stones and godhoods, he could ignore everything else. 53 godhoods. The World Commerce Association is very wealthy. Lin Fei glanced at it. 53 godhoods was a good harvest. Apart from this, the other took out a storage ring. There were low-grade divine stones and some mid-grade divine stones inside. All the valuables of the branch are here, the two-star heavenly god said in a low voice. Lin Fei led the dragon tribe and swaggered out of the capital city after a round of looting. Everyone in the World Commerce Association's branch lost their temper. Many of them were bruised and swollen. The only thing was that no one died. And most they were injured. The heavenly soul-suppressing god was also shocked when he found out that Di Tian had looted the World Commerce Association's branch. Not many people dared to rob the World Commerce Association's branch. Di Tian is really ruthless. He robbed the World Commerce Association openly. I wonder who in the World Commerce Association offended Di Tian. The heavenly soul-suppressing god shook his head. Fortunately, Di Tian didn't attack other places after robbing the World Commerce Association. The heavenly soul-suppressing god heaved a sigh of relief when he left the territory. The robbery of a World Commerce Association's branch had nothing to do with him. He was most afraid of being targeted by Di Tian. In any case, there was someone else to worry about. At the same time, the heavenly soul-suppressing god sent a message to the other heavenly gods. They could offend anyone but Di Tian. If anyone offended Di Tian, he would be the first to deal with them. Awesome! Long Xiantian also looted many treasures. To the dragon race, everything was useful. This was a great feeling. It was the same for the other dragon tribe members. Basically, all of them had gained something. It was just a matter of time, but it made them happy for a while. They could only dream about robbing the 3 top chambers of commerce. They really didn't dare to do it. Chapter 1771. Who was the fiercest recently? It was none other than the 8th overlord, Di Tian. In the vast territory, as long as Di Tian passed through the territory, the World Commerce Chamber's branches were wiped out by the ferocious dragon tribe. The dragon tribe would not let go of anything that was presentable. Even the materials and stones on the ground were dug up. The entire World Commerce Chamber's branches were riddled with holes. Anyone who dared to resist along the way would undoubtedly be surrounded and killed. Heavenly God powerhouses? When they heard Di Tian's name, they were so frightened that they did not dare to make a move. Di Tian was the one everyone was most afraid of. At the same time, he had the terrifying title of Professional Godslayer. That was the scariest thing. In the meantime, a few heavenly gods from the World Commerce Chamber's branches tried to use violence, but they were killed by Di Tian. Hence, everyone became obedient. The territory lords of the territories all remained silent. What Di Tian wanted to do was none of their business. After all, it did not touch their bottom line, so there was nothing to worry about. After all, they were robbing the World Commerce Chamber's branches. They were rich and might not even care. Why should they interfere and offend Di Tian? Di Tian was a straightforward person in every territory. When Di Tian left to wreak havoc in other territories, they might even have to applaud and drink to calm their nerves. The title of Professional Godslayer became true. The territory lords of the territories were not idle either. They arranged for people to gather information, and finally received news that third young Master Feng of the World Commerce Chamber had once targeted Di Tian. This time Di Tian was here for revenge. In a short period of time, He had wiped out 7 or 8 World Commerce Chambers branches, causing them to suffer heavy losses. When the news spread, there was an uproar. Dition was here to take his revenge. Vast Heaven's secret realm. It was an ancient secret realm. Later, it was occupied by a group of people. Over time, it became the breeding ground of various races. Later, it gained a resounding name. The World Commerce Chamber's headquarters. There were very few people who knew the location of the headquarters. Even if they found it, they might not be able to enter. It was rumored that outside the vast Heaven's secret realm, there were densely packed formations and restrictions. Most of them were super-killing formations. Even heavenly gods would not be able to return if they entered. Bastard, this bastard. He's taking revenge. Hearing the latest news from his subordinates, a stern-looking middle-aged man in the hall couldn't help but curse. There were a few people standing in the hall, and all of them had their heads lowered. They didn't dare to provoke the president's anger, and they were cursing Dition more than 100 times in their hearts. Feng Wangquan frowned. As the vice president of the World Chamber of Commerce, he also had a headache. He had never imagined that such a small matter would lead to such an outcome. In a short period of time, the World Commerce Chamber had lost 8 branches, and the losses were uncountable. 5 heavenly gods and more than 10 sovereign realm experts were killed. Losing the goods was fine, but World Commerce's face had been slapped resoundingly. Right now, the entire weave was probably looking at World Commerce as a joke. Feng Wangquan wanted to slap his disappointing son to death. Father, that bastard Dition is clearly here for revenge. I suggest that we gather all the heavenly god experts in the nearest territory to stop Dition from acting recklessly. At the very least, we have to let him know how powerful our world commerce is. Feng Qian said viciously. This was Feng Wanquan's eldest son, and he was a fierce and aggressive fellow. I also agree with Big Brother. Dition is too arrogant. If we don't teach him a lesson, I'm afraid he won't stop, said another young man who looked similar to Feng Gan. He was the second young master of Feng Clan, Feng Gang. President, we need to arrange experts to stop Dition from sweeping through our branches. The World Commerce Chamber's elders will probably agree. Everyone present was Feng Wanquan's men, and they all agreed that it was best to send experts to deal with Dition. Feng Wangquan was very disappointed. These people only knew how to deal with Dition, but they didn't know how much effort they had to pay. Even the weapon refining sect that had monopolized the weapons had been destroyed. Dealing with Dition was easier said than done. This was also something that gave Feng Wangquan a headache. If Dition was really that easy to deal with, Feng Wangquan would have arranged for people to take action without his 2 sons' reminder. He wouldn't have waited until now. President, the head president wants to inform you to go to the conference hall for a meeting. Someone suddenly came in from outside and informed Feng Wangquan. Then the person turned around and left. Feng Wanquan's expression instantly turned ugly. This matter had escalated to a major issue, and the head president had also called for a meeting. All right, stay here and wait for me to come back after the meeting. Feng Wangquan felt a headache just thinking about it. This meeting was definitely targeted at him. If he knew that his youngest son was unreliable, he wouldn't have arranged for him to go. The other 2 vice presidents definitely wouldn't miss this opportunity to target him. The World Commerce Chamber's influence suffered a huge blow. The Wind Cloud Commerce Chamber and the Hell Heaven Commerce Chamber also took the opportunity to expand their territories, seizing the original shares of the World Commerce Chamber. When Dition swept through these territories, the shares of the World Commerce Chamber were quickly devoured by these 2. By the time the other World Commerce Chambers reacted, their shares had already been devoured. All of them regretted coming late. This is awesome. The Battle Fortress left another territory. The Dragon Tribe felt great again. Now, every member of the Dragon Tribe was rich. In vulgar terms, they were all tycoons. Just the materials they had on them could be exchanged for a large number of holy stones. Lin Fei wasn't interested in anything else. He was only interested in godheads and divine stones. This pleasurable method made the members of the Dragon Tribe worship Dition even more. After all, the Dragon Tribe naturally likes shiny things. Holy stones were undoubtedly a good choice. 9 Dragons King was also very happy. The clansmen he led hadn't obtained anything good from start to end. They were one of the strongest clansmen, but they used scrap metal. They would be laughed at if they went out. Ever since they followed Tion, the clansmen's pockets bulged. They had changed their treasures too. They were invincible among their peers. Just like this time, they had swept through 8 World Commerce Chamber branches and obtained a large number of treasures. If it were someone else, they definitely wouldn't be so generous. It would be strange if they didn't take everything. But Tion was different. He didn't care about these things. In his words, he ate meat and his subordinates also had to drink hot soup. Just because of this simple sentence, the clansmen that came out all obtained a large number of treasures. Whether they used them in the future or kept them for themselves, they didn't have to worry about becoming poor. 9 Dragons King admired Tion even more. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Fei's harvest wasn't bad either. After sweeping through that branch, he had obtained a total of 300 godheads and extracted 83 heavenly god fragments. Just as Lin Fei planned to continue sweeping, the World Commerce Chamber branches in other territories were all empty. This trip was in vain. Lin Fei was very disappointed. He had lost another place to collect godheads. After going to several territories, all the World Commerce Chamber branches were the same. No one. All kinds of treasures were moved away accordingly. Chapter 1772. Under the vast starry sky, a gigantic black ship flew past them. It was so fast that it could not be detected with divine sense. It passed through one star after another, one world after another, and finally crossed a weave heading towards the next weave. Daoist Sanluo, thank you for sending us all the way to the draconic weave. The colossal black object was a war weapon, a battle fortress. The person who controlled the battle fortress was the Sanluo overlord. Ordinary warships could not break through the limits of a large weave. Only a battle fortress could do it. It could travel as far as possible in the shortest amount of time. Any one of the 7 overlords was very popular. Many heavenly gods needed to travel to distant weaves, or even dangerous secret realms. Almost all of them would find an overlord to send them there. The price to pay for a single trip using a battle fortress was astonishing. Only a heavenly god could afford such a price. President Feng, you must be joking. We've been friends for many years. It's just going to the draconic weave. It's not a big deal. The Sanluo overlord laughed. President Feng was naturally Feng Wanquan. After the World Commerce Association held a meeting, everyone was furious about Tion's revenge. They were determined to deal with Tion. Otherwise, the World Commerce Association would lose face. As the culprit, 3rd young Master Feng was also targeted. His father, Feng Wanquan, was inevitably targeted. This time, Feng Wanquan did not know how to explain himself. Fortunately, his faction was quite powerful in the World Commerce Association, and they managed to fend off the other people's attacks. For this, Feng Wanquan had to pay a heavy price. At the end of the meeting, Feng Wanquan was arranged to go to the Draconic Weave to contact the current dragon god. He wanted the Draconic Weave's people to make a move and keep Tion in the Draconic Weave. At the very least, they had to severely injure him. It was not a secret that Tion had brought someone back to the Draconic Weave. It was very easy to investigate a large organization like the World Commerce Association. Connecting the dots, the upper echelons of the World Commerce Association knew what Tion wanted to do. He wanted to wreak havoc in the Draconic Weave. This made the World Commerce Association realize that this was an opportunity. The World Commerce Association had suffered heavy losses this time. Not only had they lost heavenly gods, but they had also lost a large number of treasures, including godheads. They had to take revenge. He needed to think carefully about how he was going to do it. Feng Wanquan was forced to take action. For this reason, he brought out a total of 20 heaven god experts from the World Commerce Hall. Among them, 2 were 5-star heaven gods, 5 were 4-star heaven gods, and the rest were 3-star heaven gods. Such a powerful force had been gathered to deal with Tion. Their main force was naturally the dragons of the Draconic God territory. Feng Wanquan and the Sanluo overlord had been friends for many years. This time he was representing the World Chamber of Commerce, so he had to pay what he had to. This was also a huge contribution. I heard that you fought with Tion before, Sanluo. I wonder what your impression is. The Sanluo overlord already knew the purpose of this trip. The World Commerce Guild went to Tion to vent their anger, but they weren't the main force. Dition is evil to the core. The Sanluo Transcendent still couldn't forget what happened back then. He had truly suffered a huge setback. When Dition became the 8th Transcendent, he had contributed a lot of effort, all for the sake of drawing more hatred towards Dition. If we can avoid fighting directly, it's best not to do so. Naturally, this is my personal opinion. Feng Wangquan frowned as well. Even an old friend said that. This time the dragon race was even more likely to make a move. I heard that the Draconic God territory is going to hold a new Dragon God convention to compete for the right of succession. All sorts of experts from the dragon race will be participating, and it seems that the strongest races will also be there to watch. I believe it will be very interesting. The Sanluo Transcendent said casually. A strange look flashed across Feng Wanquan's eyes. The Sanluo Transcendent also noticed the change in Feng Wanquan's expression. He thought, Dition, don't think that you're so great just because you wiped out the crafting sect. If you dare to go after the dragon race, you'll definitely be badly injured. With your meager strength, you won't be able to suppress them at all. I'd like to see you make a fool of yourself. The World Chamber of Commerce branch was empty. Lin Fei gave up on sweeping and rushed to the Draconic God territory at full speed. In the following days, the battle fortress advanced at high speed. Lin Fei didn't really care about the energy points it consumed. Wool comes from the sheep's back, so he didn't have to worry about it. It took him a whole month's time. Lin Fei and the others were infinitely close to the Draconic God territory. Almost all the people who appeared here were dragons or dragonmen who were a mix of humans and dragons. It's been so many years. I didn't expect to come back one day. 9 Dragons King stood on a platform in the fortress, looking down at the world of stars below. He was filled with emotion. A familiar feeling rose in his heart. Home. It was still home. No matter how much time had passed, there was still a home in his heart. The Draconic God territory was his home. Lin Fei stood not far from 9 Dragons King. Are you afraid? 9 Dragons King laughed. Not at all. There are no dragons who are afraid of death. Even if it's a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, there's still a master. What a bootlicker. Before reaching the Draconic God territory, Lin Fei could see that the people living outside the territory were all very strong, especially the demonic beasts. Your brothers should know that you're going back to the Draconic God territory. Lin Fei looked into the distance. I wonder what expression they'll have now. From the moment he released the dragons to sweep the World Chamber of Commerce branch, Lin Fei had no intention of hiding his whereabouts. It was necessary to keep a high profile. Lin Fei wanted to put some pressure on the people of the Draconic God territory, so that the territory would fall into chaos. Many of them should feel guilty about what happened in the past. Whoosh! Suddenly the distant sky turned bright red. The vast starry sky was dyed fiery red. Waves of scorching aura hit them in the face, as if they had fallen into an endless sea of fire. This seems to be the aura of the strongest phoenix race. 9 Dragons King looked at the sky, shocked. As expected, not long after, a million Zhongtal Huafeng flew across the sky. Everywhere it passed, the starry sky was scorching hot. From where they were, they could see many people standing on top of Huafeng. A moment later, the giant Huafeng disappeared, leaving behind a sea of fire. What a divine beast! Its power is actually so strong. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed. This was the first time Lin Fei had seen a divine beast. Moreover, it was a very powerful divine beast. A divine beast is nothing. Sooner or later, I will become a divine beast, and the strongest one at that. Hairball, who was lying on Lin Fei's shoulder, said with dissatisfaction. Eat it, eat it. Lin Fei comforted. Good, good. You are the strongest divine beast. When did the dragons get so close to the phoenixes? Lin Fei asked curiously. The closer they got to the Draconic God territory, the more people were heading there. Chapter 1773. The strongest races outside the Draconic God we've kept appearing. In less than half a day, 5 of the strongest races had appeared. Lin Fei could sense that something big was about to happen in the Draconic God weave. Otherwise, the strongest races would not have come to the dragon tribe. Could it be that they were targeting his group? Lin Fei thought it was impossible. He was very famous and fierce, and he was the newly promoted 8th overlord. To the first and second-rate forces, he was indeed a force to be feared. In front of these strongest races, they would not give him any face. They would disdain him. No matter which race it was, the strongest of them would always be stronger than the crafting school's 5-star Empyrean gods. They could easily send out several 5-star Empyrean gods. That was the advantage of being the strongest race. Curious, Lin Fei sent people out to investigate. He was not in a hurry to enter the draconic god weave. He might as well understand the situation first. He was not a reckless person. The draconic god weave is holding the Dragon God Convention in 3 days? These strongest races are here to watch? Lin Fei was shocked when he heard the news. He turned to look at 9 Dragon King. What is the purpose of this Dragon God Convention? Why are the strongest races appearing one after another? 9 Dragon King had a complicated expression. He sighed. I didn't expect it to be the Dragon God Convention. Lin Fei noticed that 9 Dragon King was in low spirits. At this time, Long Xianming exclaimed, Father, is this the same as the Dragon God Convention back then? 9 Dragon King nodded bitterly. So many years have passed. I didn't expect to see the Dragon God Convention again. Is this to welcome us? Master, I've embarrassed myself. 9 Dragon King quickly recovered. This Dragon God Convention is actually to select the next Dragon God Weave Master. I was one of the candidates back then, but Lin Fei hadn't asked about the 9 Dragons King's past, but from the bits and pieces he had gathered, he knew that the 9 Dragons King seemed to have met his demise at the Dragon God Convention. In the end, he fled to the Dark Night Galaxy and drifted aimlessly. Every Dragon God Convention is the most sensational event in the entire Dragon God domain. As the strongest races, they would also come to spectate. Their geniuses would spar with each other, trying to get closer to each other. This is also the reason why the strongest races are independent of the 8 major sects and 7 hegemonic powers. 9 Dragons King added. Lin Fei understood. If what happened back then didn't happen, then you should be the one who initiated the Dragon God Convention this time, right? Lin Fei suddenly asked. Sai, that's all in the past. The 9 Dragons King did not answer directly, but his meaning was clear. Master, this generation's Dragon God is holding a Dragon God Convention to select the strongest of the younger generation from the 9 Bloodlines Dragon Clan to become the Dragon God of the Dragon Clan. With the gathering of the strongest clans, the Dragon Clan's influence has reached its peak. In my opinion, let's forget about this matter. 9 Dragons King was worried. He understood the meaning of the Dragon God Convention better than anyone else. Having the strongest clan spectate was also a form of communication. When the time came, experts would gather. If Huang Xiaolong recklessly charged in, he would inevitably fall into a dangerous situation and might even die here. 9 Dragons King did not want Huang Xiaolong to stand up for him. Even if Huang Xiaolong wanted to go, he had to wait until the Dragon God Convention was over. When the strongest clans had all left the Dragon Clan, then he could make a move. Now was definitely not the time. Lin Fei shook his head. Don't worry, I understand what you mean. Since we're already here, don't you think it'll be boring if we don't do something? Coincidentally, the Dragon God Convention is about to be held, so we might as well make a big splash and let everyone know that my people are not to be bullied. Don't you think it'll be interesting? 9 Dragons King really did not know what to say. Lin Fei added, You've been away from the Dragon God domain for so long. Do you still have anyone you can trust in the Dragon God domain? We can't just barge in recklessly. We need to find someone to understand the general situation. Once decided, no one could change Lin Fei's mind. 9 Dragons King was even more grateful to Lin Fei. He clearly knew that the Dragon God domain was filled with experts, but Huang Xiaolong still stood up for him. How many people could do that? Master, since that's the case, then this old man will throw caution to the wind. 9 Dragons King's blood boiled. At worst, it would be a fierce battle. In the Dragon God domain, if there's anyone I can trust, it should be my 6th brother. I wonder how he is now. Then let's go find your 6th brother. The Dragon God domain was huge. It was even bigger than the previous domains. Its overall strength was also several times that of the other domains. All kinds of demonic beasts and ferocious beasts lived here, and every one of them was powerful. There were even mixed bloods of the dragon race and dragon men, making up the huge Dragon God domain. Lin Fei put away the battle fortress and moved alone in the Dragon God domain. With the help of space techniques, no one noticed him. Under Nine Dragons King's guidance, Huang Xiaolong headed in the direction of his sixth brother. Flying in the Dragon God domain, all kinds of ferocious beasts could be seen everywhere. They wore beast hide armor and carried large axes. It's changed. Everything has changed. At a certain location, Nine Dragons King suddenly let out a sigh. At Lin Fei's position, there was a vast plain and a large city with a large population. With a slight sense, he could sense countless powerful auras in the city. Those who could give Lin Fei such powerful auras were at least 4-star heavenly gods. Just now, he could sense at least a few dozen 4-star heavenly gods and above in the city. Among them, there were even a few that were very obscure and terrifying. You recognize this place? Master, you might not know this, but there are a total of 10 Dragon Kings in the Dragon God domain. Each Dragon King is given a fief, and each of them occupies a place in the Dragon God domain. This is where I, Nine Dragons King, was conferred my title. Nine Dragons King's expression was ugly. After I left, this place was probably conferred to another Dragon King. Lin Fei looked at the city below. This place will come back sooner or later. No one can take it away. Perhaps because he saw the fief, Nine Dragons King's expression did not look good. As if he had suffered a huge blow and could not accept it. Lin Fei could understand Nine Dragons King's feelings. No one would be able to accept such a scene. Under Nine Dragons King's guidance, Lin Fei soon arrived in the sky above a large city. This city was 3 times bigger than Nine Dragons King's fief, and it was bustling with people. A giant dragon statue stood in the square in the center of the city. He's still here, my sixth brother is still here. Nine Dragons King was also released, standing beside Lin Fei. Looking at the statue in the square, he was unusually excited. He was worried that after he left that year, his sixth brother, who had been the closest to him, would be affected. Looking at it now, at least he was fine. Chapter 1774. Just like that, Lin Fei and Nine Dragons King walked through the city. This is my sixth brother's fief. Back then he took good care of me. Among my 10 brothers, I have the best relationship with him. Perhaps because he had not been back for many years, Nine Dragons King had a lot to say. Lin Fei understood Nine Dragons King's feelings very well. Now that I see that the fief is still here, I feel at ease. At least, my sixth brother is not being persecuted. Otherwise, I will always feel guilty. Unknowingly, the two arrived at a wide street. There were many more beasts and dragons here compared to the few streets ahead. Boom! 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 Just as the two arrived on the street, a fierce energy fluctuation came from afar. Everyone, hurry up and look. Young Master Longsheng is making a move again. It can't be, right? Young Master Longsheng just made a move not long ago. Who is it this time? What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and look, otherwise, you will miss a good show again. Who else can it be? The originally lively street was accompanied by chaotic noises as a large wave of people ran forward. The street was also empty. Lin Fei casually stopped a dragonoid. Seeing that he was stopped, the dragonoid became angry. Without waiting for him to speak, the dragonoid handed over a high-grade saint stone. Friend, may I ask what happened in front? Why did everyone go to watch the show? Perhaps because of the high-grade saint stone, the dragonoid smiled and said, Sir, you look unfamiliar, it should be your first time here. I heard that the Dragon God Convention is about to be held, so I came to join in the fun. Lin Fei said, all the more reason for you to go and take a look. The dragonoid laughed and said, it should be young Master Longsheng making a move in front. If I'm not wrong, he should be targeting the shops of the Regent Dragon Clan. This kind of thing is not the first time. Hearing that the Regent Dragon Clan was from the Regent Dragon Clan, Lin Fei took out another high-grade saint stone, and the other party accepted it without hesitation. His luck today was pretty good. He could pick up a high-grade saint stone for free. That's not right, you said that the Regent Dragon Clan should be the controller here. Why would someone cause trouble for them? Is there a mistake? Lin Fei asked curiously. The Dragon Man shook his head. You're not mistaken. What you're talking about is the past. Right now, the Regal Dragon Clan is merely struggling at death's door. When the Dragon God Convention ends, his right to be crowned Regal Dragon Clan will be revoked. and the collateral dragon clan that young Master Longsheng belongs to will be replaced. No way, Lin Fei was shocked. Lin Fei, there is some inside. As he spoke, he handed over another high-grade saint stone. I've asked the right person. Back then, something big happened in the Dragon God territory, and the Regent Dragon clan here was implicated. Later on, during a mission, the 6th Dragon King of the Regent Dragon clan was injured, and it was said that he was injured by a mysterious person. Since then, the 6th Dragon King's strength has not increased, and he has remained at the 2-star Heavenly God realm. As for young Master Longsheng's bloodline, because of a genius patriarch, he is already a 5-star Heavenly God realm at a young age. The clan's power expanded very quickly, and the 6th Dragon King's bloodline was constantly suppressed. Listening to the dragonoid's words, Lin Fei only knew that there was such an unforeseen event. Beside him, the 9 Dragon King also suppressed his anger and did not flare up. Previously, he was relieved for his 6th brother, but now he knew that it was not as simple as he thought. On the contrary, his 6th brother's life was not very good, and it would not be long before the land of the Regent Dragon clan was taken away. Lin Fei gave him a few more high-grade saint stones and sent him away. My poor 6th brother, this must have been done by him, the 9 Dragon King said in a low voice. My 6th brother's talent is not bad. At the very least, it would not be difficult for him to cultivate to the 4-star Heavenly God realm. Now he is stuck at the 2-star Heavenly God realm. Apart from him, who else could do such a thing? A Regent Dragon King was only a 2-star Heavenly God realm. Even if he erupted, he would only be a 3-star Heavenly God realm. The difference between him and a 5-star Heavenly God realm was too great. It was normal for others to have their eyes on him, suppressing him everywhere and challenging the 6th Dragon King's bottom line. This was forcing him into a corner. Master, you must have a way. I beg you, help my 6th brother. The 9 Dragon King said in a panic. Lin Fei could guess that the person who sat on the Dragon God's throne was secretly suppressing him. Without the Dragon God's approval, how could a branch bloodline dare to act so recklessly? No one could say anything in the face of this kind of invisible suppression. The dragon race also valued the strong as the king. You, the 6th Dragon King, only have the strength of a 2-star Heavenly God. If word got out, it would be shameful. Now that a 5-star Heavenly God family head had appeared, with proper training, he would be worthy of the title of Dragon King. I will help you with this matter. When Lin Fei first arrived, he was worried that the Draconic God domain would be united. Now, it seemed that they were not as united as he had imagined. This was his chance. Let's go see your 6th brother. In the center of the city, there was a splendid immortal palace. Clouds and mist shrouded the sky, and immortal beasts danced in the air. There was a peaceful atmosphere everywhere. In the depths of the immortal palace, a group of youths ran toward the main hall. That bastard Longsheng is getting more and more out of hand. I can't take it anymore. I want to go out and teach that guy a lesson. Our bloodline is not afraid of anything. Why would we be afraid of a bastard of a branch bloodline? Today, we must let that bastard know the power of the 6th Duke Palace. These youths were all burly and had murderous looks on their faces. At this moment, all of them had dark expressions and were furious. Just a moment ago, they had received news that a shop belonging to the 6th Duke Palace had been destroyed by that damned Longsheng. He had even injured many of their clansmen. They were all unusually impulsive. In the main hall, several middle-aged men were also frowning. They were also very angry. Your Highness, we have to think of a way out of this. If this continues, our 6th Duke Palace will no longer have any status. If things go wrong, we might even be exterminated in the future. Your Highness, why don't we leave the Draconic God domain? We don't want the Imperial bloodline anymore. The Dragon God is forcing us into a corner. These middle-aged men were the higher-ups of the 6th Duke Palace. This was not the first time they had said this. The situation was getting worse and worse. That bastard Longsheng had pushed them out to test their bloodline. The more it was like this, the angrier they became. In the past few years, the 6th Duke Palace had been suppressed everywhere. Some talented clansmen had unknowingly fallen outside. As a result, there was a shortage of successors. The experts of this bloodline were also very limited, so the clansmen did not dare to leave the city. Cough, cough, cough. Chapter 1775. They looked at the Dragon King on the main seat. The people below felt heartache. If not for what had happened back then, their bloodline would not have fallen to such a state. They were even bullied by the collateral relatives. Everyone was filled with anger, but there was nothing they could do now. They could only grit their teeth and hold on. The sixth Marquis residence. The slightest movement could spell disaster. Because of this, the Dragon King's bloodline had a strong opinion of the Dragon God. As long as one wasn't a fool, they would know that it was the Dragon God's approval. Otherwise, how could a collateral relative dare to oppose the royal bloodline? Apart from that, the main point was that they lacked experts. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to act so arrogantly above their heads. Everyone, stop arguing. A few simple words made the sixth Dragon King feel powerless. He was also very helpless about the current situation. So many years had passed, and the injuries from back then had not healed. He couldn't raise his cultivation level either. He had suffered a heavy blow and was very disheartened. I will take care of this. Pass down the order. Without my permission, no one is allowed to leave the residence. The sixth Dragon King coughed lightly again. Everyone was very unwilling, but they knew that the Dragon King was doing it for their own good. If everyone left, someone might be schemed against. They didn't dare to act recklessly in the residence. Someone immediately set off to pass the message. In a back garden of the residence, the ninth Dragon King was supported by a beautiful woman. He sat under a pavilion, his face full of worry. Husband, you don't have to worry too much. Our bloodline is the royal bloodline. The Dragon God won't dare to act recklessly. The beautiful woman comforted. The sixth Dragon King suddenly sneered. So what if we are the royal bloodline? After so many years of the 10 bloodlines, ninth brother has gone to the Dark Knight Galaxy, and the others have submitted to the Dragon God. I'm the only one who has been indifferent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have targeted our bloodline. I'm afraid that after the Dragon God convention, our bloodline will completely lose its status. Will it be that serious? That Dragon God, even if he sits on the throne, is still unjustifiable. Why did he arrange for 10th brother to hunt down 9th brother? In the end, it's because he hasn't obtained the Dragon God's scepter. As long as 9th brother doesn't die, as long as he doesn't see the Dragon God's scepter, his position will not be stable. The 6th Dragon King sneered. Back then, if it weren't for his cooperation, I wouldn't have gotten to this position so easily. I've always had a good relationship with 9th brother, so naturally, I became a thorn in his side. In order to solidify his position, he would do anything. How can that be good? The beautiful woman rarely interfered in this kind of matter, but at this moment she was also worried. The 6th Dragon King smiled bitterly. The Dragon God Convention is being held, and even the Dragon Kings are going to attend it personally. I'll be taking a portion of them with me when the time comes, and I've already made arrangements for the rest. When I leave, you'll leave the Draconic God weave with them and never return. At the very least, we can protect our bloodline this way. This was the only thing the 6th Dragon King could do. Who is it? Suddenly, the 6th Dragon King stood up. His seemingly powerless body erupted with a powerful killing intent that shot forward. 6th brother, it's me. In the distance, a ripple came from the void. 2 people walked out of the void. One of them took off his cloak, revealing his true appearance. Just like that, he stared at the 6th Dragon King. The 6th Dragon King revealed a look of disbelief. Your 9th brother. Why are you back? He had never imagined that his younger brother would return one day, much less at this time. Just now, he had thought that the Dragon God had arranged for someone to deal with him. That kind of person was capable of anything. This used to be my home. Why can't I come back? If I didn't come back, how would I know that 6th brother would be implicated because of me? As your younger brother, I've let you down. The 9th Dragon King said guiltily. Especially after seeing his 6th brother's appearance, his heart ached. In the Draconic God weave, as long as one was a member of the royal bloodline and had a pure bloodline, their cultivation speed was faster than that of the branch families. The probability of producing geniuses was also higher. This was something that the branch families could not compare to. The 6th Dragon King's realm was stagnant. and the clan's geniuses were falling one after another. The ninth Dragon King felt even more sorry for his sixth brother. Hurry up and leave before they find you. Go as far as you can. Don't come back for the rest of your life. You can't win against the Dragon God. The sixth Dragon King had a good relationship with the ninth Dragon King in the past. Seeing his long-lost younger brother return, he was naturally happy. In the next moment he asked the ninth Dragon King to leave. The ninth Dragon King's heart warmed. His sixth brother was still the same sixth brother. He had not changed at all. He was still so worried about him. Sixth brother, since I'm already here, I don't plan to leave. That year he took everything from me and even tried to kill me. This time I'm going to take back what he took from me and avenge you, sixth brother. The nine Dragons King's eyes were filled with determination. For his sixth brother, for himself, he had to throw caution to the wind. The sixth Dragon King knew his ninth brother's character very well. As long as he was determined, no one could change his mind. However, the sixth Dragon King did not want anything to happen to his ninth brother. He said coldly, "You're really stupid. Do you know what realm the Dragon God is at now? He's already an 8-star celestial god. It won't be long before he enters the 9-star celestial god realm. How are you going to fight him?" It was not that the sixth Dragon King wanted to attack his ninth brother, but there was no need to take the risk. An 8-star celestial god, isn't that amazing? Lin Fei suddenly interjected. The sixth Dragon King's realm was not high, but his dragon might was still there. With a glance he could tell that the sixth Dragon King was a 2-star celestial god. "Ninth brother, is this your man?" Such big words. The ninth Dragon King's voice was low. "Sixth brother, you're wrong. He's not my man. He's my master. Without him, you wouldn't be able to see me now." The sixth Dragon King's eyes widened. "Ninth brother, you're muddle-headed. We're royalty. Why should we follow someone else?" The sixth Dragon King's gaze turned to the ninth Dragon King. "I don't care how you do it. I want you to release your oath and return my ninth brother his freedom. I will compensate you with treasures." Lin Fei was not angry. Instead, he was happy for the ninth Dragon King. Having such an elder brother was actually quite a good thing. "Sixth brother, this has nothing to do with master. I'm doing this voluntarily." The ninth Dragon King was worried that something might happen. He stood between the two. "Do you think someone can force me to do something I don't want to do?" The beautiful woman also stepped forward. "Husband, don't be angry. Let's hear what he has to say first." The sixth Dragon King suppressed his anger, seemingly accepting the ninth Dragon King's words. The dragon race was a proud race. Someone who could make his little brother willingly become a follower could not have used violence. "Sixth brother, you probably don't know who my master is, right? You should have heard of him. He's the newly risen 8th overlord, Ditan." Chapter 1776. Ditian. The sixth Dragon King had to know this name. He was a monstrous genius who had risen in such a short time. Those who didn't know this name would be laughed at by others. Were the 10 princes famous? However, they had been easily suppressed by Ditian. Later, they became the 10 Empyrean gods and their strength soared. However, they were suppressed by Ditian again and even killed a few Empyrean gods, making them famous. After that, Ditian's rise was unstoppable. He was unbelievably strong. Several of the 8 great sects suffered losses, and the 7 overlords also suffered. Ditian turned from a savage to a god-slaying expert, feared by everyone. The sixth Dragon King had naturally heard of such a savage Empyrean god. However, after seeing it with his own eyes, he still could not believe it. Ditian was too young. When he was his age, he was not even half as strong as Ditian. You are that Ditian? A god-slaying expert?" The beautiful woman was shocked. Lin Fei smiled. "If there is no one else with the same name as me, then I am the Ditian you speak of." "Unbelievable, truly unbelievable," the beautiful woman exclaimed. After all, Ditian was famous now. "Daoist Ditian, I'm sorry. I did not mean to target you just now." The sixth Dragon King rarely admitted his mistake. He did not dare to underestimate Ditian just because he was the 8th overlord. Lin Fei waved his hand. "It's fine. It's normal for you to be worried about your brother." It had to be said. When one had status, it was much easier to speak. At least the sixth Dragon King did not have much of an opinion now, but he was still very worried about his ninth brother's safety. Ditian was strong and his combat strength was not weak. However, that was in other places. In the Dragon God domain, he did not seem to be of much use. Unless Ditian's backer intervened, there might still be a fight. In order not to be discovered, the sixth Dragon King brought the two into a secret room to prevent others from seeing them and spreading the news. I still don't recommend doing this. The sixth Dragon King coughed dryly. You do not know how powerful the Dragon God is. Almost all the strongest races are here in the Dragon God Convention. Among them, the Giant race and the Phoenix race are closely related to the Dragon God. If we act now, they might be tempted. As for the Nine Dragons King, it was hard to say. The only thing he trusted was Ditian. If Ditian said it would definitely succeed, then it would definitely succeed. It would not fail. Sixth Dragon King, I can see that the injury in your body is nothing more than a force that can't be removed. I wonder if you can let me remove it for you? Then you should understand. Lin Fei did not want to explain too much. You can see the power in my body? The sixth Dragon King was shocked. It's just a mere force. Lin Fei scanned them with the system and found the root cause. As long as he got rid of that power, he could naturally heal the six Dragon Kings. The power in the sixth Dragon King's body was left behind by a mysterious person in the past. Until now, there was still a part of it that could not be removed. It was constantly devouring the power in his body, causing his strength to be unable to increase. He was barely a 2-star heavenly god. Otherwise, he would be a 4 or 5-star heavenly god at the very least. Can I really? For the sake of this power, the sixth Dragon King had secretly sought out many experts, but he had never been able to remove it. As time passed, it became a sore point for him. How would you know if you don't try? In any case, there's no loss for you. The Nine Dragon King said. Sixth brother, Master is still very powerful. He wouldn't lie to you. Then I'll listen to you. The sixth Dragon King also wanted to see for himself how tyrannical Ditian's abilities were. If Ditian's abilities were not up to par, the sixth Dragon King would never have allowed him to make a move during the Dragon God Convention. After all, the Dragon God Dominion was home to the strongest races. A 4-star heavenly god from the Dragon race could already rival a 5-star heavenly god. One could well imagine the battle prowess of the strongest races. Lin Fei had the sixth Dragon King sit down, not letting the beautiful woman leave. Go. Lin Fei sent a time technique into the sixth Dragon King's body, enveloping the power and sealing it. Break. A finger blasted at the power. Lin Fei was very direct and violent. The sixth Dragon King was more or less disappointed. He had tried this method several times, but not once had he succeeded. The power was very tenacious, and it was not something that could be destroyed by force. Even if there was a part left, it would recover after a long time. This was also the main reason why the sixth Dragon King was helpless. After the power of the finger blasted into his body, the sixth Dragon King was disappointed. He used his divine sense to observe, only to see that the seemingly powerless power suddenly turned into a ferocious tiger that pounced on the power. Boom! Boom! The suppressed power tried to escape in all directions, but it could not escape. In an instant, it was shattered by the power, leaving nothing behind. Ah, it's done! The sixth Dragon King's eyes widened in disbelief. He kept checking with his divine sense, and the terrifying power that had been bothering him for a long time was shattered mercilessly. I said it was a small matter. Don't you want to see it? Lin Fei smiled. The power was very tenacious, which was why Lin Fei had used a technique to seal it and then used force to shatter it, not giving it a chance to leave. It was a small matter to Lin Fei, but in the eyes of the sixth Dragon King, it was definitely not a small matter. It was a huge matter. I'm convinced. I'm completely convinced. The sixth Dragon King was finally convinced. Ditian could easily unleash his power, and it was extremely ferocious. The rumors in the outside world were true. Ditian was indeed very talented. There might not be many people in the Dragon Clan who could unleash such explosive power. After getting rid of this power, the sixth Dragon King was much more convinced. This was especially so after Lin Fei revealed that as long as he was no match for the other party, someone would come to help him. The sixth Dragon King was completely relieved because of this. Then what is Taoist Ditian planning to do? The sixth Dragon King seemed to see hope. Lin Fei said with a smile, "Of course we're going to do it openly. The Dragon God is holding a Dragon God convention to choose its next successor. So there's no better time than now. It's also a good time to teach those strongest species that are closely related a lesson." Sneak in? Lin Fei was really not interested. Destroying the place was destroying the place. There was no need to be sneaky. Wouldn't that be a joke? The sixth Dragon King was shocked. Enter openly? That was too domineering. You don't need to think about it? There's no need to think about it. Let's go just like that, Lin Fei said. The sixth Dragon King's blood also surged when he heard that. Taoist Ditian, if you're going to attack us directly, there's something that we need you to do. That way, our momentum will be even greater. What is it? The sixth Dragon King said. Back then, ninth brother was the successor of the Dragon God. In the Dragon God domain, a large number of the higher-ups supported ninth brother. They were very powerful, but they were all imprisoned by the Dragon God in a mystic realm. If we could release them with Chapter 1777. P.S. Only one update today. In the central city of the Dragon God we've stood an infinitely large city. It also had another name, Dragon City. When mentioning Dragon City, everyone couldn't help but mention the Dragon God. This generation's Dragon God had left a deep impression in everyone's hearts. As the strongest race, the Dragon race's influence continued to expand. Correspondingly, the strongest races were also closely united. In the Weave, no one dared to belittle the title of the strongest race. The Dragon God Convention had yet to begin. Several of the strongest races had come to Dragon City one after another. The Dragon God, who rarely appeared, also came out to personally welcome the strongest races. He held banquets for several nights in a row to entertain these distinguished guests. The Dragon City Prefecture was surprised that the Vice President of the World Chamber of Commerce had come and given them such a generous gift. When did one of the top 3 chambers of commerce in the Weave become so generous? The Dragon God rarely met Feng Wangquan when he came to the Dragon God Weave as the Vice President. He had to give face to the top 3 chambers of commerce. No one was willing to offend them. The Dragon God was the same. The Dragon race needed all kinds of resources to cultivate, so they had to deal with the top chambers of commerce. Feng Wangquan had come all the way to the Dragon God Weave on behalf of the World Chamber of Commerce, but in private, he had revealed to the Dragon God about Ditian and the information the chamber had gathered. Lord Dragon God, I have a piece of information that one of my subordinates heard by chance. It might be useful to you. It's getting late, and I need to go back and rest. Before he left, Feng Wangquan left behind a message and a jade slip to record some information. The Dragon God arranged for Feng Wangquan to be sent away, and the jade slip landed in his hands. Father, Feng Wangquan is very shrewd. He left behind this jade slip before he left. He might be plotting something against the Dragon race. Should we arrange for someone to keep an eye on him? The Dragon God Convention is just around the corner, and we can't let anything happen to him. A young man stood up. He was the eldest of the Dragon God's 5 sons, Long Ikuan. Today, the Dragon God had specially brought his eldest son to meet Feng Wangquan of the World Chamber of Commerce. There's no need. Our Dragon tribe is one of the strongest tribes. If we send people to keep an eye on it, wouldn't we be laughed at by others? Those who don't know might even think that we are afraid of the World Commerce Association. The Dragon God was not tall and sturdy. On the contrary, he was very thin and his whole person looked gloomy, making it difficult to see through him. The Dragon God used his divine sense to check the jade slip and suddenly laughed. No wonder the Vice President of the World Chamber of Commerce came here. Little Kuan, take a look. Long Ikuan was very surprised. He took the jade slip and examined it. Ditian brought ninth uncle back? Although Long Ikuan was young, he knew some inside information. When he saw the information, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He wants to use us as knives. The Dragon God did not seem to care. He said indifferently, I heard that the World Chamber of Commerce has been having a hard time recently. First, they lost the opportunity to cooperate with Ditian, and then their branch was wiped out by Ditian. Their vitality was greatly damaged, and they gained a strong enemy for no reason. The World Chamber of Commerce sure has a way to kill with a borrowed knife. Long Ikuan was young and impetuous. He snorted coldly. Father, Ditan is not that great. It is just a weapon refining sect. If I were to act, I would also be able to wipe out the entire weapon refining sect. If he dares to cause trouble in our dragon god domain, then he is courting death. I will make him die without a burial place. The dragon god was very satisfied with his eldest son. At such a young age, with a large amount of resources, his strength had reached the 4-star celestial god realm. When he used the imperial bloodline, his combat strength would increase several times, enough to sweep away the younger generation. Father likes this attitude of yours that looks down on the world. The dragon god laughed. Your ninth uncle must have reached some kind of cooperation with Ditan, which is why he dared to return to Dragon God domain. If there are no accidents, your ninth uncle must be with your sixth uncle. Based on your sixth uncle's personality, you should personally make a trip to the banished land. Don't worry, father. I will take care of this matter properly. Long Ikuan turned around and left. The dragon god sat in his seat, and the jade slip shattered with a crash. A trace of disdain appeared in his eyes. Ninth brother, oh ninth brother. Back then you suffered a crushing defeat and had no choice but to go to the Dark Knight Galaxy. I didn't expect you to have the guts to return. But do you really think that you can contend against me with just Ditan? I am no longer the same person I was back then. You came back just in time. This time you will not be able to escape even if you grow wings. I will definitely obtain the Dragon God Scepter. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from the Dragon God's body. The Banished Land. It was a place in Dragon God domain that caused people to tremble with fear. As long as one was a resident of Dragon God domain, they feared nothing but this banished land. These 4 simple words were enough to make one's scalp go numb. One would never want to come into contact with these 4 words for the rest of their lives. To put it bluntly, the banished land was a place of exile. It was specially created by the Dragon Clan, and it was filled with chaos and violence. Those who were exiled could never leave, unless the Dragon God granted them amnesty. Ever since the last banishment, very few people were exiled from the banished land, and those who were exiled were super experts. Being exiled to the banished land was worse than being killed. There was not a shred of heaven and earth spiritual energy in the banished land. Anyone who stayed there would experience a steady decline in their strength as time passed, and they would eventually die of old age in the banished land. Even a wealthy person would die of old age in the banished land. As for breaking through to the next realm, there was no need to even mention it. We're almost there. They definitely won't expect us to go to the banished land at this time. This time, Lin Fei was the main person in charge of the trip to the banished land, while the 9th and 6th Dragon Kings led the way. Both of them were very excited. Fellow Taoist Ditan, the banished land is very terrifying. None of those exiled have ever returned. Are you confident? The 6th Dragon King asked worriedly. Although I haven't seen the banished land yet, in my opinion, as long as it exists, it has its flaws. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. If there are people guarding it, that's even better. We can just let them out. If there are restrictions, we can break them layer by layer. Lin Fei's thinking was very simple. The banished land was full of experts. As long as they didn't die, they could use the Godstones to recover. Returning to their previous realm was not a difficult matter. Other than that, another thing that made Lin Fei happy was that the experts exiled from the banished land had died generation after generation in the banished land, leaving behind a large number of godheads. No one knew exactly how many there were. This was also Lin Fei's biggest goal. Who asked him to lack godheads? Chapter 1779. Heavenly God Raging Fire was the person in charge of the banished land. His daily task was to guard the 8 Dragon God Mountains outside the banished land. Heavenly God Raging Fire's favorite thing to do every day was to patrol the 8 Dragon God Mountains and see the banished old monsters through them. Congratulations, Master. Once the Dragon God Convention is over, you will be transferred back to Dragon City to enjoy your life. One of his subordinates said. Heavenly God Raging Fire smiled. Don't worry, I will definitely take you back when I get back. I won't leave you here alone. Thank you, Master. Heavenly God Raging Fire led his men to patrol the Dragon God Mountains and returned to a palace not far away. This palace had a domineering name, the Banished Palace. As long as the 8 Dragon God Mountains and the Banished Palace existed, they could guard the banished land. No one could come out. First Highness, there is news. Heavenly God Raging Fire received the news from the First Highness. He was stunned. Someone is coming to the banished land to rescue those old guys? After checking again, Heavenly God Raging Fire confirmed it. Interesting, really interesting. Someone wants to attack the old monsters of the banished land. I wonder who is it? Boom! Boom! All of a sudden, the entire banished Heavenly Palace was shaken. Heavenly God Raging Fire's face darkened. Someone was really coming to attack the banished land? Something that hadn't happened in more than a dozen chaotic years had happened to him today. Open the array. Heavenly God Raging Fire came to the banished palace. He wanted to see who was so bold to cause trouble here. He would kill him with his own hands. As soon as he stepped outside, a net of fire appeared in front of him. Black beams of light shot toward him. The dragons stationed here were caught off guard and suffered heavy casualties. None of them could withstand the attack. Boom! 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 Heavenly God Raging Fire was also blasted away and crashed into the Dragon God Mountain in the distance. The huge Dragon God Mountain didn't move at all. Damn it, it's a battle fortress. Which overlord is here? This is the Dragon God territory. Outside the 8 Dragon God Mountains, a black giant was shooting out destructive beams of light. The people of the banished palace couldn't even look up, and part of the array formation was also broken. Master, 5 of the array formation cores are broken. I can't open it for now. The opponent's attack is too fierce. I can't block it. On the battle fortress, Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, his expression relaxed. The battle fortress is truly worthy of its reputation. It's worthy of being called a top-grade war weapon. It's able to suppress them just like that. This was the first time 6th Dragon King had seen the terror of a battle fort. He was shocked. How much wealth did one have to support such an attack? His 9th brother had found a good follower. 6th brother, are you interested? Let's go kill Heavenly God Lai Hua together. The 9 Dragons King invited his 6th brother excitedly. The 6th Dragon King's previous exhaustion was swept away. Heavenly God Lai Hua is His Highness's man. I've long been unhappy with him. Let's *CK him up. The 2 flew out of the battle bastion. Both of you are Dragon Kings. Do you have to do this? For a moment, Lin Fei felt that these 2 were not Dragon Kings, but hot-blooded youths. Could it be that he's suffocated? 6th Dragon King, how dare you? Heavenly God Lai Hua was a 4-star heavenly god with a combat power of a 5-star heavenly god. In the face of the dense beam attack, he had to avoid it. As soon as he saw the newcomer, Heavenly God Lai Hua was furious. An outdated Dragon King dared to attack the banished Heavenly Palace. Heavenly God Lai Hua was extremely disdainful. This was seeking his own death. Who didn't know that the Dragon God wanted to deal with the 6th Dragon King? Dragon Claw Hand. The 6th Dragon King did not speak. He waved his hand and the Dragon Divine Power flew out. A fierce and domineering claw clawed at Heavenly God Lai Hua. The remaining array restrictions were shattered layer by layer. Heavenly God Lai Hua shouted angrily. You 6th Dragon King with your 2-star Heavenly God combat power. You dare to fight with me? Who do you think you are? What about me? An endless majestic voice blasted at Heavenly God Lai Hua. Heavenly God Lai Hua subconsciously looked over and his face changed dramatically. Why is the 9th Dragon King here? You want to release those old monsters? In the past, the 9th Dragon King was the most famous person in the Dragon God territory. No one did not know the 9th Dragon King's divine courage. At that time, Heavenly God Lai Hua was only a ruler. He also admired the 9th Dragon King very much. There was a moment of unnatural change just now. Heavenly God Lai Hua, although you and I are not of the same bloodline, as long as you open the array restrictions, I will not kill you. I will give you a chance to atone for your sins. 9 Dragon King said. Haha, 9 Dragon King, you talk big. If it was you in the past, I might listen to you. Now it is the world of the Dragon God. You are a sinner and you dare to say that. Then let me see your current strength. Heavenly God Lai Hua saw that one of them was a 1-star heavenly god, and the other was a 2-star heavenly god. He did not know which overlord he should pull in. As long as he captured these 2 traitors, it would be a great contribution. The dragon god would reward him. Boom! Heavenly God Lai Hua's body swayed, and he transformed into a black dragon that was 100,000 feet long. He charged out aggressively and smashed the attacks of the 6 dragon kings with his head. His steel whip-like tail swept across the sky toward the 2 of them. The attack was no less than the weight of Mount Tai. Very fierce. Heavenly God Lai Hua's battle prowess skyrocketed. He did not take the 2 seriously at all. The 6th Dragon King also wanted to reveal his true form, but he was blocked by 9 Dragon King. This kind of person, there is no need for 6th brother to do it. Okay. 9 Dragon King was not in a hurry. Suddenly, he took out a golden scepter from his storage ring. The scepter was made in the shape of a golden dragon, and this dragon was the 1st generation dragon god, the Holy Golden Dragon. Then a terrifying dragon might swept out, making it hard for everyone to breathe. Heavenly God Lai Hua felt the fear of death in the depths of his soul. He stared at the golden scepter and exclaimed, "Dragon God Scepter." This was the number 1 divine artifact in the Dragon God domain. It was also the Dragon God Scepter that only the Dragon God was qualified to wield. Heavenly God Lai Hua felt fear, and a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. If I can snatch it, can I also become a Dragon God in the future? Die! To the shock of the 6th Dragon King, 9 Dragon King raised the golden scepter and shouted softly. The scepter shot out a golden light at an extreme speed, piercing through Heavenly God Lai Hua's strong body, leaving a huge bloody hole in his opponent's body. Really, so strong. His huge body collapsed with a loud bang. 9 Dragon King's body also swayed slightly. My strength is still too weak. The Dragon Clan members of the exiled Heavenly Palace were all horrified. They could not believe that Heavenly God Lai Hua was killed in a second. The 6th Dragon King is back. Everyone run. Chapter 1780. P.S. There was a mistake at the end. It was 9 Dragon King is back. He had gotten used to it. He collapsed. After losing the Inferno Heavenly God, the remaining people were in a panic. Everyone knew that the 9 Dragon King was back, holding the Dragon God scepter that only the Dragon God was qualified to possess. They had witnessed the terrifying power of the dragon race's number 1 divine weapon, the Inferno Heavenly God. A 4-star heavenly god in his true form, couldn't withstand a single blow from the Dragon God scepter, and was killed on the spot. What else could the remaining people do? The people present weren't stupid. This meant that the 9 Dragon King was back for revenge. In less than a moment, the people from the exiled Heavenly Palace ran away. No one wanted to die in the hands of the 9 Dragon King. If they didn't leave now, when would they? They wouldn't care about what would happen next. Their priority was to save their lives. What a tyrannical divine weapon! Lin Fei was also surprised. He had occasionally heard about the Dragon God Scepter. It was the number 1 divine weapon of the dragon race, and also the number 1 killing weapon. Now it seemed that this was true. Its power was terrifying. Master, his divine weapon is not bad in terms of grade. It can reach the level of a mid-grade God King weapon. Only the strongest race can withstand the backlash. This 9 Dragon King is not simple. If we don't kill these people and let them spread the news, in less than a day, the entire Dragon God territory will know about this. Little Demoness ran out and said. Lin Fei was a little surprised. The strongest race of the dragon race was really not simple. A mid-grade God King weapon. They are really rich. Their foundation is extraordinary. If I'm not wrong, the other strongest races might have 1 or 2 God King weapons in their hands. Then the 8 major sects will also have the same. I have to go and collect more divine sparks. No matter what, I have to get a high-grade Heavenly God divine weapon. Lin Fei thought to himself, then asked Little Demoness, if I get a top-grade Heavenly God divine weapon, will it be able to fight against an ordinary mid-grade God King weapon? After Lin Fei saw the Dragon God Scepter, he was even more afraid of the strongest races. To put it bluntly, the 2 of them aren't too far apart. The quality of his God King artifact is only mediocre. To put it bluntly, it's just something that he forged casually. There's no difference between a high-tier Celestial God artifact and a middle-tier God King artifact. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. I want to prepare a divine artifact for God King Ron. Otherwise, I will really suffer a great loss. Your divine item is not bad. My eyes have been opened. Lin Fei put away the battle fort and smiled at Nine Dragon King. As expected of the number one divine item of the dragons, Nine Dragon King was very proud. Many thanks for Master's praise. Although this thing is good, it will become an ordinary item in Master's hands sooner or later. In the future, I hope Master can also forge a suitable weapon for me. Nine Dragon King was proud, but he did not think that his Dragon God Scepter was very awesome. These words left the 6 Dragon Kings at a loss. The Dragon God Scepter was the number one divine artifact. Wasn't it good? Could it be that there was an even better divine artifact? No problem. Lin Fei readily agreed. The Raging Fire God is dead, and the remaining people are no longer a concern. It's time to release them. It won't be long before the nearby experts come to reinforce us. Speaking of which, he had grasped the opportunity well this time. With the Raging Fire God guarding this place, coupled with the formation, even a 5 or 6-star heavenly god might not be able to open it. Everyone knew the prestige of the dragon race, and no one was willing to offend the dragon race. Naturally, no one would come to the Banished Land. In addition, the Banished Land had been safe and sound all this time. The Banished Land's spirit array had not been fully activated. It was only the simple activation of the spirit array that allowed Lin Fei to easily kill his way in. These 8 Dragon God Mountains are the core of the Banished Land's formation. As long as the 8 Dragon God Mountains are broken, the Banished Land will lose its seal and the people inside can come out. The other way is to go in and bring them out. Nine Dragons King said. The first method won't be easy. The 8 Dragon God Mountains were obtained by the first-generation Dragon God, in a dangerous location. As for what materials they were made of, no one knows. Later on, they were used to create the 8 Dragon God Mountains and create a land of exile for experts. Lin Fei did not take these 8 Dragon God Mountains seriously at first. Now that he heard it, it was not right. It seemed to have a lot of background. Could it be some kind of treasure? With the Dragon God Scepter in your hand, you can't blast open the Dragon God Mountains? Lin Fei asked. It's difficult. Nine Dragon King shook his head. Rise for me. Lin Fei decided to give it a try. First, light beams filled the sky, and the densely packed attacks made one's scalp go numb. The Dragon God Mountains did not move at all, and there was no damage at all. Lin Fei activated his fusion, and 18 heavenly gods fused together. His strength soared to the 6-star heavenly god realm, and he turned into a giant. He grabbed the Dragon God Mountains with both hands, but he still could not move them. This time Lin Fei was convinced. Have you scanned it yet? What the hell is this? Even I can't move it. Lin Fei dispersed his clones. He was very shocked. There was such a treasure in the world that even he could not move the Dragon God Mountains in the slightest. Yes, there's a result. This Dragon God Mountains is refined from a kind of top-grade material called magnetic million-weight stone. With your current strength you can't hold it at all. I admire this first-generation Dragon God. He collected this kind of top-grade material and refined 8 Dragon God Mountains. It's really a big deal. Master, your luck is really good. This was the first time he heard this name. Is it useful to me? Lin Fei's eyes lit up. It's more than useful. For Master, this is a super good thing. The little demon said disdainfully. As long as Master can move the 8 Dragon God Mountains, and use a large amount of divinity points to use the system's refining system, it can help you refine a super killing weapon. Oh my god, super killing weapon, what kind of quality is it? Lin Fei was shocked. He almost suspected that he had heard wrongly. If the 8 Dragon God Mountains could be used to create a super killing weapon, the people of the dragon race would have already refined it. If it was someone else who said it, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. He believed the little demon's words without a doubt. It's easy for you to kill a divine king. You can think about it yourself. You should level up immediately. When you become a 9-star Empyrean deity, all of your Empyrean deity avatars will also reach the 9-star Empyrean deity realm. Then you should be able to grab these 8 Dragon God Mountains. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. Can't Ron do it? The little demon said. No. Well, it seems that I still have to rely on myself. Lin Fei had never thought that he would find a treasure here. Not to mention a super powerful killing machine. It would be very useful to him. The little demon was created by the system, and even he was full of praise for it, so it must be very good. Boom! 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 Everything outside the exiled heavenly palace was shattered. There were 8 dragon god mountains. The land of exile was always sealed by a layer of sealing power. The people inside could not come out. The 9 dragon king holding the dragon god scepter was equivalent to opening a back door of the land of exile. As long as one entered, they could open a space-time door through the first divine tool and come out. If he was alone, he would definitely not be able to support it. With Lin Fei's help he could do it. Chapter 1781. The Dragon God territory was huge. When the land of exile was invaded, the eldest son of the dragon god, Long Ikuan, was the first to know. He was currently on his way to the land of exile. Father is right. My 9th uncle is really plotting against those people. Is he trying to use those old monsters to make a comeback? Long Ikuan sneered. He didn't really care. Look at the situation. The dragon god scepter has appeared. If I can bring it back, I will definitely be the successor. The people around him didn't dare to disturb the first prince. Advance at full speed. Follow my orders. Gather all the experts of the Black Dragon Legion and surround the land of exile. They won't be able to escape. The Black Dragon Legion was the main force under Long Ikuan's control. As the eldest son of the dragon god, he had the support of the Dragon King. He controlled a terrifying force. Otherwise, how could he compete with his brothers? Long Ikuan realized that this was an opportunity for him. As long as he killed 9th uncle and the traitors and brought the dragon god scepter back, the other 4 brothers wouldn't be able to compete with him for the position of successor. He could rely on this great contribution to settle the matter. The Black Dragon Legion arrived quickly. They immediately sealed off the area. Countless black dragons formed a killing formation that surrounded the 8 dragon god mountains. Your first prince, the formation is complete. Someone reported. Long Ikuan stood on the dragon god mountain and nodded in satisfaction. Once they come out, no matter who they are, kill them without mercy. This killing formation was one of the super killing formations. It was bought from the auction house of the World Chamber of Commerce. Just activating this killing formation required 100,000 black dragons, all of whom were rulers and above. The order was passed down immediately. Longmeng Longbai, follow me in. Long Ikuan wasn't satisfied with setting up the killing formation outside. He called his 2 trusted experts to enter the land of exile and kill them immediately. Understood. Longmeng and Longbai were brothers who cultivated a combination attack technique. Their battle prowess was extremely terrifying. They were originally peak 5-star heavenly gods, and when they used this combination attack formation, their battle prowess was just barely at the level of a 7-star heavenly god. This was also why Long Ikuan dared to enter personally. This place really is a sealed land. In the banished land, the entire world was a barren wasteland. There were almost no signs of green life. Even the most common green leaves were nowhere to be seen. Other than the barren yellow sand, there were also barren mountains and bare, towering mountains. Lin Fei had already put away the battle fort and was flying in the sky. Between the sky and the earth, a sealing power was applied to his body, cutting off all connections. 9th Dragon King and 6th Dragon King's expressions were solemn. They had underestimated the terror of the banished land. I've still underestimated this place. Not only do we have seals on our bodies, but we're also shrouded in an endless gravitational field. Luckily, we're from the dragon race with strong divine bodies. If this continues for a long time, we won't be able to hold out. The 9 dragons king sighed. This was also the 6th Dragon King's first time here. He was also quite shocked. If it weren't for you, 9th brother, I would have suspected that I would be stuck here forever. Lin Fei didn't care about the seal on his body. Power. His system had a large amount of divine power, so he wasn't afraid of exhaustion at all. Inside the banished land he had the upper hand. The banished land is indeed not ordinary. Those who can be exiled here must be the top powerhouses of the Dragon God domain. Only they can survive in this place. You're right. Those without strength don't have the right to survive here. You guys are the ones who don't have the right to survive, ha ha ha. Suddenly, a cloud of yellow sand rose and turned into a world. falling down on them. This person is very strong. The 6 dragon kings opened their mouths and roared, spewing out dragon might at the yellow sand. However, the yellow sand didn't move at all, continuing to fall on them. What a big tone. Lin Fei laughed. This heaven and earth mystique was not bad, but it was still full of flaws in front of the system. He took out the heavenly deity saber and slashed at one of the spots. The yellow sand exploded. A middle-aged man in a yellow robe appeared in the distance. You're a powerhouse of the sand race. Why are you here? The 6 dragon kings exclaimed. None of you from the dragon clan are good people. In any case, since you came in, don't even think about leaving. Obediently become my blood food. The yellow-robed middle-aged man shouted loudly. Yellow sand filled the sky as he disappeared. Brother Dition, be careful. This person is a powerhouse of the sand race, and he's best at creating thousands of clones. He's already a 4-star heavenly god, and with his bloodline mystique, he can fight against a 5-star heavenly god. The 6 dragon kings warned. He also felt a bit pressured. Lin Fei was just worrying about how to make a move. Killing someone from the dragon race might make the other party unhappy. Once he heard that the other party wasn't from the dragon race, he didn't care anymore. I'll deal with this person. Boom! Boom! 18 heavenly god clones soared into the sky, one after another, shocking the sand race powerhouse. The 18 clones entered Lin Fei's body, and their auras kept rising. He broke through to the 6-star heavenly god level in one go. Divine level blade slash. Lin Fei's heavenly god battle technique slashed at one of the clones, and his divine power slashed through the void. Patter! The 2 halves of the corpse fell from the sky, and blood dyed the yellow sand red. Whoosh! The heavenly god battle technique in Lin Fei's hand couldn't withstand the power and broke into pieces. He died just like that. The 6 dragon kings knew that Dition was very powerful. After witnessing the battle with his own eyes, he was completely shocked. This was too terrifying. The Sandrace powerhouse was good at hiding himself, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to find out where he was. Dition actually killed him with a single slash. Impressive, impressive. What a sneaky guy. Killing him is as easy as flipping my hand. Lin Fei moved the 2 halves of the corpse into the battle fort, where Hairball would be in charge of eating them. There were 56 godhoods in the storage ring. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This was a harvest. I have a use for the godhoods. You guys can split them. Lin Fei threw the storage ring to them and took the godhoods for himself. He used them to level up, and he was one step closer to leveling up. The 6 dragon kings were shocked again. They didn't expect Dition to be so generous, willing to share the rest of the items with them. The 6th dragon king had his own pride. Normally he wouldn't care about such things, but these were all in the past. After being constantly suppressed, his bloodline's cultivation resources were limited. Naturally, he was tempted when he saw the godhoods, but he was too embarrassed to take them. The 9 dragon king accepted them without hesitation. 6th brother, he's a tycoon. He might not be interested in other things, but the godhoods are the only thing he's interested in. It's a waste not to take these things. With the 9 dragon kings' words, the 6th dragon king also thought that his bloodline still had some godhoods. Should he trade them with Dition? Chapter 1782. Deep within the land of exile, several divine senses emerged from the barren yellow sand, communicating with each other. That aura was so strong. Even though it's only the aura of a 6-star heavenly god, it's terrifying. Did another expert come? It doesn't matter if he's an expert or not. My people have already gone to deal with him. In this godforsaken place where even birds don't shit, we can't absorb immortal chi. We have to rely on god stones to survive. Only a fool like him would go all out as soon as he entered. Ha ha ha, I knew you would send someone over. I've actually sent someone over as well. I wonder how lucky everyone is this time. Ha ha ha, why don't we make a bet and see who wins? Let's bet. I'll bet 5 million inferior grade immortal stones on my man winning. These divine senses were the 8 strongest experts in the land of exile. They almost never fought. It didn't matter if they were dragons from the draconic divine domain or foreign powerhouses. Once they arrived in the land of exile, they would either be killed or choose to join the sect of that powerhouse. Every time a powerful expert appeared, these big shots would come out to watch the show. This was the only thing they could do to amuse themselves. The appearance of a 6-star heavenly god was a very powerful existence in the land of exile. The 8 big shots were naturally very interested. Experts like that would never lack immortal stones. This was what they needed the most. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless powerful auras flew over from all 4 directions. Wow, there are 40 experts here. Judging by their auras, they're all 4-star heavenly gods or 5-star heavenly gods. Lin Fei opened the system and narrowed his eyes. He was overjoyed. They were here to give him God's cores. Just now, a Sand Tribe expert had given him a lot of God's cores, and now there were 40 more. They really thought highly of him. The 6th and 9th Dragon Kings also sensed the powerful auras flying over. Not all of them were from the Dragon Tribe. Some were human experts and some were from other races. In less than a moment, the experts with powerful auras appeared in their field of vision. Their violent auras stirred up a cloud of yellow sand. It was clear that none of the newcomers were easy to deal with. They were all famous experts. The big fat meat is coming. Everyone go. To the east, a fat man who looked like a corporeal body narrowed his eyes as he summoned a blood-colored tree, which shot out hundreds of beams of sword chi toward Lin Fei's group of 3. Fatty, she's ours. Don't you dare. In another direction, a tall and skinny middle-aged man coldly laughed and waved his hand, summoning a massive black net. The black net grew larger and larger until it was like an inescapable net above the 3 of them, trapping everything within it. The 40 experts attacked ferociously the moment they arrived, regardless of who it was. 9 Dragons King didn't even have the time to reveal his identity before he was locked onto by killing intent. If he didn't take out the Dragon God Scepter, he wouldn't be able to block these people's attacks. It was the same for the 6 Dragon Kings. They had witnessed the terror of the banished land. What mattered here was strength. Everything depended on strength. Otherwise, that person from before wouldn't have said such a thing. Good timing. This was Lin Fei's first time encountering 40 experts. In his eyes, any one of them was a mini-boss. Godheads waved at them. Lin Fei chose to ignore the sky full of attacks. Slow down time. With a powerful time art, the speed of the incoming attack slowed down. Lin Fei also shot out, aiming at the fat man. His heavenly deity battle saber had been destroyed, so he didn't take it out again. Grabbing at the air, his god force turned into a huge saber that shone brightly and slashed at the fat man's waist. The sword chi shattered. Lin Fei's saber slashed at the fat man, sending him flying. The fat man coughed up a mouthful of blood, and a horrifying wound was left on his chest. While you're down, I'll take your life. Once again, Lin Fei pounced at the fat man. With a slash of his god force saber, the fat man was cut in half, and his godhead exploded. Just as he killed the fat man, a shadow attacked from the void. This person was dressed in a black robe and had 2 dark golden daggers in his hands. With 2 swishing sounds, he stabbed the fat man's body. So what if you can kill the fat man? You're still going to be seriously injured by me. My daggers are filled with paralyzing poison that can break all kinds of flesh. The shadow said smugly. Boom! Just as the dagger stabbed out, the figure in front of him crossed tens of thousands of layers, and the attack instantly missed. A divine saber light slashed over and landed on the expert of the hidden shadow sect, causing him to vomit blood and fly backwards. His eyes were filled with shock. After that, another saber light slashed over, and his body, which was considered not bad, was chopped into 2. In the blink of an eye, 2 4-star heavenly gods were killed. In just a few breaths' time, Lin Fei had killed 2 experts. The remaining people were also shocked and then all kinds of excitement. He won't be able to last long with such a big move. Everyone attack together with me. He belongs to us. No one can take him away. It had to be said that these people were crazy. 2 4-star heavenly gods had died, but they didn't care at all. This was the land of the seal. Divine power couldn't be replenished. Under such a big move, divine power couldn't be recovered at all. Only by taking elixirs could one barely recover, but it couldn't last long in battle. They had seen this kind of situation many times. No one could last long. The bigger the attack, the worse it would be. Unfortunately, they underestimated Lin Fei. He had a system with him that stored trillions of divine power units. He could squander it as much as he wanted without worrying about not being able to keep up with the attacks. Lin Fei, who didn't use the heavenly god saber, used the simplest attacks, and with the support of the time technique, he moved back and forth. Block! We can't stop him. Too fast. Not good, another one died. At this time Lin Fei was like a ghost. Using the time technique and the space technique, the two strongest technique attacks, Lin Fei took the lives of heavenly god powerhouses one after another. No one could block his attacks. Every time Lin Fei's attack was exactly twice as big as theirs, perfectly crushing them. It also became easier for Lin Fei to kill them. At first, they wanted to exhaust Lin Fei's divine power, and when there was no time to replenish it, they would attack with all their strength. Lin Fei kept attacking fiercely. His combat strength was fierce, and no one could block his attacks. Besieging? Their attacks were halfway there, but he had already dodged them. This way of dodging left them dumbfounded. Lin Fei was like a ferocious tiger, killing more than 30 heavenly god powerhouses, and they were like sheep. The powerhouses died under his saber one after another, and the ground was covered with corpses, godheads, storage rings. Run! Too powerful. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 heavenly gods left. They were the last ones. They were scared out of their wits. No one present could block 3 slashes, and they were basically killed in 2 slashes. Whether they were 4-star heavenly gods or 5-star heavenly gods, only 6-star heavenly gods could last until the 3rd slash. You guys can stay too. Lin Fei slashed again, and his divine power surged. The long and narrow saber light swept across their bodies, and the remaining 3 became corpses, falling on the yellow sand. Chapter 1783. Fast. In one word, fast. The strands of divine sense in the banished lands were struck dumb. 40 heavenly god powerhouses were all killed by someone. Such a force could cause a shocking commotion outside, but they were killed just like that. The bloody corpses on the yellow sand became the best proof. 8 big shots walked out from the depths of the banished lands, each with a different expression. Obviously, they did not expect the person in their eyes to be so powerful. A sweep is a sweep. Young man, your strength is not bad, to be able to discover our tracks. An expressionless old man said. You killed 40 heavenly gods, don't tell me you still want to attack us? Although you're a human, this old man doesn't mind. As long as you join my sect, I can give you a very high position. Another old man said. Heavenly gods' deaths were nothing to them. As long as they could recruit a subordinate, they would be a powerful general. Most of the spatial rings left behind by the 40 experts would fall into their pockets. You're the Grand Elder, I'm Little Nine. Ah! 9 Dragons King stared at one of the old men, clearly excited. The old man wasn't standing far away. Only when he heard the voice did he notice the 9th Dragon King and the 6th Dragon King. He was stunned, not daring to believe his eyes. Little 9, is that really you? The old man appeared in front of 9 Dragons King, asking excitedly. Grand Elder, I'm Little 9, I'm back. 9 Dragons King nodded. The old man's face darkened. Little 9, what's wrong with you? Why are you back, and even in the banished lands? Don't you know this is the sealed land? What, that's Little 9. Impossible. He's here in the sealed land. Among the 8 experts, 3 paled, appearing beside 9 Dragons King, sizing him up. Yes, that's right, it's Little 9 and Little 6, they haven't changed at all. Grand Elder, 3rd Elder, 5th Elder, 7th Elder. 9 Dragons King recognized them one by one, and 6 Dragon Kings followed suit. In terms of status, everyone present was higher than the 2 of them. Back in the day, they were both members of the Elder Group and had an extremely high authority. Later on, they were schemed against by the new dragon god and banished to the sealed land. In the sky, the other experts frowned. You're the 9 Dragons King from back then. Since you're here, you must have the dragon god scepter on you. Quickly hand it over. One of the experts shouted excitedly. The eyes of the others lit up. They had also heard about the dragon god scepter. The Dragon God Scepter was the #1 divine artifact of the Dragon Clan, and also a super-killing weapon. It was rumored that with the Dragon God Scepter, one could leave the sealed land. Emohation, what nonsense are you talking about? Little 9 was sent to the sealed land. Do you think there's still a Dragon God Scepter? Grand Elder Long Aoshue roared. Demonic Sea Celestial was tall and sturdy, his body overflowing with demonic chi. He was a heavenly god powerhouse of the devil race, so he didn't buy it at all. Everyone, don't believe the old thing's words. Whether or not we have it isn't up to him to decide. We have to search your body first. For we have more than 4. Let's see who's afraid of who in the end. Either you search me or hand over the Dragon God Scepter. With the Dragon God Scepter, we can leave this damned place. The other 3 came from different clans. They usually lived in harmony with each other. But now that the Dragon God Scepter had appeared, they couldn't help but make a move. No one was willing to stay in this place. The experts under Mo Haitian's command flew out and appeared behind them. The other 3 experts did the same. In just a short while, close to 1,000 heavenly gods appeared behind the 4 of them. Each of them was filled with a ferocious aura. On Long Aoshua's side, the number of people he gathered wasn't that many, barely over 100 heavenly deities. This was also due to their arrogant temperaments, disdaining to recruit experts. At most, they would recruit experts from the Dragon Clan. After a long time, many died, and only 100 or so experts from the Dragon Clan remained. In terms of momentum, Long Aoshua's side was much weaker. Old thing, your Dragon Clan is very strong, but we aren't weak either. Who doesn't want to leave the sealed land? Now either hand over the Dragon God Scepter or let us search you. You only have 2 choices. Mo Haitian shouted. Everyone, don't you think so? Yes, we want to leave. I don't care if you are from the Dragon Clan or not. If you don't hand over the Dragon God Scepter, we will kill you. Hand over the Dragon God Scepter. Long Aoshua knew Mo Haitian very well. He was a selfish, cold, and cruel person. He would never give up on something that he had set his eyes on. His strength had reached the 7-star heavenly god realm, and he was the strongest powerhouse in the sealed land. Even Long Aoshua was slightly inferior to him. 9 Dragon King also realized that he had said the wrong thing and was being used. The Dragon God Scepter was on him, so he naturally wouldn't let them search him, let alone hand it over. Master, is there a way? 9 Dragon King subconsciously looked at Tion. The 4 elders' faces turned ugly, especially Long Aoshua, who had high hopes for 9 Dragon King. He almost suspected that he had heard wrong, and his sharp eyes shot towards the human brat. When this matter is settled, this old man wants you to explain yourself. A mere 6-star heavenly god, Long Aoshua didn't care at all. This matter needed an explanation. Since when did their Dragon Clan recognize a human as their master? Wasn't this a complete mess? Great Elder, you've misunderstood. It's not what you think. 9 Dragon King hurriedly explained, afraid that Tion would be angered and cause an even bigger misunderstanding. This was not what he wanted to see. Explanation? Lin Fei laughed. Since you're an old man, I won't say anything. If it were someone else, I'd slap you to death. Whether you're from the Dragon Clan or not, you don't have the qualifications for me to explain. 9 Dragon King broke out in a cold sweat. This is bad. Long Aoshua was an arrogant person in the past, or else he wouldn't have been schemed against by the Dragon God. Now, not only was he called an old man by a junior, he even wanted to slap him to death. The other 3 elders' faces also turned ugly, and they looked at 9 Dragon King with reproachful eyes. This young man's temper is really big. It's been a long time since I've had someone like this talk to me. Long Aoshua suppressed the anger in his heart. This was not a good time to take action. The most important thing now was to deal with Mo Haitian's group. I hope that after this matter is over, you still have the strength to say such words. The proud Dragon Clan is not to be blasphemed. Lin Fei didn't even look at Great Elder. Instead, he looked at Mo Haitian in the distance. Great Elder, you should be glad that you didn't make a move, because you'll soon see what it means to not judge a book by its cover. Mo Haitian couldn't wait for an internal strife to occur. What's your decision? I'll give you 10 breaths of time. Once the time is up, we'll personally take action. Mo Haitian gave his final notice. Suddenly Lin Fei laughed. No need to count because you're all going to die soon. Boom! A tyrannical aura soared into the sky. Chapter 1784. One can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it by chance. Somewhere in the void of the land of exile, Long Ikuan revealed a cold smile, as if everything was under his control. Congratulations, Your Highness. You have made a great contribution. Long Meng and Long Bai congratulated Long Ikuan. Long Ikuan had chased all the way here and easily found the Nine-Dragon King. He had also witnessed the battle and even saw the legendary Dition make a move. The strength of a 6-star heavenly god was only a small surprise. This cultivation technique of his, I want it. Long Ikuan was very envious. If he had this cultivation technique, he would not even frown when facing a 9-star heavenly god. Using it on Dition was a waste. This kind of person should not have this kind of cultivation technique. Not only did Long Ikuan want Dition's clone cultivation technique, but he also wanted to cut off the 9-Dragon King's head and the number 1 divine artifact of the Dragon God Scepter. Long Ikuan was very pleased with the congratulations of his trusted subordinates. This trip was really a great harvest. When he returned with this great contribution, even his brothers would have to lower their heads before him. Long Ikuan was very clear that his imperial father cared the most about finding the Dragon God Scepter. As time passed, it would become a sore point. Your Highness, Mo Haitian is a powerhouse of the demon race, and the others are not weak either. The weakest among them is a 6-star heavenly god. We don't need to make a move, and they will be in a mess. Long Meng analyzed. We just need to wait for them to make a move. No matter who wins, no one can escape from our hands. Long Ikuan laughed. A bunch of blind fools. It's good that they fight. When the time comes, you guys can make a move. I will ask Imperial Father for your contribution. Boom! A terrifying aura rose. Everyone in the banished lands fell into a state of panic. What a terrifying aura! How can this aura be so strong? I can't even move before this aura. Could it be a 9-star heavenly god? All the powerhouses in the land of exile felt insecure. They did not know what terrifying thing they had encountered to attract such a terrifying aura. Mo Haitian was also suppressed by the aura. He vomited several mouthfuls of blood. He was still fine, but the other heavenly gods were all pale. 9-star celestial god. Mo Haitian's expression changed as he stared ahead. This terrifying aura was something that only a 9-star celestial deity could possess. There's no time to lose. Everyone, let's move. Mo Haitian was indeed an expert of the devil race. He knew that an expert had come to the old thing's side. No matter what realm the expert was at, he was at least a strong enemy. Before he made a move, he would strike first to gain the initiative. Mo Haitian was the first to make a move. Demonic flames surged into the sky as he took out a white bone mountain that blew with chilling winds. This was a mid-grade divine artifact, and it could change its size at will. It could devour flesh and blood, and its might was terrifying as it smashed towards everyone. The other 3 didn't stand on ceremony either. They also knew that this was their only chance, so they all took out their treasures. A blood-colored river, a golden chariot, and the illusory image of a deity. With the 4 of them taking the lead, there was no need to even mention the 1,000 heavenly gods behind them. The sky was filled with attacks from treasures. It was clear how terrifying this attack was. Old thing, even if you're a 9-star celestial, don't even think about gaining any advantage in this sealed land. Mo Haitian activated the White Bone Mountain, and the power of the medium-grade divine artifact surged. So many people were attacking. Mo Haitian indeed had the qualifications to say such words. Long Aoshua and the rest were also in a state of shock. They couldn't recover from the shock. Before this aura, they also felt the impact. Although it wasn't a direct hit, their blood was still boiling. This isn't the aura of a 9-star celestial. It's the aura of a god king. Long Aoshua's memory seemed to have returned to a long time ago. His body trembled slightly and his eyes widened. He finally realized that this aura wasn't the aura of a 9-star celestial, but the aura of a god king. He had seen this kind of aura on the dragon god before. It was also this terrifying aura, and the 2 were exactly the same. Junior brother, these people really think they're something. I'll help you deal with them. Everyone's hearts trembled again. Especially the 9 Dragons King, who was overjoyed. I knew Dition was strong, but I didn't expect his senior brother to be so strong. The moment he came out, he's already a 9-star celestial. No, wait, his aura. The burly man arrived in front of everyone, and casually sent a palm strike towards the black mass of treasures. Pung pung pung. With this palm strike, the sky full of treasures exploded one after another. Those with weaker divine weapons were practically scrapped. Haitian's white bone mountain was deformed, and its size shrank by a large margin. The blood river was scattered, and the illusory figure of a god was destroyed. With a single palm strike, all the threats disappeared. Haitian coughed out another mouthful of blood, and his scalp went numb. He knew that this person wasn't a 9-star celestial. Only a god king could casually break through their attacks. Go! At this time, Haitian could only run as far as he could. Wasn't he just robbing some treasures? Was there a need to use a god king to deal with him? Wasn't this a scam? The others were in a similar situation, and they didn't care about their subordinates anymore. Their priority was to stay alive. Still want to run? With a cold snort, Ron threw out a light ball made of god force. The light ball exploded as it landed in the midst of the heavenly gods. Regardless of the cultivation level of the heavenly gods, they were blasted into pieces by the explosion. It could be said that this was their doomsday. 2 light balls shot out, and more than 1,000 heavenly gods were annihilated. Not a single one survived. The third light ball shot towards Haitian's group of 3, raising the entire area to the ground. For peak heavenly gods were also blasted into pieces, and even their godheads were damaged. They're all dead. Long Aoshua's body trembled uncontrollably. He heard the burly man's words loud and clear. It turned out that the burly man really had the qualifications to speak. With a god king backing him up, he indeed had the qualifications to say such words. Luckily, I didn't make a move. Long Aoshua felt a lingering fear. If I really made a move, I might end up like them, right? The 9 Dragon Kings and 6 Dragon Kings, as well as the Dragon Clan's experts behind them, none of them could remain calm. All of them were scared witless. The visual impact was too shocking. Just a moment ago they were about to fight to the death, but in the end they were killed so easily. Junior brother, there seems to be someone spying on us, and their killing intent towards you is very strong. Should we kill them as well? There are 2 6-stars heavenly gods and 1 5-stars heavenly god. Master said that anyone with killing intent towards you should be killed. Ron's gaze swept across Long Aoshua and the others. Your Highness, let's go. In the distant void, Long Meng and Long Bai's scalps went numb. The 2 of them were very strong when they joined forces, but in the blink of an eye, the burly man had killed more than 1,000 heavenly gods. How could they possibly be a match for him? Long Ikuan had seen all kinds of experts, and his father was one of them. However, at this moment even he felt fear. He hurriedly took out a spatial gate and left the sealed land. I can't die here. I must leave this place alive. Boom! A light ball made of god force descended from the sky, exploding in the void where they were. Long Ikuan and his 2 trusted subordinates were instantly blasted into pieces. Even their godheads were in tatters. Chapter 1785. P.S. There is no update for today. Dao friend Ditian, is he your senior brother? Long Aoshua and the others felt their mouths go dry. Their eyes were wide open. They were truly frightened by the scene in front of them. A god king. Did he have to be so savage? Was he going to let them have a good time? Their scalps turned numb as they stared at Ditian with boundless fear. I'm rich. With such a senior brother holding down the fort, who would dare to find trouble with you? Long Aoshua was glad that his temper had become better, or else he would have been killed on the spot. Right, that voice seemed to belong to the eldest son of the dragon god. Could it be that he was also killed? This was too cruel. Like junior brother, like senior brother. My senior brother is also worried about my safety. Everyone isn't scared, right? Lin Fei snickered in his heart. Everyone could not help but observe a moment of silence for those people. What hidden family clan? How could they have a senior brother who was a god king expert protecting them? Even they did not know about it. Could it be that they had fallen behind the times for too long? Junior brother, I've collected these storage rings and divine cores for you. Deal with them yourself. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. Ron pretended to be a senior brother, waved his hand, and collected all the scattered divine sparks, left a sentence and disappeared. As soon as he disappeared, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Facing a god king expert, the pressure was immense. Even breathing was difficult. Fellow Taoist Ditian, I didn't intentionally target you just now. Please don't take it to heart. Long Aoshua explained, afraid that Ditian would bear a grudge against him. Not lowering your head? He wasn't looking for something to do. Although the dragon race was arrogant, they were not fools. If they really thought that they were something, they would not know what was going on with a single slap. Lin Fei gloated in his heart. Strength was still the most reliable. Even the proud dragon race had to bow their heads. It's fine. I'm young, and I've seen this kind of thing many times. Lin Fei chuckled. On the other hand, these people died, and some of them were from the dragon clan. You guys shouldn't have any objections, right? Everyone shook their heads. No objections, of course there were no objections. Who could guarantee that there were no fence-sitters in the dragon clan? It's our first time meeting, so I don't have anything to give you. These weapons and holy stone, just treat them as my meeting gift. As for these divine deity, I have other uses for them, so I won't be giving them to you all. Lin Fei waved his hand, and hundreds of storage rings flew out and floated in front of them. Long Aoshua had seen many demon-level geniuses before, but he had never seen someone as monstrous as Ditian. Not only did he have the help of a God King Realm senior apprentice brother, he was also extremely generous, giving out over 100 interspatial rings as a greeting gift. This young man truly wasn't simple. Fellow Taoist, you need godhood? It just so happens that I don't have much use for it. Why don't you take it? Long Aoshua was also a sly old fox. The dragon clan wasn't stingy when it came to other people's goodwill. We're useless too. There's no point in keeping it. Since the Grand Elder had taken the initiative to take out his godhood, the other dragon clan experts behind him also took out their godhoods. A moment later, Lin Fei had 3,500 godhoods in his hands. *CK, do you have to do this? With 3,500 godhoods in one go, Lin Fei was overjoyed. He didn't expect the dragon clan to have so many godhoods. No matter what, this should be enough to raise his cultivation by 2 or 3 levels. Other than that, there should be at least 30 to 40,000 godhoods in the interspatial rings left behind by the thousands of heavenly gods. Brother, aren't you going to level up noisily this time? Since they were being so courteous, Lin Fei felt even better. This was clearly the dragon clan's way of expressing goodwill. Right, I still have some invincible weapons here. Although they aren't mid-grade divine artifacts, their power isn't inferior to mid-grade divine artifacts. I believe everyone will like them. Lin Fei had a large number of backup low-grade divine artifacts in his system storage. He took out 120 low-grade invincible divine artifacts in one go. Long Aoshua didn't care at first. How could low-grade divine artifacts be any better? But when they heard that they were comparable to mid-grade divine artifacts, the other dragons present were shocked beyond belief. So amazing! 9 Dragons King also explained on behalf of the Grand Elder, proving the power of invincible divine artifacts. After obtaining the low-grade divine artifacts, the Dragon Clan members went crazy. Good stuff. Every dragon was filled with admiration for Ditian. With low-grade invincible divine artifacts, their combat strength would increase by a large margin. This was something they didn't dare to imagine before. In the eyes of Long Aoshua and the others, Ditian had become a tycoon with a powerful background. He didn't lack money. Long Aoshua knew that he was right to give away the godhoods. Although he didn't know what use Ditian had for them, he valued them greatly. In Long Aoshua's hands, they weren't very useful. Fellow Taoist Ditian, if you need more godhoods, I know of a large number of godhoods in the depths of the sealed land. It's just that they're sealed away. Perhaps fellow Taoist Ditian has a way to take them out. Long Aoshua said. Elder Long, I like what you said. Divine deity is of great use to me. As long as there are enough divine deity, I will give you a high-grade invincible divine tool when the time comes. Lin Fei directly threw out a sentence. Long Aoshua laughed even more happily. Low-grade invincible divine artifacts were already so amazing. High-grade invincible divine artifacts might even be able to resist a God King's treasure. He didn't have any objections to Little Nine following Ditian. Ditian had a God King senior brother, and his background was astonishing. The entire dragon clan might not be his match. Moreover, since Ditian had a senior brother, he might not just have one senior brother but many senior brothers. That would be fatal. Long Aoshua didn't care about the godhoods in the sealed land. Those things were left behind by generations, and they were useless to him. It would be a waste to just leave them there. He might as well give them to Ditian as a favor. If Ditian was in a good mood, he might gift them something. After collecting a large number of storage rings, Lin Fei didn't want to leave immediately. That was because Little Devil told him some bad news. Master, I have bad news to tell you. Among the 3 people Luoan killed, one of them was the son of this generation's dragon god. He's the eldest son, and the most qualified person to inherit the dragon god's position. You'll soon be hunted down by the dragon god. *CK it can't be. I was wondering who it was sneakily hiding in the void. Turns out it's the eldest son of the dragon god. What's there to worry about? Lin Fei wasn't worried at all. He had a powerful helper by his side. Master, although Luoan is here, this generation's dragon god is very powerful. According to the system's analysis, this dragon god is very likely to enter the God King realm. Even if he isn't a half-step God King, and this time the Dragon God Convention will be attended by the big shots of the strongest races. It's equivalent to having several God King powerhouses. Master, you must immediately increase your strength. Lin Fei thought about it carefully, and it really made sense. The strongest race wasn't an exaggeration. 9 stars heavenly god powerhouses could amplify their attacks, and even a half-step God King would be tyrannical. Chapter 1786. Dragon City. The Dragon God Convention was about to begin. There was a rare peaceful atmosphere in Dragon City. The usually arrogant young masters and various young talents all chose to keep a low profile. Their families also ordered that they were not allowed to wander outside. Who knew who they might accidentally offend? The Dragon God Convention was unprecedentedly influential. Not only did the big shots of the strongest races come, but the big shots of the 8 major sects and the 7 overlords also came one after another. All kinds of geniuses gathered, and none of them were easy to offend. These young masters all kept a low profile. There was also a rare peace in Dragon City. The peaceful scene disappeared with a roar of anger. Everyone in Dragon City was shocked. Everyone looked at the Dragon God residence. What was going on? Boom! A powerful aura surged out of the Divine Dragon residence, and a figure flickering with golden light flashed by, disappearing into the sky above the Divine Dragon residence. Lord Dragon God. That's Lord Dragon God. The Dragon God's eyes widened. This anger actually came from Lord Dragon God. No one could imagine what could make this Dragon God angry. The big shots of the strongest races who were on good terms with the Dragon God all came to the Dragon God residence at almost the same time, each full of doubts. The 8 major sects and the 7 overlords also sent people to inquire. It was definitely not a trivial matter that made the Dragon God angry, so they had to take it seriously. As soon as the big shots of the strongest races came in, they felt the angry aura from the Dragon God. This anger contained a terrifying killing intent, and only they could withstand this killing intent. There was almost no one in the main hall. Even if there were, they were all shivering, filled with fear as they forcefully endured it. Brother Dragon, what happened? The first to enter was a tall and sturdy man. He was at least 9 zhang tall, and his body was wrapped in a beast skin armor. On his back was a huge black war hammer. With every step he took, the ground seemed to tremble. That bastard is causing trouble. Do you want me, Old Ox, to help you deal with him? Old Bull, when can you change your temper of fighting and killing? After all, you represent the strongest race. Another middle-aged man came in from outside. He was thin and had a mustache. His small eyes flickered, making it impossible to see through his depth. He was called Old Bull, and he was the leader of the barbarian bull tribe, one of the strongest tribes. He was born with boundless strength, and after becoming a heavenly god, his strength was astonishing. Old Bull, don't fight and kill. Could it be that I'm like you, sitting here all day and scheming against people? Barbarian Bull sneered. I'm not as good at scheming as you, Fox Clan. We are good at fighting and killing. The mustached middle-aged man's background was not small either. He was from the strongest race, the Heavenly Fox race. Although they were the strongest race, they were only sent later. The Heavenly Fox race's combat power was not strong, but they were good at scheming. They were known as the #1 scheming race. In the territory, the Sky Foxes had always been treated as distinguished guests. They were the best at scheming. Once they made a move, it would be a piece of cake for them to turn the situation around. Many of the major events in the territory had been orchestrated by the Heavenly Fox clan. Even though the Heavenly Fox clan's strongest Empyrean god, Heavenly Fox Z, was only barely an 8-star Empyrean god and wasn't the strongest, no one was willing to offend them. Barbarian Bull, Heavenly Fox, can the two of you speak less? Behind them, another person dressed like a scholar came in. He was cultured and elegant. The most eye-catching thing about him was the pair of golden wings on his back. This was the biggest symbol of the Heavenly Wings race. Fellow Taoist Long, what exactly happened? Behind him, another 3 big shots came in. They were all the big shots of the strongest races. They were also the closest to each other, and they were allies. This was also why the 8 great sects did not dare to underestimate them. Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that my eldest son was just killed. Long Liefan said expressionlessly. I sent a clone to deal with it. Fellow Taoist Long, my condolences. My condolences. The big shots were shocked. The Dragon God's eldest son had actually been killed in the Dragon God territory. Wasn't this a slap to the Dragon God's face? Who was so bold? Could it be someone from the 8 great sects? They all knew that the Dragon God's favorite was his eldest son, Long Ikuan. He was decisive in killing and had also received an inheritance. He was the future successor of the Dragon God. They did not expect him to be killed at this time. They could not help but sigh. Originally, they were prepared to make a move. The other party had sent a clone over, and no one could withstand the Dragon God's thunderous fury. They also wanted to know who exactly it was that made the move. Wasn't this person a little too daring? He did not take the Dragon God seriously at all. In the land of exile, after being wiped out by Ron, all the Heavenly God powerhouses on the stage were annihilated. Those who were lucky enough to survive were all terrified. When they heard that the other party liked divine sparks, they did not hesitate to personally send the divine sparks to prevent them from being destroyed. Over 1,000 heavenly gods were killed. It was a shocking sight. No one could ignore it. If the other party wanted to kill them, a finger was enough. Master, the statistics are out. We obtained a total of 1,213 storage rings, and found a total of 117,553 divine sparks, leading to the depths of the sealed land. Lin Fei had Little Fiend clean up the storage rings. *CK, so many. We're rich. We're really rich. Lin Fei had originally thought that it would be good enough to obtain 60,000 to 70,000 divine sparks. He did not expect it to be more than he had imagined. There were 110,000. Adding the previous ones, there were 120,000 divine sparks. This was not a small harvest. Master, are you going to level up or? Little Fiend said. If I were you, I would suggest that you open the boxes first. Your current equipment is too poor. You have to change into a good set of treasures. When you meet an expert, you don't have to be in a hurry to summon Ron. Lin Fei had really forgotten about this. He did not have divine sparks before, so he was reluctant to open the boxes. Now it seemed that he really lacked good treasures. Lin Fei pondered for a moment. I'll level up a few levels first and increase the number of boxes I can open. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for advancing to 2-star Heavenly God. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for advancing to 3-star Heavenly God. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for advancing to 4-star Heavenly God. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for advancing to 5-star Heavenly God. Lin Fei was overjoyed by this method of leveling up. In the blink of an eye, he reached the 5-star Heavenly God realm. Lin Fei snickered inwardly. He was the fastest to level up in the entire territory. After advancing to the 5-star Heavenly God realm, he had 120,000 divine sparks. With about 50,000 left, he leveled up to 70,000 divine sparks, which was acceptable. Lin Fei opened the attribute page and found that after advancing to the 6-star Heavenly God realm, he had 100,000 divine sparks, which was a big threshold. Ding! Does player Lin Fei want to use the Heavenly God fragment to summon the Heavenly God? The system prompted. Lin Fei found that he had more than 50,000 divine sparks. The success rate of exchanging for fragments was still very high. Damn, doesn't this mean that I can summon 500 heavenly gods? Lin Fei felt like he was dreaming. Summon, I have to summon. Being in the dragon god territory with Ron by his side, Lin Fei felt that it was better to be safe. With 500 heavenly gods by his side, even if the dragon god came, the heavenly god army would drown him. Ding! Activating heavenly god summoning. A virtual heavenly god pool appeared. 100 divine sparks were thrown into the pool. Chapter 1787. Ding! Congratulations player on summoning a 3-star celestial god. Ding! Congratulations player on summoning a 5-star celestial god. Ding! Congratulations player on summoning a 5-star celestial god. All 50,000 celestial god shards were used to summon the celestial god. Fortunately, the summoned celestial god was placed in the system space. If it appeared beside him, the people around him would probably be scared to death. Awesome. 9-star celestial god. Not bad. 8-star celestial god. 7-star celestial god is not bad. Every time he summoned a powerful celestial god, Lin Fei's eyes would light up. These were all his capital. Even if the summoned 9-star celestial god had the same combat power as usual, as long as he had a good invincible artifact, he would be able to crush them. On the other hand, the great elder Long Aoshue, who had always been at the front, had been inquiring about Dition's situation from Little Nine. When he heard about the speed of Dition's rise, he was even more certain that Dition was a monstrous genius from some great hidden family. Master, your luck is not bad. A total of 5 9-star celestial gods, 18 8-star celestial gods, 37-star celestial gods, and the rest are all 1-star to 6-star celestial gods. This luck is not bad. No matter what, I need at least 59-star celestial gods. My master, the probability of summoning is not high to begin with. If your luck is bad, you might not even be able to get a 9-star celestial god powerhouse out of 100,000 celestial god fragments. You should be content. The little devil rolled his eyes. Lin Fei laughed at himself. His appetite was too big. If that was really the case, his luck would be heaven-defying. The remaining 50,000 godheads. I'll use 10,000 godheads to draw the experience chest. Godheads were very useful. Lin Fei did not intend to use them all at once. The page changed immediately. A huge experience chest appeared. Lin Fei had not drawn for some time. The experience chest prompted that he could draw 50 times today. Each time it would cost 100 godheads. After 50 times it would cost 500 godheads each time. This was really black-hearted. The mode was no different from summoning. Ding! Obtained godhead. The experience chest opened, and inside was a godhood. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. He looked at the little devil and said, "You can do this? Godheads are also treasures." All right, let's continue. Lin Fei was speechless. 100 godhoods for 1 godhood, this was a loss. Ding! Obtained Inferno Divine Weapon, Inferno Saber. Ding! Obtained 10 godheads. 50 times passed. Lin Fei had obtained 20 low-grade divine artifacts and 5 mid-grade divine artifacts. Last time, he had not obtained a single divine artifact. Continue. Lin Fei really wanted to take out a high-grade divine artifact. There was no shortage of divine sparks. 500 godhoods once 10 times would be 5,000, and 100 times would be 50,000 godhoods. The experience chest opened again. All kinds of things emerged one after another. Lin Fei was not interested in any of them. He was not interested in low-grade divine artifacts, but he was interested in middle-grade divine artifacts. 10 attempts failed. 20 times no. 30 times no. When he got to about 50 times, including the previous 50 times, he had used up 30,000 godhoods. He only had about 20,000 godhoods on hand. There were a lot of things, but he did not get a high-grade divine artifact. Ding! Obtained high-grade divine artifact, Spear of the Sea God. In the system space there was one more spear. There's finally one. After obtaining the high-grade divine artifact, Spear of the Sea God, for 50 times, Lin Fei finally heaved a sigh of relief. With a high-grade divine artifact, He did not need to draw anymore for the time being. Lin Fei did not plan to use this high-grade divine artifact. He planned to give it to one of the 5 9-star celestial gods to use, and he would use a mid-grade divine artifact for the time being. A high-grade divine artifact was not easy to obtain, but a mid-grade divine artifact was not. Lin Fei quickly changed into a set of celestial god equipment. His clothes were earth battle armor. As long as he stepped on the ground, his defense would increase by 5 times. His weapon was also changed to a thunder saber, which could release lightning attacks with divine power. It was rather domineering. In a short period of time, his realm had increased, and his combat power had soared. None of the people around him noticed. They only felt that the imperial capital's aura had become heavier. "We're here." Long Aoshue quickly brought Ditian to the depths of the sealed grounds. Rumble! Rumble! Lin Fei looked in the direction where the sound came from. In the distance there was an eerie land. It was no longer a stretch of yellow sand. The scariest thing was that the sky above the eerie land was filled with lightning, forming a forbidden land. Is this the place? Lin Fei vaguely felt that there was a great terror within. Yes, we call this the sealed forbidden land. Do you see that lightning? Rumor has it that it was left behind by a Thunder King. After his death, the great Tao turned into lightning, and it is abnormally terrifying. There are also gusts of black chilly wind, world-destroying chilly wind that specializes in destroying the physical body. Our dragon race's divine body is very strong, and if we barge in, the world-destroying chilly wind will destroy our divine body. Long Aoshua's face was filled with fear, and he added in the end, "Usually we never enter." Lin Fei tried to use his divine sense to check it out. As soon as his divine sense entered the sealed forbidden land, a bolt of lightning struck it, instantly shattering it. Lin Fei hurriedly cut off his divine sense, his heart filled with shock. "Fellow Taoist Ditian, we've reached the place, but we don't know how to take it out." Long Aoshue was also helpless. Lin Fei also realized how terrifying the sealed forbidden land was. It was definitely left behind by a super expert who fought here in the past. After a long time, the Great Tao turned into a forbidden land. For example, the lightning attack just now was no weaker than an 8-star celestial god's attack. These lightning bolts are very powerful, not to mention those world-destroying chilly winds. No wonder the Grand Elder and the others didn't dare to enter. Going in would be suicide. I'm afraid I'm the only one who can enter this place. Lin Fei thought to himself, but he was also laughing in his heart. Such a forbidden land should have a lot of godheads, right? No one has entered this place before? Lin Fei asked casually. Long Aoshue shook his head. Since I've known about this forbidden land, although many people have entered, no one has ever come out. Among them, there was a 9-star celestial god who tried to obtain the treasures inside and escaped from the sealed land. In the end, he still died inside and has never been seen again. Fellow Taoist Ditian, you have to think carefully. This place was so dangerous that Long Aoshue did not recommend entering. Lin Fei was relieved. The treasures inside belonged to him, and they couldn't run away. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura came from afar. Yellow sand rose into the air. A golden silhouette appeared, leisurely walking towards them. A terrifying killing intent locked onto them. 9 Dragons King, Grand Elder, long time no see. The golden silhouette appeared. Long Aoshue and 9 Dragons King's expressions changed. 9 Dragons King also lowered his head and said to Lin Fei, "He's this generation's dragon god. Not the main body but a clone. Dragon god, you still have the cheek to come here." Long Aoshue snorted. The golden silhouette stopped, and his sharp gaze swept across the crowd, landing on the black-robed Lin Fei. "My eldest son, you killed him, right?" "Master, this clone's battle prowess is at the 9-star celestial god realm," the little devil reminded. "His main body should be a god king." 9 Dragons King and Long Aoshue were shocked. Ditian killed the dragon god's eldest son?